Welcome back, Crime Spies. I've been doing some tinkering back here. I moved all kinds of things around. Ran another test. So far, so good. We haven't started yet. All right. And hopefully you got a chance to check out who else was live streaming whilst I tinkered. Alrighty. So this is going to be, let's do this first. You know, just to get in the mood. Try it one more time. Oh, that is just a treat to listen to and watch. Okay, well, let's hope what I did worked. Fingers crossed, if you will. Say a prayer to the Sky Daddy that we can get through closing arguments, the verdict, and the sentencing tonight. There's Half Irish. Hello. And welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I had some connectivity issues, but we're not going to dwell on those anymore. Let's just put the good internet jujus out there and hopefully everything will be fine. All right, just a reminder, today is day 1,329 days that Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated for what I believe is a gigantic injustice of our McJustice system. Despite watching 14 days of trial so far, I see nothing. Now, the defense, I did calculate it, like ballparked it. The Dingleberry prosecutor, he had 50-ish hours of shenanigans, not including his opening statement. The defense, in my opinion, did not do a very good job when it was their turn. I was saying on the last live stream, I would have liked to have seen a reenactment of a man approximately Zachariah Anderson's age with a back problem, or even just throw out the back problem, because I'd like to see if a man roughly his size could lift a slippery, viscous man or person of Rosalio Gutierrez size unscathed out to his truck. I would have also liked to have seen that he, rolled up into, a burrito of some sort into the back of that minivan. I don't think that's even possible and fit in the little tiny square rectangle that is the carpet that's missing. I think that was a humongous mistake, in my opinion. Granted, with no dragging marks. No dragging marks. I started a list last night of things. Now, hopefully, I can pull up said list if everything continues to be running swimmingly, as it is now 4 minutes, 39 seconds in. Also, for those of you who were not here for the first live stream, I had ChatGPT. Oops, not what I wanted. I had ChatGPT. I pulled in a few descriptions of Dingleberry prosecutor and asked it to write a poem. So here's what it came up with. In the courtroom shadow, Dingleberry conspires. A prosecutor devious. Justice he acquires. Which, I would have had it fix that. It's not always reliable. His arms flap with guile, weaving tales untrue. In the quest for conviction, innocence he'll undo. Mouthing words to witnesses, a sly charade. leading astray with deceitful crusade. A puppeteer, strings pulled with hands unseen. Dingleberry orchestrates a wicked legal sheen. I am back, Lynn, I think. Keep your fingers crossed. Say a prayer to Sky Daddy. Ferociously he drinks when the truth eludes, thirsty for triumph, where innocence intrudes. Not seeking justice, but a wrongful claim. Dingleberry's pursuit tainted by greed's flame. Thank you, ChatGPT. I still think you're the devil, but you did a halfway decent job. I wanted to see if I'd be up and running, and then I'll post. Soloman actually responded and said that's the best or a better one that AI has generated. Again, I would like to thank the Anderson family for allowing us a little giggle here and there whilst their brother rots in prison. It's horrible. And I did look at that picture of Soloman and Zachariah. As long as we're doing good, I will pull that up and put that somewhere next to our viewing screen. Also a prayer to the Sky Daddy that those two brothers will be reunited in freedom sometime soon. And Dingleberry will be sharing a cell with Mr. Washington. That's my wish. Check your encoder settings. Keyframe interval 1.49. Oh, I wonder where that is. I'll find it later. All right, so we're going to continue now with closing arguments. I was just thinking as I was like replugging everything back in, this is like reading a book for well, not really for the second time, but it's like someone spoiled a book for you and like you're kind of dreading getting to the end because you know how it's going to end. It's kind of how I feel. All right, let's begin. Let's do the orange one more time to set the mood. And if Bobby Baloney is in here, thank you so much for that idea of having tacos. I had a soft shell taco made with ground beef and pineapple salsa. It was delicious. It was small. I might have another one. All right, one more time. Oh, that is just so funny. So, all right, let us continue. Bobby and it was delicious. That pineapple salsa from Aldi's is so good. They didn't have it for quite a while.
And yesterday afternoon, I did send draft number 2 of the instructions and draft number 1 of the proposed verdict forms. Did everyone get a chance to look at those?
I received nothing.
Let's make sure that Rumble is on.
Oh, that's an honest statement. I did not receive anything from you.
Okay, good.
That's not good.
I just see now an email from 413, but honestly, I did.
Well, the instructions are as they were given. This is the written form. And the only significant...
Oh, Lynn, I'm actually glad you said that because I was going to pull that up. It was in my notes.
Draft number 1 is the addition of the ones that hadn't been in before, the removal of the references to defendant's testimony, 205, and the others you requested other than... It
says 25 times.
Prisoner as a witness. And those are the only changes on the instructions. The
transcript
verdicts are very, very common.
Yeah, I just reviewed the verdict forms. Look good to me.
Okay, the district attorney's giving me a thumbs up, so that's good. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
I think I
right.
might need to grab a.
In terms of
Oh, Poppy's over there sleeping. I went and got
steadfastness,
Poppy. I might need a snuggle buddy.
we're going to hear
to
the
watch
closing
this.
arguments of the attorneys, and because this is not evidence, no note-taking will be permitted for the duration of the trial.
Oh, who was it I heard? I think it was on like 2020 or something. I don't remember. It's all a blur. There was a juror, no, there's a new documentary on HBO Max about the Gwyneth Paltrow skiing trial from last March. And one of the jurors was interviewed, and she said they couldn't take notes, but they couldn't talk to their family or anything. So she would do like a voice recording at the end of the day into her phone, just of her thoughts. I thought that was interesting. I did see the verdict. I think I was doing Letitia Stauch, and another YouTuber had it on, and I just tuned in for that. But I hadn't watched it, so I wasn't really sure what had happened. But when I listened to the Wrongful podcast, yes, I cheated and I listened to it early. I couldn't take it. They had clips in episode 5B or part 5, part 2. They had clips of like various people commenting, LawTube people, I think is what they call them, commenting. And it sounds like a lot of people were extremely surprised, except for a few except for one person I can think of in particular that likes to come in here, which is fine. They did offer a prayer up for justice and that Zachariah Anderson get freed if he is indeed innocent. All right, continue.
We follow the
That
classical
thing
format,
must be
debate
a
format in the courts. The district attorney.
Oh, thank you, Judge, for all that mucus, said no one
Bears
ever.
the burden of proof.
Nicholas was furious, inconsolable. Really, we were all very upset. Bobby Baloney, I made a taco based on your recommendation. As soon as you said that earlier, I was like, ooh. So I made some hamburger with peach or pineapple salsa. But in the Wrongful podcast, the end of it, oh my God, Lynn, the end of it, I don't really know that Nicholas, the guy from Sweden with Mr. Jingles, the cat, very often, I don't watch him very often. Probably because A, I usually do all my own things, and B, if I'm not doing this, I'm doing politics over on Rumble. But what I do know of him is his voice in that episode 5, part 2 didn't sound like him. I mean, normally he's got kind of a jovial voice, and you could just tell. And then when Baker spoke at the very end, Broken Baker, then I went into the tears. The tears started. The seal was broken, if you will. And then after that, with all the people at the end, then the waterworks kept going. And then for some reason, after I listened to that and I'm crying, I went over I don't know, out of habit, and I opened up YouTube. And there he was on with, I don't remember who he was on with. And I'm like, oh my God, you just broke my heart. Gal. He's got a heart of gold. You can just tell it in his voice. Oh, that's why I said I'm not sure. Like when they do the verdict, I'm pretty sure. I'm almost positive I saw that because I'm like, ooh, I'd heard. I'm pretty sure this was going on the same time as Tisha. But the sentencing, the 2 hours of sentencing, I've never seen, and I'm probably going to cry. I do have tissues handy and a kitten who is sleeping. He's squarely raised a lot of money too. I think he's doing that monthly. Yeah, he did donate yesterday. I know yesterday earlier in the day, he was doing like shots of whiskey for every X amount of dollars raised. And we're only, what is it, 1,000? I haven't checked, but this morning it was $1,990 away. So I know Nicholas contributed $500 yesterday, so did Dave from MLS, but I'm not sure if that was like, for every $100 he would take like a shot of whiskey or something, or $100 for Zach and $20 for him. He would do a shot of whiskey. And so I'm not sure if that was like his money put in, because there was no contributions like before that, or if like it goes, I don't know. I don't want to bore everybody with financial questions. It's none of my business, really.
And because of the allocation of the burden,
Fundraisers.
we'll
Yeah.
be entitled
I
to give
donated
the
to
first
the
argument,
one
and then he
week
will
and a
be
half ago, that
given
5-hour
a
one.
second
I
rebuttal
still need a
argument,
water
which
heater.
will be confined to answering the defense in its presentation. So it'll be the state defense and then the state again.
Oh, I want to pull up that
And
picture.
then I'll
Wonder
give you
how bad
those
that'll
couple
get
of
screwed up here.
instructions, and the case will be turned over to you. Anybody
He's probably
have a
sitting there right
problem
now
having, some food
thinking,
brought in?
oh, well, we should be sitting
Okay,
pretty.
I'm going to do that then.
The jurors surely
surprise.
didn't have reasonable doubt,
So take care of that, please.
you know.
And with that, Mr. Graveley, you have the floor.
I'll have ulcers.
Thank
It's
you.
a good thing I'm not
Your
drinking.
Honor, counsels, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I just want to please start by expressing, without really having the words for it, the gratitude that I think we all feel for your service on this case. I mean, so many weeks, way beyond what you were expected to do. So just as
Again,
simply as I can, please let me
I'm going to try to keep my comments to myself. I'm going to try not to pause. But this dingleberry, again, is punctuating the fact that, oh, we've kept you longer than you needed. He alluded to that the other day. Oh, jurors, I promise you, we're almost done here. Really? Really? When does justice have a speed, sir? I hate this man. And if he mentions bleach, I'm going to start throwing something. I'm not sure what. Maybe balled up Kleenexes. I'm not sure. I wonder if my son still has that Nerf
just
gun
be part of
downstairs.
expressing my just profound gratitude for your time and your service and your consideration.
Let's express our profound
I
disgust
want to start
in
with
you,
just a couple of
Dingleberry.
housekeeping things about the charges, and then I'm going to get into the crux of the argument. A couple of the charges are stalking offenses, probably not something you think about all the time. Stalking involves two or more things happening, so a course of conduct where two or more things are done by the defendant. We're talking in our stalking allegations today about the April 24th peek-in, using his daughter as one of the peek-ins over at Sadie's place. The planting
Okay,
of
wasn't that
phone to track her on May 8th. Again, peeking in or listening in on May 13th.
they are? Okay, well, I'll keep going
at
then.
Rosalio Gutierrez's place. And then, of course, the homicide committed on May 17th. So we're asking the court, you guys, to consider all of those things as acts of stalking, as well as
Would
the
anybody mind
emails
if I put the
sent and
Dingleberry poem up
and the
over his head?
texts sent,
Or
the communications, the recordings of Sadie Beecham as well. So what needs to happen for a stalking is you need to have an impact that a reasonable person would have, and it's called, the part that we care about is serious emotional, suffering serious emotional distress, which means
can I sue
that you
him
have
for
to feel
serious
harassed or
emotional distress,
tormented.
having to
That a
listen to
reasonable
him
person has to feel
and watch
that.
him flap his
The
friggin'
stalking
wing?
statute also requires that the individual involved, the person who is suffering at the other end of that, also has to suffer serious
There, I feel
emotional
better.
distress. In other words, personally feel that they have been harassed or tormented. And you heard in the texts and some of the discussions, both Rosalio and Sadie wrestle with the consequences of this, right? Talking about it. Sadie has a text where she says, I hope this, doesn't mean that you will, want to end this relationship because of this harassment. At
No, he
points,
wanted to
Rosalio was
end
trying
his
to be comforting to
relationship with
her.
Sadie
At
because she
points,
was
he
low
is
on the
feeling
totem
aggressive,
pole.
right? I'd like to go break this guy's legs. What's his
Oh.
address? The kind of human emotions that people have in response
Oh,
to
man.
feeling like their personal liberty, their space, everything that they sort of care about in their privacy is being compromised by this other person. And so those are the emotions that both you heard expressed in the text messages from both Rosalio and Sadie, and the question of what a reasonable person would think about that. Another just small housekeeping along those lines is
Housekeeping.
hiding a
That was
corpse.
part of
We're
housekeeping.
suggesting to you that when Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered on the 17th at around 10 p.m., the placement of his body in the defendant's minivan
How do you
is
know
the
that? It
beginning
wasn't
of a
established.
long stage of hiding a
How does he know that? That hasn't been established. Can they object? Hi, Toodly Pip. Pip, pip, cheerio. Dingleberry is just winding up here. I'm just trying to find his place. I don't know how well you're going to be able to read this. This is just the auto-generated transcript underneath it, but it helps sometimes. I wonder if I can do like a on-the-fly fact check. I mean, it's not going to matter, so I suppose. Ooh, that's too big. Type this way.
corpse. And so that is where that hiding a corpse begins in terms of our allegations to present to you today. So I want to first cover this idea that there are two separate but combined sets of facts that allow you to know that there is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Rosalio Gutierrez was murdered on May 17th, 2020 at around 10 p.m., just around 10 p.m. at his own apartment. And I say that because there are two things that happen.
So I don't mean this
One,
is a
there
political
bloody
statement,
scene.
so please no hate. But it seems to me like one of our congressmen came up with a script a few years back and just took liberty with it. It's almost like this guy doesn't understand that half of the stuff he's saying is totally garbage. You know what I mean? If he says bleach, I'm gonna go bananas. Here, there, Dingleberry.
Scene that is has pools of blood that I'm going to talk about a little more in a second. But also there are the circumstances of Rosalio Gutierrez's absence from the life of everyone he cared about and who cares about him.
Yeah, and they took 2 days to actually...
Rosalio's phone shows he gets home at about 9:08 p.m. He's just dropped his kids off back at their mom's. He's expecting Neridia Macias. Her last text to him is at 9:37 p.m., and that text is never answered. She stays at the apartment building. Remember, she's at the wrong building. She doesn't see what is happening. But she stays for about a little more than a half hour, and she's texting and calling, essentially expressing to him, I'm here.
Yet she waits
what's
2 whole
going
days
on?
to investigate.
And none of those are answered.
Or call.
None of those are viewed. So at this point, from 9:37 on, Rosalio Gutierrez is no longer answering anyone who is concerned about him or interested in him or who care about him and his life. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1,039 days later. And what I just described to you is still the circumstance today. Rosalio loved his kids. He loved his mom, who he was in communication with
I gotta find where
as
we
a
are.
guy almost 40 or around 40 every day. Every day he was in communication with his mom. And that suddenly ended at just around 10 p.m. on May 17th.
You have nothing.
He planned and proudly was ready to coach his promising son in baseball.
Really? Okay, I'd like to
And
know.
he never got a chance
I'd like to know where the baseball equipment is that he purchased. Dingleberry.
to do that. He had a summer camp scheduled for him and his children called.
Well, when you're unalived
and it's
unexpectedly,
a summer camp
I mean,
that's
that's
common for folks
you don't plan for
in
that.
Kenosha. And that summer camp was already planned. It's in his calendar, and that never occurred on the 19th of May. He no longer attended any of the holidays or events or visits. He no longer had any experiences with his children. He was a father whose daughter had a little love note to dad on the pillow when she left. He was a father whose son shared his love of baseball and emulated him in every way he could in that
humble.
love. And all of that has been gone for every day since May 17th, 2020. So combined with that bloody scene, you as a jury know he was murdered. You know that because those two things together show you that he is gone. So you know that there is a quantity of blood and a magnitude of blood in this case, which certainly tells that story. There is blood pooled on the floor by the couch. There's blood pooled on the couch itself. There's blood sprayed on wall after wall and on the ceiling in multiple areas and on almost every surface of his main room and the hallway by his door. There is a quantity and magnitude of blood which is absolutely consistent with Rosalio Gutierrez being murdered there at his own apartment. And every bit of that blood that's been tested in those different areas all come back to the DNA of Mr. Gutierrez himself. So that quantity of blood and his absence from any contact, any social media, any financial records, any of the people who care about him, any phones, any in-person contact, all of that is gone over those 1,039 days. And so we know and can say as a legal conclusion that a reasonable jury will find that he is murdered. The blood and his absence both tell us that story. So what else do we know about this crime based on the evidence that's been presented in this case? And I want to suggest to you first that the next obvious and real conclusion is that this is a highly planned, thought out, and executed crime of murder.
Really, show me where the pre-planning is. Show me where he has it planned.
There is in this case who has shown
you know what I know is planned?
Right? Who has shown day after day in the conduct that we have outlined patterns of that sort of planning, that sort of obsessive conduct, that sort of refusal to follow any of the limits and rules that most of us would govern ourselves and who we are willing to use to accomplish our goals in our lives. So when I say who, I mean, of course, the defendant, right? Because here's what we know about him in terms of other things happening in the very few weeks that we have a glimpse of his overwhelming, out of control, no limits jealousy towards any new love life for his ex, Sadie Beecham. What are those pieces of evidence I'm suggesting are signs of an obsessed planner that are the signature of this crime of murder? Well, one is Olivia, and this is uncontroverted evidence, right? This is unchallenged evidence
Objection.
In this case in the record. Olivia, the daughter tells you that her father had conceived a plan with her. And it is a truly sinister plan of having there be a day when Sadie had brought the boys and the daughter over to visit their dad. And then when they figured out that Sadie was gone to visit her new love life, then those children would be returned. And when those children would be returned, the daughter would make a call to her father saying fraudulently, falsely, well, I don't know where mom is. We are abandoned. And then he would falsely save the day. He would report this. She would be a child neglect mom because of the false information and the horrible use of an 11-year-old girl to accomplish his sinister aims. Who comes up with a plan like that? Who offers that?
Uh-oh. I disconnected him. That's a problem with these split windows. Or I'm just dumb. I'll find it again. Please hold. No!
So just about that they saw you wearing about 4. And often if you stab someone in their vital organs, what the dumpster is, or what the location of his overwhelming, out of control, no limits jealousy towards any new love life for his ex, Sadie Beecham. What are those pieces of evidence I'm suggesting? Financial records, any of the people who care about him, any phones, any in-person contact. He was a father whose son shared his love of baseball and emulated him in every way he could in that love. And all of that has been gone for every day since May 17th, 2020. So combined with that bloody scene, you as a jury know he was murdered. You know that because those two things together show you that he is gone. So you know that there is a quantity of blood and a magnitude of blood in this case, which certainly tells that story, that his love of baseball and emulated him in every. He no longer attended any of the, and he never got a chance to do that. He had a summer camp scheduled for him and his children.
Here. Okay,
called,
well, let's just let Dingleberry go. I won't mess anymore, I promise.
Folks in Kenosha. And that summer camp was already planned. It's in his calendar, and that never occurred. On the which emulated him in every way he could in that love. And all of that was murdered. You know that, because those two things together certainly tells that story. There is blood pooled on the floor by the couch. There's blood pooled on. There is a quantity and magnitude of blood which is absolute DNA of Mr. Gutierrez himself. So that quantity of blood over those 1,039 days. And so we know and can say as a legal conclusion that a reasonable jury will find that he is murdered. The blood and his absence both tell us that story. So what else do we know about this crime based on the evidence that's been presented in this case? And I want to suggest to you first that the next obvious and real conclusion is that this is a highly planned, thought out, and executed crime of murder. And so in the very few weeks that we have a glimpse of his overwhelming, out of control, no limits jealousy towards any new love life for his ex, Sadie Beecham. What are those pieces of evidence I'm suggesting are signs of an obsessed planner that are the signature of this crime?
Okay, we're almost where
well, one
we were.
is
I'm sorry.
Olivia, and this is uncontroverted evidence, right? This is unchallenged evidence in this case in the record. The daughter tells you that her father had conceived a plan with her. And it is a truly sinister plan of having there be a day when Sadie had brought the boys and the daughter over to visit their dad. And then when they figured out that Sadie was
highly
gone
planned. Show me where it's
to
highly
visit
planned.
her new love life, then those children would be returned. And when those children would be returned, the daughter would make a call to her father saying fraudulently, falsely, well, I don't know where mom is. We are abandoned. And then he would falsely save the day. He would report this. She would be a child neglect mom because of the false information and the horrible use of an 11-year-old girl to accomplish his sinister aims.
I'm sorry you have to listen to Dingleberry.
Who comes up with a plan like that? Who offers that as something that an 11-year-old should do for them? What sort of mind is capable of putting that plan and that use of an 11-year-old out into the atmosphere as something real. And I'd suggest to you it's the same person who could commit and did commit this homicide. So what other evidence do I have that, this is a obsessive
Nothing.
planner, knows no limits? Well, what about the daughter telling you that when she was urged to peek in that window at her mother, when her mother, a consenting adult, did not have the children over, I'm talking about April 24th, when Rosalio is over at Sadie's home, it's the evening, neither of them have their kids with them, they're consenting adults, and they're in the living room. And when the daughter peeks up over
I
that
can't see
into
it.
the
It's way
window
up
to
on
look
that
in at
other
her mother,
screen.
which the father has urged her to do, the defendant tells her, think about this as a small snapshot in this case. He tells her, hey, keep your shirt up so that you don't steam up the glass, so that you can't be detected from inside.
Keep spinning your yarn, friggin'
Who would
liar
even have ever
pants.
thought of that? What sort of an obsessive planner has that in their brain to share to an 11-year-old? Who is there who is already thinking about cover-ups and avoiding detection in that kind of profound way? It's a snapshot, right? It's just a little moment. And, of course, it is the kind of thing I suggest to you an 11, 12-year-old would never have the capability of giving that kind of detail in a lie or frame up or some kind of false story.
Isn't that what
she was put up to.
what Nicole
Think
read
about all
on the
computer
record
files that this defendant has.
from Anschutz, that guy? Didn't she read on the record before we left? Before, I reset? Here, I'll go over here. That her testimony about the nug was bunk?
That are about
How is this
Rosalio
guy not in
Gutierrez.
prison?
And the high amount of planning that is. All those snapshots that he stored on his computer, all the lookups he had done of this individual, and didn't just peek at him, stored
Can't they
them.
object to these blatant
Had a
lies?
file for them. Had a file where he included the picture of the tracker. What about buying trackers?
Oh, the
At
tracker
a
that
point
doesn't
where
match?
You feel like you're losing control of Sadie Beecham, and even though you have another girlfriend that you are wanting her to have no one in her life. The buying of the tracker itself is a sign of a planner who's willing to put a lot of obsessive effort into this. And then what about May 13th? You get your directions on your phone. Your phone puts you on May 13th right where Rosalio Gutierrez lives. And then you text Sadie the same sentence that has just come out of Rosalio's mouth. So you're overhearing from right on that patio what's being said inside. Okay? Doesn't that yell out to you as a jury that that's a dry run? That that's a reconnaissance mission to figure out what the terrain is, so that the next time you come down, just 4 days later, you don't have to have your phone, right? You already know now how to get there. You've got the directions from your prior visit. You know how close your van will have to be when you kill this man to be able to remove his body from that location. You already have had a chance to think about and put together a plan that is informed. This is the planner that is necessary to carry out the plan of what you have heard about the evidence that happened on May 17th. And you know that this is a highly planned incident.
How is it highly planned? Show me where it's highly planned. Show me on either one of his cell phones, Dingleberry.
Well, he's also off the grid.
Where this was planned.
He's not answering or texting.
He's just
or
lying.
web searching. There's none of the usual activity happening on his phone. But he leaves it.
Drink some more water.
And what that tells you, folks,
maybe the truth will
knowing
come
this
out. I
obsessive
highly doubt
planner,
it.
in terms of the other glimpses we get at him, is that this is done for a purpose. Because he must be able to cloak where he goes, to hide where he goes.
Show us that he
because of
did
what
that.
He will do next. And so if
Dingleberry
that is the
liar.
plan, of course he brings gloves. Okay? Of course he brings the weapons
Where'd the gloves,
he needs
the gloves
to
go?
be
Where'd
able
the gloves
to
go?
accomplish this murder. Of course he brings the tools.
Didn't he buy the
that
gloves
will
the day
need
after
to
you
dispose of
supposedly
this
say
body,
he
right? The
unalived
bags,
him?
any other tools he
Dingleberry,
needs
answer the
to finish
question.
that. Of course, this obsessive planner, this person, will have already thought about what the location is that he will place this body. What the dumpster is, or what the location
He doesn't
is,
even
will be
know.
something that has no connection to him.
This guy here reminds me so much of a certain person that just makes up a fake story and repeats it over and over again like it's true. I'm telling you, that honeypot Project Veritas idea isn't so stupid, in my opinion. Not specifically with Dingleberry, but I don't know. Somebody's seen something. Somebody knows something. Maybe I shouldn't say that.
That does not require him to in any way deviate from any kind of timetable or plan. All of those things will have been thought over. Is it an accident that he picks a day of a heavy rainstorm when people aren't going to be out and about, or certainly aren't going to remain out and about? I would suggest it is not an accident.
Okay, wouldn't the rain exacerbate the spread of the
So what happens?
The blood?
Well, the first thing we know
Dingleberry?
is that in that hallway of Rosalio's apartment, the blood tells a story.
Oh, it
And I'm going to
does.
suggest to you
Nobody read the story for two
you
freaking days.
is it
Idiot.
tells a story of a
No
blitz
storm.
attack in that hallway.
I gotta write that down.
Someone hiding, ringing a doorbell, probably having no idea that Rosalio is expecting company, right? And so is a person who's going to be prone to open the door.
Okay, another thing he does that gets on my nerves is when someone makes a statement and at the very end they go, right? Like you're supposed to agree with them. It was drizzling. No storm. Effin' Dingleberry. How can you just sit there and listen to these lies? I mean, they're flat out lies.
But it is going to be somebody who Rosalio doesn't know. Because you're not going to blitz that person in the hallway and cause all that blood.
Really?
If you
The
know
hallway
him,
with the
you're gonna be
staircase
inside.
that a
You're gonna
6-foot
figure out a way inside
tall
to
man
get
was supposed to
yourself into
hide
a more
underneath the
private location.
staircase? Really?
So it's going to be
Open
someone
staircase,
who
Dingleberry?
who will not be welcome and who you don't know. Rosalio doesn't know. And so you know from the evidence in this case that there are at least 2 blows.
Okay. I am not an attorney. However, are they allowed to just continue with a fake story? Aren't closing arguments supposed to be about what actually happened and what they proved in their trial that they just put on?
Blunt force trauma blows. A hard object hitting Rosalio Gutierrez.
Okay. I don't remember that part either because either I wasn't paying attention or I had said, don't you think a blood spatter analyst, one that actually took the class before he, investigated the scene? I had said, can't somebody say, like, this particular pattern here is like aspirated, or this particular pattern here is indicative of, a sharp object hitting a major artery. Or this particular pattern here is, I don't know, a baseball bat maybe that got broken that was wooden, and that's why there's the little wooden chunks on the floor, but nobody seems to find any of the baseball equipment that he bought that day. Perhaps. Or a nug wound, like, the wall. I don't remember them seeing at least 2 blunt force what have yous. Then one would have had to been in the hallway. Really, I don't believe that either. Because you got the shit on the door, not the shit, the blood on the door, and the door jamb. The door's bent, so clearly there was some kind of kerfuffle either out in the hallway going in or somebody trying to escape and then, went back and the door's crooked. And then you've got the dining room that's got blood spatter all over the place, all over the Easter candy and the Easter grass and all the art. There's a indent in the floor that shows that either the table or the chair got moved. That would have been kind of nice to know if the table or chair had gotten moved. Are all the chairs accounted for? Was one of the chairs used to hit him over the head? Is that what the wood splinter thing is? Was the table even made out of wood? I don't know. And then you've got that living room area on that L-shaped couch with some sort of, incident happening there. That right there.
In a
It's
way
more
that
than
makes
2.
him bleed. And not only makes him bleed, but makes his blood fly into the air to hit doors. And you know that when that blood flies, that door in the hallway is open. So Rosalio has not yet managed to go back in or to close that door when he is first attacked.
Oh, yeah, I'm
And so
going to
that
get
is the
hit and then I'm
blitz
going to close the
attack
door.
that evidence leads you to. Remember that Officer Van Wee told you that he knows that door was still open at some of the points that the blunt force trauma blows are happening, because there's blood on the interior
Yeah, we
of the
just said
of
that.
the entry part of the door, and that when that door is closed, that either in the hallway or inside.
Is he going to tell me if he was going in when he got hit or if he was trying to escape?
So you
and
know
got
there's a
hit?
blitz attack, and you know there's a couple of blows that happen out there, and then you know whoever is the attacker, the defendant in this case, the planner, needs to get himself in that apartment.
That's
And why
the
is
word,
that?
the
Well,
planner.
he needs to get himself in there because two neighbors.
I wonder how many times he's going to say planner. That's what he's done. Burner phone, blood, bleach. Now planner.
At least may start to hear a ruckus, right? A neighbor, when she is talked to in some detail, when it's not just a cursory sort of canvas, but when she's talked to in some detail, says after 9 or around 9, I hear a scream in the hallway of
Maybe
pain
it was
and
the little
surprise
kids.
at a time period right around May 17th.
Was it a high-pitched
Marissa
scream like
Swanigan,
little
who
kids
testified,
playing?
told you between 10 and 11 on May 17th, I heard a loud banging for about 5 minutes against my living room wall. Something big was forced up against the wall. Now the defendant knows that he's got to hurry, okay? The blunt force trauma attack to get Rosalio Gutierrez in a position where he can be killed, that blunt force attack has to be finished as quickly and efficiently as possible because the defendant has no idea whether someone will come any moment soon. All of his preparation needs to be hurried. And so
all of
there
his
are
preparation,
continuing
yes.
blows. There's another
I'm sure
blow
the
now
trip
on
to the
inside
the
at
accountant
door
was after.
that is a blunt force trauma. Again, blood flies onto the wall, onto part of the ceiling. Over by the dining room table, so a few steps further into the apartment. Over on the wall over there, there's
What does this
a
interact button
table
do?
over there, and that also has a blow that is suffered right by it. And then there are additional blows at that table right at the entryway, and then another blow at the couch. These are all blunt force trauma blows. And Officer Van Wee said conservatively there have to be at a minimum 6 of those based on their locations and the differing blood that has splashed and spattered onto the blinds and all those surfaces and the ceiling and the wall. 6 blows of attack. But blunt force trauma is not an efficient way to end someone's life, right? You can immobilize someone. Maybe they'll die eventually. It is not an efficient way to quickly end someone's life.
How would you know that?
So I'd suggest to you that the rest of the evidence in this case is certainly consistent with someone then changing weapons. And one of the things we know is that at least the handle of the object that was the blunt force trauma instrument, right? Whether it's a bat or an axe with a wooden handle, whatever, some kind of hammer with a wooden handle, whatever that first blunt force trauma
is that
object
new?
is. We know that there's such magnitude of blows, such force, whatever, that wood shatters. You know that the blows being administered to Rosalio Gutierrez.
Who here has seen the the Hulu documentary? No, it's not a documentary. A drama series about Candy Montgomery, and the attack. She unalived her best friend with like over 60 blows with an axe. Yeah, blood splattering. Blood is viscous, meaning it's slippery. And not a drop. Not seen. Oh, it's really good. Twoodly Pip. It's on Hulu. Candy Montgomery is played by Jessica Biel. She should have won an Oscar. Maybe she did. I don't know. And then her husband, Justin Timberlake, also makes an appearance in, I think, like episode 4. It's excellent. It's really good. Chain of Custody watched it. Yeah, it came out like a year and a half ago. Candy Montgomery. And if you haven't looked it up, you should see what happened with that trial. Was there a body? Yeah, there was. Yep, there was. Candy actually cut her foot with the axe. It was very good. I mean, it wasn't good. It's a crazy story, yes.
Eventually shatter that wood because there's a shard of that wood that you see that has hair of Rosalio Gutierrez on it and the blood of Rosalio Gutierrez on it.
Okay, hair. Didn't it kind of look like maybe the hair was cut? I don't know. During the Rona, didn't we all have to cut and color our hair by ourselves? Sure looked to me like it was just, like just a trim. Can get Hulu. Is it a subscription? Yep. I can add it to the stream on Rumble and YouTube list or Kick list if you want. I did that yesterday. Oh, it's really good. I'll see if I can go on one of your web browser pages and see if you can find the Candy Hulu trailer. It's really good. Jessica Biel did a remarkable job. And I think Peacock had, like a year and a half ago, There's Something About Pam. And Renee Zellweger played Pam Hupp. Nailed it also. Very good. You cut your son's hair only once? I used to cut my son's hair because, I don't know, he has a colic, and every time he would go into like the haircut place, they'd always cut it, and it would, by the time, they wet it, cut it, and then it would like poke up and it would be all messed up. So I got the hot towels out and gave him the same treatment here. Yeah. There's Something About Pam. That was also very good.
Literally something that certainly seems like impacted his head, right? And there are other shards of wood found at other locations.
Yeah, where
right?
those
On the couch,
baseball...
there's a
Did
couple
you
of shards
did you
of wood.
test the wood? I asked that yesterday. Did they test the wood? Is it wood from like a broken baseball bat that they couldn't find any baseball bats? Oh yeah, and actually Half Irish, they did have the Dateline. They had a Dateline special report on Pam Hupp making that. And actually in the drama series, There's Something About Pam, which I actually looked for the other day because I was going to recommend it to Stray. I can't find it. It's not there. But in the drama series, Keith Morrison talks over it like he's doing a Dateline in the actual like drama. It's fantastic.
So we know that particular weapon got busted. And so some new weapon likely was employed. And I'd suggest to you a knife or a sharp object makes perfect sense.
I'd
There's
suggest to
arterial
you.
spray, which is something that happens if you puncture an artery, which a sharp object will efficiently do for you.
I can't keep up with his lies. He has to go back to normal. I'm sorry. Where is... Nancy RN is back. Hello. Okay, I can't stay away. I noticed Mike Campbell is in the gallery. He was at sentencing too, probably making sure he doesn't have to leave town. Where is he? Is he this dingleberry here? Or something from his tool bag. Lawkong Express is back. Welcome back, sir. Did you know Keith Morrison's stepson was Matthew Perry from Friends? I can't keep... I had Dingleberry at 1.25 times speed. He's lying so much. He's surely going to combust here soon. Now I had to put him on 1 time speed.
A spray, not the same blunt force trauma splashes.
Here's
and
me
spatters
calculating.
and
Maybe I should
stains,
go run to the
but a
liquor
different
store
one.
quick. It's just around the
And
corner.
often if you stab
Just kidding. I'm
someone
not gonna.
in their vital organs, because it's close to them, and if they're down and not fighting anymore, all you will have is blood flow and the drips and draining of their life
And he's in a
out of their
hurry.
body.
And he's in a hurry.
And so there would
and
be
it's
no
raining.
other and distinct evidence.
And somehow
of
he
this
gets that
murder
viscous,
when you turn to the
blood-soaked
knife.
body
And
out
when you finish
without
Rosalio Gutierrez,
nary
because he no longer in any way,
a
shape, or
speck of
form
evidence
is
outside of
able
the
to
apartment.
fend off any blows.
Oh, I
You
see.
have to hurry. People have already heard a little bit of a ruckus. You have to hurry. You have to finish him.
Okay, well that
And
kind
so
of...
you finish him and maybe get a little arterial spray, some blood drips.
Oh, just a little.
Your plan,
Where did it
the
go,
defendant's plan
sir?
was to make it look
Genius.
like he disappeared. And so he was going to stage this in a way that made it look like maybe this is a disappearance. And eventually,
Oh, so he's
people
in a
would
hurry
figure
for
that
time
out,
now,
but
and
that
he's
would
going
buy
to
some
stage
time.
it.
right? It's a Sunday
Mm.
night. This guy might be working in the morning. People might be coming over to his house
Oh.
first thing in the morning.
Doesn't
How
he
am I
have quite a
buying
long
time
drive there
would
too,
be your
Dingleberry?
first
Did you factor
And so
that
you
in?
are trying to create a plan. The defendant, the planner, is saying, I am going to try to stage this.
Mm.
But there's just so much blood, folks.
There's just so much.
And he's got to hurry.
And I'm wearing flip-flops and a
So he
white shirt.
grabs
God
up the
damn
wood
it.
pieces he can grab, but he misses one or two, right? He straightens up a couple of pieces of furniture that either fell
Right.
over or got,
And there's fingerprints
repositioned as Rosalio Gutierrez is staggering, or maybe even, trying somehow to fend some blows off.
Is this guy for real? Is this a joke?
You had an idea already.
Vielhammer,
and so
he
you
must have
followed through on taking his
modified
credit
this
cards
some
and his
way. There's
phone.
no way this
You don't
was
wanna
the
leave with
argument.
those. You are afraid that those leaving might give some clue to where you've gone next, right? But if you hide them in the freezer, the battery will die quick, and there's
Did
a
you know
high
that you did
likelihood that
testing?
at least for a period of time, if somebody doesn't have their phone present, if somebody doesn't have their credit cards present, maybe they just left, right? So your half attempt to stage a disappearance, the defendant still
And yet he
chose
made
to
no
follow
mistakes
through
at
on.
all. None.
Of course, the problem is there's just so much blood. And
Sorry, just
this
not that quick.
staged disappearance will not allow you to
Permanently.
leave that area rug, which is so saturated with blood,
Right, I'm sure it must have left
so
something in that
saturated with
van.
blood, that some of that blood, before it was moved, has already spilled off into a larger pool that remains on the
didn't drip
side
at
of where that rug
all.
was.
All the way out to the
But what do
parking lot.
You take his glasses, because if a guy disappears, of course he takes his glasses.
Of course.
You take his boots, right? A pair of his shoes. You take some
A pair of
footwear.
his shoes. How
Because
about
of
all
course,
of his shoes?
if somebody disappears, they took that.
Mm.
So you take some basics to make sure you've staged it.
Because you've got so much time
But
and
you
you've got
gotta
that
take
long
the rug.
drive.
And you brought supplies to be ready for this, right? You have made sure that you're going to minimize the problems you'll have in your van and all that, but you didn't bargain for that much blood on the rug.
Oh my goodness! I bet the whole
And so
inside of the
you've
van was
figured
just
out
like
how
Dexter.
You're going to transport him over.
Like a
I don't
kill
know if you're
room
using
inside the
tool,
van.
or if you're just lifting him yourself. Whatever way you are moving a body that you've planned for, the body of Rosalio Gutierrez,
The body that was
wrapped in a rug,
bigger than your own.
utilizing the duct tape and the rope that you
yeah.
brought, that your own daughter said was down in your basement when she left on this very
realized it's
same
not very
weekend.
loud.
Using those supplies, you are leaving. But when you take this unwieldy dead man, when you take him and you place him in the very back of your van, Rosalio Gutierrez and his DNA splash up. When you take him and you set him down, there's the tiniest of splashes.
Oh my goodness!
It's on the
I thought you just told me that the rug was
halfway
so
up that console,
much
there's the tiniest speck of a splash.
Tiniest
that
speck
falls
of a
off
splash.
As you set Rosalio Gutierrez's body down.
in that
It's almost
blood-soaked rug.
imperceptible. But it's there, and it's in exactly the same location.
This F-face. Really? The guy was what? What did we figure out? 72 inches at the shortest? The back of the van, widthwise, 58 inches? So he wasn't straight. He must have been curled up. Well, if he was curled up, he'd sure would have been a lot farther back than the middle of the frickin' ass wheel well in the back. He just got done telling us what a messy, horrible scene it was, which I'm sure it was. And yet one little speck of blood goes. Does anybody buy this? Apparently 12 people did. How in the world?
As the cutout carpet.
I mean, did they put
body
stupid pillows in
was
the jurors,
stolen.
like, water?
And in the end, it reveals much of what
Maybe
a
that's his
jury
tactic.
needs to know.
The judge did mention something about sabotage.
So,
Oh, it is cutting in and out? Oh, no.
while Rosalio Gutierrez is still wet with blood, while that carpet is still wet with blood, before it dries, when it would still be wet enough to splash because it's been seconds or a very few minutes since Rosalio Gutierrez shed that blood, that's when that speck of blood tumbles to that location in your van. And because you planned it, you do exactly what we would expect you to do, right? You wore footwear, maybe the steel-toed boots that you borrowed from your grandpa working at the tree farm just a day before. Maybe you wore those. You took them off. You put on some other footwear. You, of course, have now taken off your gloves. You've taken off that outer garment, the same that same plaid sort of very light sort of outer garment that both your daughter and Sadie say was the last thing they saw you wearing in the late afternoon on the very same day that Rosalio goes missing. So just about that they saw you wearing about 4 hours before, 4.5 hours before Rosalio's death. You take those items off, and of course you package them up. This is your plan. You're not going to operate your vehicles with those things still on you. You've planned this, just like you left your phone at home. And so
Both
an
phones.
investigation that is hoping that you were not a planner, an investigation that was expecting that you were not prepared for those type of basic things, is never going to detect you in that situation. Right? Only
good.
things that are going to
Okay.
detect you are the things you could not have planned for, things you could not have intended. Now, you get home right away, okay? And I'm going to talk about the timing in a few minutes here and how absolutely impossible it would be for the timing to fit together this well and you'd be an innocent man. But you're home by 11:19 p.m. You've been radio silent. You've been off the grid for more than, for about almost 4 hours. Now you're on the phone. You're constantly on the phone from 11:19 to about.
Lawkong Express. Why didn't he have an alibi if he was a planner? Huh. You'd think on either one of his two phones or his laptop, especially in that file marked Rosalio, there'd be some indication that either it was planned or information was deleted and later recovered by some FBI specialist. This is disgusting. And also the fact that Dingleberry knows full well he can spend all the money he wants putting on this garbage. Meanwhile, Zachariah has to sit in friggin' prison and raise more money to fight this in an appeal. In the YouTube legal community, is there any kind of retired judge that could weigh in on this bullshit? I mean, I know there's a lot of lawyers. And then also factor in the long-ass drive. He was never caught on any of the traffic cameras. The long-ass drive back. That in itself is reasonable doubt right there, this timeline that Dingleberry has laid out. This is a joke. A very bad one.
About 1 a.m. And so you are establishing your credibility and your bona fide that I've been here.
Lawyers here
Okay?
locally,
Just
but
like,
I don't know if
just
I know
like
any
your plan was. You got back
retired
home
judges.
almost immediately so that you could be sure that if anybody ever looked at you, that you were accounted for in a way that was helpful to you. But then after 1 o'clock, you're again off the grid for about 3 hours. Okay, now it's the middle of the night, so a lot of people are doing nothing during that period of time, right? But from 1 to 4, you're off the grid, and that gives you plenty of time to dispose of Rosalio Gutierrez's body in the planned location and to do some of the cleanup. Now, maybe you're in a dark location. Maybe you can't do all the cleanup you wanted. Maybe you find that when you start to do the cleanup, that some of the blood has actually saturated through whatever you thought was going to contain it, and it's actually seeped into part of the carpeting and matting in the back of your van. Okay? So maybe you are finding that plan A is not going to be exactly workable. And so maybe you didn't have the tools for that bit of your preparation now not working perfectly. And so by 4 a.m., you are again trying to figure out where you can get cleaning materials early. And so you end up at Walmart and you buy more rubber gloves and more garbage bags and cleaning supplies. And you go to a location for 3 hours where it's people with family connections to you. It's a location you know no one else is going to be at. And you can finish your cleanup, again bagging all the items, again being meticulous about making sure that you don't leave any evidence. And, of course, at your own house, over the next couple of days, you must run that fire pit and start to destroy some of the rest of the evidence. Because even when you do the cleanup, right?
And you
even
could
when you do the
clearly
cleanup,
see that his foot
you are
puddles,
concerned
the brake
that
and the
maybe
accelerator
the
pedal
personal
and
clothing
the
that
carpet
you are
underneath
wearing
that, you can clearly see that was cleaned
will
up
somehow
too.
be able to be tied to you, right? If somebody finds some of this stuff in a dumpster or buried somewhere or somewhere controlled, you can't leave your clothes, which is certainly going to have your DNA on it, right? Your pants, your socks, the boots you were wearing. You've got to get rid of those in a way that is
What
DNA
color is the
proof.
sky in this guy's?
And you know how
world?
you do that? You do that with fire.
Oh, yeah.
You burn those things
And bleach.
so that no
Make
DNA
sure to throw some
will
bleach
ever
in there
exist.
too.
Okay, so that's why the burning pit is going on in the rainstorm for a couple of days.
The one that nobody smelled?
Because you're burning steel-toed boots. And we find at the very top of that burn pile, steel
what do you want to bet
toes
he's going
and
to say
shoelaces,
something about it
right?
being illegal to
You
burn
burn your
boots and
underwear.
clothes.
And
Burn
we
your
find
underwear.
a fragment of your underwear. You burn your jeans.
Hi, Pixie 78.
And we find some buttons. And in fact, you might even burn 2 pairs of jeans, right? Because you might have changed jeans once from the time you committed the offense and then when you did the cleaning of the van in that second situation. So
yeah,
you might
40
even
plus buttons.
you might even need to burn multiple pairs of
those
jeans.
must have been button fly. I
and you
thought those
burn
went out
socks,
of style.
right? The ones you wore when you wore those boots. And so at the very top of your fire pit, there's bleach, and there's those kind of clothes consistent with that set of garments that you could have. Okay? Those things are found in the fire pit. I want to talk about some of the major witnesses in this case for just a second, because I think that they're
brown smears, if you catch my drift.
I want to have you hear me talk about sort of how I think they responded on the stand and where they sit in terms of your ability to adopt what they have said.
Drink some more water, Dingleberry.
So I want to speak first about Sadie Beecham, okay? Who was, I think, in every way you heard her, right, on the stand. Confronted on cross-examination, in her texts, on the phone when you heard recordings of her.
Am I going to get thrown off of YouTube if I find a Nerf gun and start?
Part at wit's end.
Start aiming
she
at
is
his
frustrated.
Face, probably, huh?
There are times she is trying to appease and make nice with the defendant. There are times she's trying to just manage a conversation, just trying to say anything she can to end the endless string of texts or end the hours-long phone calls. And in the meantime, there are family issues, right? There are a couple things happening in their lives which do not allow her to cut off all contact with the defendant.
That's probably
do
why
not
she went to
allow
the
her
birthday party a couple days ahead of time.
Have some rule that says, you know, when I tell you you're not welcome in my house, that means you can never, ever be over here because I need help sometimes.
Nope, I can't use a Nerf
daughter.
gun. Okay, well, that's fine.
And so
I'm not sure he
she
really
is
has it.
a woman just trying to have something of her own.
I do have a slingshot
She's trying to
down there,
have
a Nerf
some
slingshot.
relationship in her life that is not about the defendant. And he deals with that with such obsession,
one strike, two strikes,
with such hostility, with such fury, that she tries every strategy that anyone has ever come up with to try to deal with that. And that's exactly how you folks on the jury would expect someone who is being stalked and who is being dealt with in that way day after day to behave. Sometimes she wants to curse at him. Sometimes she wants to try to say nice things to see if that'll work. Sometimes she wants him out of her house. Sometimes she needs him to help on
Sounds to
something.
me like she needs some
This
bipolar
is
medication.
real,
or
but
a
it
therapist,
doesn't
or
mean
both.
that it's
or a
not
straitjacket.
overwhelming, oppressive, and something that she is truly scared of.
Mm.
I want to talk about the daughter in this case, who now is 14 years old, right? So you heard a 14-year-old who was, I think I'm going to call her sassy,
Why don't you
who
call her
was
OA like we've been
courageous,
calling him the whole time? Oh my God,
who
Lynn.
was
Lynn, Jim, I don't know. I'm probably the oldest person in this whole entire group. But there used to be a Saturday Night Live skit where it was in, okay, I'm sorry, Sadie. I shouldn't have said that. Many apologies. My anger is getting the best of me. Where was I? Oh, Barfly. Now, there was an SNL skit long time ago, I think when, what's-his-face was still alive. Who's the guy that was unalived by his wife before she committed unaliving? He was on radio news radio, that show, that guy. Anyway, I think he was the judge, and a couple of the ladies come up, to the defense table, and they say, or the judge asks, "What is your occupation?" And she says, "I am a barfly." I'll have to find that link. It was very funny. She texted this man for hours and had conversations for hours. Hartman, yep. Phil Hartman. I am a barfly.
absolutely adamant. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, absolutely
I
adamant
said that this summer for
about the things she told you.
subcommittee
About
hearing,
things like
and I
that
found
the
the clip. I
back
can
of
find
that
it
van
again.
was not cut out when I last saw the back of that van on the weekend of the 16th and 17th of May. Like that my father made me his spy, that he stole things from the car. All of those things she said. She was adamant about those things. When challenged by the defense, she gave extra details that she remembered, and she, in tone and in bravery, made it absolutely clear to you as a jury that she is her own person and that she knows what she is talking about. Now, is she perfect? Did she say exactly the same thing in exactly the same order as she did back in 2020? That would be impossible to do.
Leila Marie over on Rumble. Hello.
As a 12-year-old and now 14, of course, some time has passed, right? But as to everything that truly matters, you will see a couple of things that were inconsistent, and they will not be things that for you truly matter. Was she coached? Was any of what she did something where an adult has ordered her or dominated her to provide that information? I would suggest to you she's the exact opposite of the personality of some 14-year-old who can be coached in terms of what she will say. Exact opposite. I want to talk about Marquand Washington, the inmate who came and told you what the defendant told him when they had a cell together for about a little more than 5 weeks. And I want to contrast him with Mr. McAtee, the inmate that the defense called to talk about Marquand Washington. And I think it's constructive to talk about them together for a second, to talk about what matters in terms of your thinking about and assessing that information. So Marquand Washington knew the defendant's home was in Mequon. He knew it was a home in poor condition in a rich area. That appears to be the case. He knew details about the defendant's family that have been unchallenged in this case. He knew about circumstances of the case which are sort of unimportant circumstances, but they're details that might lead you to understand that he has insider information. So what do I mean? Well, he says in the raid that the police found a lot of cash. The police found $47,000 plus, but only a little bit of weed. Okay? And sure enough, that is
How's
a
that compared
summary
to your
that would
snitch?
be accurate in some, from some perspectives about what happened in a collateral part of the case. So these are the kind of details. He knew what his job was. He knew he had worked for, in construction and in cable, laying cable. So these are things that Marquand Washington knew about the background of the defendant. So he knew some personal facts. And then he talked about what, of course, he told him about the offense, and he told him this was a private conversation. No word was ever said to me where another person was ever present. He only told me a few of the facts. He did not outline everything that happened in the case. That he also told the defendant all sorts of details about his case. You heard Marquand Washington say he's never cooperated before. So this is the first time he's ever done this. And again, that is unchallenged in this case, that he has not been a person who from a jail has ever informed on an individual before. There's absolutely no evidence of any other cooperation along those lines, where in the context of hearing something in a jail, he decided to do something with it. He also told you that if he lies, if he's caught in a lie in this case, that the agreement that he currently has will be eliminated, will be destroyed. So really, he is at huge risk if Marquand Washington decides to say anything that is false in this case. He's at huge risk to have everything that he's hoping for in a federal agreement be destroyed. So here's the contrast with Mr. McAtee. And I think it's so helpful that you got a chance to see Mr. McAtee, because now you get a chance to evaluate what a jailhouse sort of operator looks like in contrast to what
wouldn't a
Mr.
normal
Washington
person
gave you and showed you. Okay? So
He
they're
just
similar.
admitted
They
that-
both have a
that
federal
the
case,
snitch
right? So they have
was-
surface similarity. Mr. McAtee has 11 priors. But Mr. McAtee
I mean, he
has
continues
two
to say what
recent
a
in time
piece of shit he
situations
is.
where he has fraudulently caused pretend legal mail, so pretend documents, to be sent into the jail where he was fraudulently involved in this under attorneys' names. So there would be these innocent human beings on the planet who would be supposedly the person who sent these documents into the jail, and they would
now
have
he's
drugs.
talking about the nice young man that was trying to get
So
his
theoretically, two other human
anti-heroin
beings, in this case
pills?
lawyers, right, would be individuals who would be, of course, under
This
high
man
suspicion,
just-
right,
I can't even
of
think.
having caused drugs to come into the jail. And what the defendant, what Mr. McAtee admitted to you is, yes, I was involved in those plans. In the second one, after he's caught the first time, he actually goes to the legal computer in the jail and completely forges a legal envelope and the legal mail. In both cases, he uses cellmates, okay, people he's been incarcerated with, as part of his fraud. So you know about Mr. McAtee that in the jail setting, he is a documented forger and person who's trying to fraudulently do things, that he's willing to risk totally innocent parties in that fraud, and that he forms alliances
guy
with
has
fellow
no
inmates to do things that are not
conscience.
proper in these circumstances. Does not sound like somebody who could be relied
I
upon.
don't know. Okay, so I think we're all
What
pretty
else
much,
do we know about Mr.
average intelligence, people of society across the world. But number one, if you thought Marquand Washington was more credible, or two, if you thought, what was his name, Nick was more credible. I wish I could do a poll. I can't. I could do a poll. Can't do a poll. I don't think. I can probably surmise that most of you would think between Nick and Marquand, Nick was more credible. I mean, for
McAtee.
Pete's sake.
Well, he was asked, he claimed that he had a deal
McAtee.
that he'd been offered by the state. When surprise.
You'd think a normal Dingleberry prosecutor would maybe not even just put up those two different, snitches, let's just say. Because, the jurors might say, oh, yeah, that's right, boy, that Nick. But then there's that Marquand with all of his shenanigans.
Surprise was expressed about that.
I hate
As I
this
recall,
guy.
the judge asked
I
his
thought Zach
attorney
was on
who in the
trial.
gallery. And his attorney said, no, there's no deal. So Mr. McAtee was contradicted by his own lawyer about the circumstances of his coming to testify in front of you while he was here. I don't know how more clear it can be that Mr. McAtee cannot be relied on by you for any information. And then finally, Mr. McAtee, and, I tried to be very careful when I did this under cross-examination. I asked Mr. McAtee, so tell me where this man was who was yelling to you or telling you in above a conversational voice, essentially giving you a tutorial on how to be a snitch in the jail. And he said, I was in the upper tier, as was this other gentleman, okay, this person he's talking to. We can't see each other because there's mesh there. The cell fronts are obscured, but we're talking and he's across from me, upstairs. Well, when we looked into it, Marquand Washington was never upstairs. So, again, the most basic reported fact by Mr. McAtee is false. Whoever he had a conversation with across from him is not Marquand Washington. If that conversation ever took place, he's got the wrong guy based on where he told you this person was located. Because Marquand Washington moved in a couple of different places, but he was always, there was never a time he was in that upper tier. Okay? McAtee is just plain wrong about the basic detail that he tried to give you. In fact, you saw the pictures. They're on the complete opposite ends for all but 6 hours of the time they're together. And even then, they're not on the same tier. So literally, you'd have to have a situation where guys who are all the way across from each other, where Marquand Washington is willing in the security part of the jail. Remember, these are people who've already misbehaved in the jail. Is that the environment
Hopefully
where you think
on
it's
YouTube
at all
can see the
reasonable
Rumble
to
chat
believe that
and vice
Marquand
versa.
Washington, a guy as careful as he sounded in this courtroom, is going to scream out instructions on how to get yourself out of a case, how to be a snitch?
Trying to figure where
With other inmates obviously able to hear that same thing.
This left
when
corners.
McAtee himself told you federal inmates who snitch are in danger. So why would Marquand Washington advertise that? And remember, Marquand Washington had never cooperated at the time this was talked about. So you'd have to believe he was literally giving advice, even though they got the location wrong. He was literally giving advice on something he had never done that would put him in mortal danger. And your authority on that is a guy who's fraudulently sent legal mail to get drugs 2 times using other inmates. Okay, so I also want to talk about the 3 crime lab analysts for just a second, right? So you have Lisa Treppinger, Ron Watucky, and Julie Avila. You have more than 70 years experience at the state crime lab. All 3 of them tell you, and this is undisputed, there's no competing evidence in this case. All 3 of them tell you that stain in that van, okay, it's A1 in their lab stuff, right? A1, that stain in the van of the defendants, is blood. Every one of them offered you the opinion it's blood. 70 years of experience, okay? People who go to crime scenes as their job every day over many of the years of their careers. Okay? 3 different experts tell you it's blood. 2 of them also tell you, so now you also know, again, undisputed, it's the DNA of Rosalio Gutierrez. So it's blood, and it's undisputed evidence in this case that that is the DNA of Rosalio Gutierrez. Lisa Treppinger, an expert on this field, tells you that she did the testing. Ronald Watucky, who reviewed those findings, told you about his conclusions about this case. And then 2 of these 3 experts are asked, and so now this is Ron Watucky and Julie Avila. What else can you tell us about this speck, this red-brownish speck in the van? And those 2 individuals, Ronald Watucky, who's been working at the state crime lab since before they started doing.
Just a moment. Granted, the spelling isn't right. Lisa, Ron, Julie. All 3 of them tell you, and this is undisputed, there's no competing evidence in this case. All 3 of them tell you. See, when he says that, there's no undisputed, I mean, he like punctuates over all of the Swiss cheese parts of his case. When he says this, it means dig deeper. I mean, we don't need to, but I'm just saying, oh, no, you can't see. The van that, okay, that stain in that van, okay, it's A1 and they're A1, the stain in the van, defendant is blood. Every one of them offered you the opinion it's blood, 70 years of experience, okay? People who go to crime scenes as their job every day over many of the years of their careers. Okay, 3 different experts. I mean, he just keeps saying the same shit over and over again. Tell you it's blood. 2 of them also tell you, or so now, stutter. You know how, again, undisputed. It's the DNA of, so it's blood and it's undisputed evidence. See, undisputed. Just do a search of that, and there's where you got holes. Okay. Look, he says it again. Undisputed DNA expert in the field. So now they're talking about, look at this word salad he puts together. We've seen lots of blood. Not only does it look like blood, but it looks like it's splashed in there. In other words, it's not transferred. Again, this is their expert opinion. It hasn't been smudged on there or wiped. It's not, in other words, something someone planted there, splashed it. And when that blood was still wet, it splashed on 3 crime lab analysts give you such important evidence in this case. So we talk about this evidence organized. We've talked about what the evidence, burden of proof on the state, and I mean, ugh.
All 3 of them tell you, and this is undisputed, there's no competing evidence in this case. All 3 of them tell you that stain in that van, okay, it's A1 in their lab stuff, right? A1, that stain in the van of the defendants, is blood. Every one of them offered you the opinion it's blood. 70 years of experience, okay?
No,
People who go to crime scenes as their job every day
Okay,
over many of the years of their careers. Okay? 3 different experts tell you it's blood. 2 of them also tell you, so now you also know, again, undisputed, it's the DNA of Rosalío Gutiérrez. So it's blood, and it's undisputed evidence in this case that is the DNA of Rosalío Gutiérrez. Lisa Treppinger, an expert on this field, tells you that she did the testing. Ronald Watucky, who reviewed those findings, told you about his conclusions about this case. And then 2 of these 3 experts are asked. And so now this is Ron Watucky and Julie Avila. What else can you tell us about this speck? This red brownish speck in the van. And those 2 individuals, Ronald Watucky, who's been working at the state crime lab since before they started doing DNA, and Julie Avila, who has 22 years there, said, we've seen lots of blood. Not only does it look like blood, but it looks like it is splashed on there. In other words, it is not transferred blood. Again, this is their expert opinion. It hasn't been smudged on there or wiped on there. It's not, in other words, something someone planted there. It's splashed on.
All right. So I think it would be a good experiment to take, your cell phone and just, randomly pick people as you're going into Target or Walmart or where have you, and say, hey, do you have a moment for a question? Let's just say you had unalived a body and it had wrapped in, in a rug. How much blood do you think would be left over? Do you think it'd be like 1 speck of blood, or do you think it would be like more than a speck, like a spoonful in the rain?
When that blood was still wet, it splashed on.
Too bad my kids aren't home right now. I'd ask them.
Give you such important evidence in this case. Okay. So we talked about how this evidence
blood
is
57
organized.
times.
We talked about what the evidence is.
Although I'm not sure which of that is
the burden of
Graveley.
proof is on the state in each and every aspect of this case. Okay, so in no way let any argument I have said in any way, shape, or form indicate to you that there's any other burden of proof but the state of Wisconsin, each and every element. You're allowed to consider the evidence and organize the evidence in any way you want, right? You can think about it and organize it as a group and in your own minds in any way you want. And I'm going to ask you to think about the evidence in this way as one of the ways you do consider it. Could all of the things I'm now going to go through Could all of them be true for an innocent man who is falsely accused? Could an innocent person falsely accused have all of the things I'm about to outline to you happen to them? Is that in any way reasonable? Is my question to you. Okay? So, Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered on May 17th, 2020. His body's found on May 19th, 2020. Okay? If the defendant is an innocent man and falsely accused, this should have zero effect on him, right? He lives in Mequon. That is an hour's drive away. There's absolutely no way the death of a person in Kenosha should impact him in any way, innocent and falsely accused. Okay? Now, here's where it starts to get more and more unlucky for him, more and more unreasonable for him to not be the person who committed this offense, right? Because it turns out that this person who should be a random person in the life of the defendant is actually the first man that Sadie has dated since she ended her long-time relationship with you. Okay? So now we have, it's not just a random city, it is the guy who Sadie has been Sadie's first kind of real, some kind of relationship since she broke it off with you. Okay, again, if you're an innocent guy, you're falsely accused, you have your own girlfriend, you're not, you've said you're not jealous in any way, this really shouldn't impact you, right? This is a guy she's dating, but so what? It should have zero reason to cause you any concern or be a problem, a situation that's a problem for you. However, here's a problem for you. Here's where it starts to be so unfortunate if you're an innocent man and falsely accused, right? Because even though you have a girlfriend, even though you are not a jealous guy about this new relationship Sadie has, when the police start to do digging, they find all sorts of documentary evidence that you are extremely jealous. There are, for instance, on your own devices, recordings of you talking about how jealous you are, that the state played for you in this case. There are legions of emails that we showed you and texts that show how jealous you are of her relationship. And so, unfortunately for you, there is a body of evidence that documents that even though you have a girlfriend, you are very extensively jealous in obsessive ways about what happens in Sadie Beecham's love life. And so here's how unlucky you are. Those kind of obsessive acts of jealousy that you have also begin to show that you don't know any limits. Here's how unlucky you are if you're false.
Granted, I'm not an attorney, but I don't remember where they've basically disparaged the defendant such as this. This is how unlucky you are. I mean, I could be wrong.
Accused here, right? Because on March 4th, you go into Sadie Beecham's home where her babysitter finds you looming over her, wakes her up before 4 a.m. in the morning. You are screaming about how Sadie Beecham is a whore, and you are accusing the babysitter of being a whore as well in your fury.
Well, facts are facts, sir.
And it's all about jealousy because Sadie Beecham, who is broken up with you, had the audacity to go on a vacation and not let you know, and she surely is cheating on you. It's got to be that she...
I don't think he could give two shits about what she was doing or who she was doing. This is unbelievable. Your ex-partner is highly likely to point the finger at you, so even more reason to have a solid alibi other than being asleep. For being such a high planner, being asleep is a weak alibi. Exactly, Toodly Pip. You wouldn't have had to go up and wake the kids. Okay, so I had said that, I don't know, one of the previous episodes, that when I was getting divorced, it's right in our paperwork. Now, granted, I know they weren't married, but if they were working out a custody arrangement, it says right in the document, in the event that she has to go out of town. He is the first person contacted and has first, there's like some kind of verbiage, like first right to refuse or something like that. Vice versa. If he had to go out of town, traveling salesman, went out of town a lot, we made arrangements. It's no big whoop. His obligation was to first call me and say, hey, I got to go to market this and this and this date. And gives me the opportunity to say, yeah, I'll take him, of course. Or I'm going to be out of town. I can't. And then we call grandma or something. I don't know if it's right of first refusal or something, but it was right in the document. You'd think they'd have that. So pardon me for thinking that he had every right to go in there to do his laundry and find some, someone not expected on the couch and ask questions. Then to come find out it's someone you're not real fond of to begin with, and then escalate that with, well, where's the, low hole on Roselia's freaking whole ladder? I'd be mad too.
Is cheating on you. And you go wake up.
Honestly, you probably couldn't give two shits about her.
You go and wake up your 12-year-old daughter, and by the way, it's a school day that next day, and your 4-year-olds. You go and wake them all up, and you, knowing no limits, make them a breakfast, a 4 a.m. breakfast on a school day.
Oh, my God. That's it.
You don't know any limits.
That's it.
And by March 4th, we are already getting a flavor for how you behave when Sadie Beecham refuses to be under your thumb.
I bet as he rehearsed this in front of the mirror for 4,595 times, he's like, ooh, flavor, that's good. It goes with breakfast, and probably wrote it down. Clown.
So it's unlucky that you would have done that just a couple of months before, and somehow Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered on May 17th. But here's how much more unlucky you get. Because that date of May 17th turns out to have a bunch of significance if the person involved in the murder is really focused on Sadie Beecham's love life, right? Because May 17th, the date of the murder, is one day before Sadie Beecham meets Rosalio's kids for the first time. And if you're monitoring Sadie Beecham, if your antenna towards Sadie Beecham is obsessive and controlling, and anything she does hits your antenna like a rocket ship, right? Then when she meets his kids...
Do rockets have antennas?
You have a whole nother degree of concern and fury.
Wouldn't they get,
and in fact,
they get burned up
the
in
day
the atmosphere?
Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered,
atmosphere?
Sadie Beecham texts Rosalio
not either.
and says to him in a text, I would like to take our relationship further. These are the words that the defendant cannot allow. He cannot tolerate these words.
In his head,
he
he's
will
thinking, oh
not
my God,
let this happen.
So glad to get rid of
Is
that
it
hole.
an accident or just horrible random fortune that Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered
kids weren't in
at
school,
the
Nancy
same
RN,
time
ding, ding, ding.
that her obsessive ex would be learning and beginning to find out?
Are you telling me that, first of all, I mean, who doesn't perk up in bed when you hear the smell of like bacon and, delicious French toast or waffles? And you go, oh, damn it, somebody's making me French toast and waffles and sausage and orange juice. I bet it's that freshly squeezed stuff too with the pulp. I don't know. I don't care what time it is. If I smell friggin' bacon, I'm running downstairs.
That all the steps and signs look like she is moving on. Is that an accident? You are horribly unfortunate and as an innocent, falsely accused man, if that's the case.
I'm sorry, but
and
that's
so
just rude.
Here's how bad your fortune is if you're innocent and falsely accused. Sadie Beecham,
how is he permitted
remains
to
at the
speak like
scene
this?
on
Is
the
this
19th
normal?
when this bloody scene is discovered, reveals to law enforcement, hey, I think my ex has been monitoring me in a variety of ways out of jealousy. And this should be easily cleared up. Okay? So this should be an opportunity for an innocent, falsely accused man, right? Because
It's almost like
the
he's
defendant
making
has
fun of
already
him.
told Sadie in a variety of communications, and Sadie herself told you, he's already told me none of these things are true, right? On the 24th, I have a very good excuse for why I was at your house and peeped in, although some of it involves a premonition.
Peeper?
On May 8th, I accidentally must have dropped a phone in your car. I never did that on purpose. I'm not monitoring you. And then on the 13th, it's just pure accident that I texted something to you that's the same thing that Rosalio said. I was never anywhere near you. Okay? So, assuming this is true and you're not an obsessive ex who's been doing all these very disturbing things, this should be able to be cleared up. It should be able to be cleared up. Here's
He's
how
making me
unlucky
so
you
mad
are.
now I'm
If you're an
roasting.
innocent,
I have to
falsely
go
accused
find a
guy,
shirt that's not so warm.
all the electronics in this case back up Sadie Beecham. Okay? They back him up. She says,
Oh, there's
we were
the transcript
videotaped. That's
underneath.
what I've been told. Sure enough, there's video. She says, I believe he was tracking me on May 8th. I don't believe him that he dropped it accidentally. What does his computer show?
Do we need to look
that
at his
he
face?
was
Yeah, because what
actually
if Zach
tracking
is
her.
shown?
Not only that, but the places that he tracked her, he took screenshots of those trackings, okay, of that phone, and he put them in the Rosalio Gutierrez file on his computer. So
How's
he's
that?
lying
That's
to her.
better.
Okay, he's lying to her about that. And then on May 13th, his phone, his own electronics, puts him in Kenosha at the exact time that that text is made to her that repeats the words Rosalio just said to her. So every time the electronics finds, rather than clearing him, that he's lying. And that those obsessive, boundary-breaking moments are all true. Okay, so here's another horrible piece of luck if you're an innocent guy and falsely accused. After you found out Sadie was seeing someone, you purchased 2 trackers, okay, to track vehicles with no explanation for that is in the record, right? That we don't know of any reason, but it certainly is coincidental timing. And here's one thing that would be lucky for you again. Here's an opportunity you could clear yourself, right? If those 2 trackers could be found, surely they would show that they haven't been mounted on Rosalio's vehicle. They haven't been used to follow him or make sure that you know
Why
he's
isn't
home
it
at certain
scrolling?
times or any of that. But one of those 2 trackers can't be found at any of the search warrants. We found 1, but not 2. We ordered 2. We know 2 were delivered based on the electronic information. 1 is missing. What horrible luck if that tracker would have again been able to clear you. Okay, here's horrible luck. Marquand Washington, who you roomed with for 5 weeks, only time he's ever cooperated, says all the things he says, including that you ended up stabbing this man in the end, that you use garbage bags, that you'll never be found, that he'll never be found, and that he suggested the way to kill someone is to surveil them and keep tabs on them and use the devices you can buy, like trackers on Amazon. Here's horrible luck. You yourself bought trackers on Amazon. You yourself have been documented in all the ways we just talked about on each of those days as being involved in surveillance of the victim. So all of the ways you said would be the right way to prep to do a murder, to do a mission of murder, are actually confirmed by your own devices. That's really bad luck. It's horrible luck if you've been falsely accused. Okay, so, here's a moment where you'd think that, that you've been monitoring this guy. You do admit to the police that on April 24th, you did peek in the window, but you took your 11-year-old to witness it. Your 11-year-old who was about to turn 12. You took your daughter to witness that. You used her as a tool, as your fellow spy in there. And so Again, you're unlucky because a jury hearing that will know that you don't have any of the limits that they would expect for a person who was innocent and falsely accused. Now, here's another one, right? You're accused by Sadie as part of these accusations of taking items from Rosalio's truck, his registration and a letter to a person named, or from a person named TJ. The daughter also confirms those things. But you didn't do this because you're not jealous and you are not controlling. And of course, you do know limits and you're just being falsely accused. So again, here's a moment where if you're an innocent, falsely accused guy, we're going to be able to clear things up, right? Here's a moment where we're going to be able to show, okay, we've now looked at what you did, what you're saying, that you didn't do these things, and we're able to verify. But in fact, just the opposite is true, isn't it? Because what we find in his electronics are, we find that not only right after you would have returned from Sadie's place on April 24th, so in the early morning hours of April 25th, you're already doing searches of Rosalio's Colorado plate and the name of Rosalio's stepdad, a name on your registration document, okay, which was in the truck. So you are searching for a name that you shouldn't have unless you have a document from his truck. And then, again on a device, we find a snippet of that same registration document, which has the stepdad's name on it, and in the defendant's own handwriting, he has the handwritten address of Rosalio Gutierrez. So again, we have a portion of the document you stole from that truck on your electronics. And so we know you're not telling the truth again. And again, we know you're not telling the truth, and you know no limits, and you have obsessive jealousy, and it's focused on Rosalio Gutierrez. Okay, so, again, you claim it was an accidental plant of the phone on May 8th. Again, this should be able to be cleared up, but I told you it's on his computer. So again, that shows you're lying, and again, horrible luck if you're an innocent guy falsely accused. Here's horrible luck. You're an innocent man, right? You're not jealous. None of this stuff is true. It's just a horrible set of coincidences and circumstances. But you have a file on your computer that is named Rosalio Gutierrez. You had to write that name on there. And in it is not only a picture of a tracker that you've included in that file, but all sorts of pictures of Rosalio Gutierrez and his kids. On the defendant's computer are pictures of Rosalio Gutierrez and his kids. We pass those through you guys as a jury. Horrible luck if you are not responsible for his death. Horrible luck that you were bothering to put things like pictures of his kids in your computer, that you had to take off of some internet source, right? Facebook or something. You had to screenshot each one of them. You made a choice each time that was important to you. It was important to store that. No limits on the defendant and his behavior. On May 13th, again, we should be able to clear you on May 13th. Sadie says, listen, he texted me the same thing that Rosalio just said when I was at his place. There's no reason that the defendant should be over at Rosalio's place when I am visiting him on May 13th. Well, your bad luck is that your phone puts you there. At the same time she says that text is being made, your text is the same words she claims are on there, and it sure looks to a jury like you are rehearsing, like this is a dry run for the murder you will commit 4 days later. So here's how your bad luck continues, right? Because there's a crescendo of activity that seems to be leading to a homicide. And it's bad luck that these are things all from you. May 14th, okay, 3 days before the homicide. Do you want me to stop by to meet Junior tonight? Not a little later, half hour later. So you're saying I can stop by and meet someone later? You're taunting Sadie. You're taunting her and thinking gloriously about what will happen when you meet him. Remember what your daughter told us? Remember what she said on the stand? Let me get to that. Let me make sure you guys hear that one more time. She says, my dad said something about showing him who the man was. That sounds like what you're up to on May 14th. May 16th, one day before the homicide, folks. One day before the homicide. You have the kids over when this text goes out. You're not a jealous guy, right? You're an innocent man falsely accused. And what you're bothering to text Sadie Beecham is, this is one day before the homicide. You race down to Kenosha every chance you get to lay down with some Down syndrome Mexican version of your father. That's how you choose to address her one day before the death of Rosalío Gutiérrez. Awfully, horribly unlucky and inconvenient if you are an innocent man falsely accused. Here's where the bad luck gets profound. Here's where it becomes patently unreasonable for you to believe that the defendant is an innocent man falsely accused. Because on the murder, the evening of the murder, okay, around 10 p.m., the defendant's phone, at the exact time period necessary to commit this murder, is off the grid. In fact, all of his devices are off the grid from 7:30 to 11:19. What are the chances? What are the chances of the exact time period needed to drive to Kenosha, wait around, wait for Rosalío Gutiérrez to get home at a little after 9, murder him at around 10, and then get yourself back to Mequon? How is it that that amount of time is the exact period of time you're off the grid? That would be the worst luck in human history if you were a person who was innocent and falsely accused. Here's the absurdity of any conclusion other than that the defendant is involved. Okay? Tell me how this portion of bad luck could even exist in the world. The defense put in some evidence about the phone changing position. You remember it went from up to the side? And the time period on that was 10:11 p.m. on May 17th. Okay? I'm going to suggest to you by far the most logical reason why that phone would change positions is it's been placed in the freezer. Right? That's why it's changed position. It's now being hidden in the freezer at 10:11 p.m. Okay? Well, we know from the defendant getting directions on May 13th. Remember, you heard the recordings of those directions? That the directions that the defendant got on May 13th were just a minute or two over an hour. 10:11 p.m., the phone changes position and goes in the freezer. You've got to take care of a few more things, right? You got to straighten up things, maybe pick up some wood. You've already moved the body. Now you're doing the last staging, right? Okay, I'm going to leave the wallet on the couch, but I'm going to put the credit cards on the phone. You're doing those last seconds of staging. So maybe you take a couple minutes to do that. You're home, back in Mequon, answering your phone at 11:19 p.m. An hour and 8 minutes from when that phone changed position. Can that be an accident? Is that just horrible luck? That one of the final acts, one of the things that makes sense to have be the final act of your staging, exactly times you to get you back to Mequon to use your phone as quickly as you can, so you're back, so you can start to get your alibi running and going? I would suggest to you the chances of that timing being true for an innocent, falsely accused man with all the rest of what I've said is astronomically impossible. It's impossible. What else? Well, remember, this is an evening. Here's how bad luck it is. Your girlfriend, Miss Remsburg, is expecting you. She is texting and calling you throughout the time you're off the grid, saying, hey, thought you were coming over. Here's what I was making. Here's the movie I was planning. Okay, I guess you're not coming. She gets madder and madder as these go on. clearly does not know you're not arriving. In fact, she said that on the stand. So a night when she expected you, on the very night Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered, you're not in the place where you were expected. And you, even when you do get in contact with her, you have a long call with her around midnight, you still don't go over there. You don't go over to make it up. If she's mad, you don't do any of those things because you need that time to dispose of that body and get rid of evidence. So horribly unlucky that that would happen. Okay, here's something unlucky. It's the 19th now of May. You're arrested, right? You have taken out on May 15th $50,000 from Wells Fargo Bank in 20s. So it's in cash. You still have a little more than $47,000 at your place. And so you're unlucky because a jury could reasonably guess that that's your cash money for if this murder somehow goes wrong. Right? You have an escape fund that is ready. You are ready before the 17th with a bunch of ready cash so that if you need to not use a credit card, not show ID, pay just like you paid at Walmart on the 18th, you have all the cash you need to be on the run for a good period of time. That's horribly unlucky if you're an innocent guy and falsely accused. Horrible unluck that you need to burn some clothes and it is heavy rains and you still are operating a fire pit. Do you remember that one of the witnesses in this case, who's a friend of the defendant, said, yeah, I went over there on the 18th, pouring rain, he is operating a fire pit even then. And so you have this fire going through the heavy rain. Here's how unlucky you are. The very top of the ashes, the top level of the ashes, have jeans button, Hanes sock, underwear, bleach bottle, and steel toes for boots with laces. That's at the top of the burn pile. This is what you have been burning most recently in terms of things they can see. And it all sounds like the type of things you might need to burn to cover up DNA. That's horribly unlucky. That you would be involved in a burn in heavy rainstorms for days, and at the top level are the very things that seem like you are trying to destroy DNA. Boy, you're unlucky that the back third of your carpet is cut out. You're horribly unlucky, and you're horribly unlucky that your 12-year-old daughter and now 14-year-old daughter reports that isn't how it looked when my brothers got out of the vehicle. I saw what my dad put in there. I saw what my dad had. And the carpet, in terms of bleach stains and the cutout, she was adamant with you folks on the jury that that back third was not cut out when she last saw that van on the weekend of May 16th and May 17th when she left. Her mom picked her up on May 17th in the afternoon. Remember, Miss Remsburg also said that van cutout. We showed her a picture. She said that van cutout did not exist when I last saw the van as well. So 2 witnesses told you that that third of the van had not been cut out. So what horrible, horrible luck for the defendant if he is an innocent, falsely accused man that for some reason he cut out that carpet. It's in the exact place that that speck of blood of Rosalio Gutierrez is. And here he is with that carpet cut out. Now, again, if he cut it out recently, we probably would be able, you'd think, well, he could clear himself, right? Because we find that carpet somewhere on his property. But that carpet cutout is gone. Again, it's missing. And it could clear him, right? Just like Grandpa's boots could clear him. Just like the shirt might clear him. All these things that could clear him are missing from this case. That's because they would never clear him. That's the real answer. But what a horrible circumstance for a guy who is falsely accused. So, you think about the ultimate bad luck in this case. And I already talked about the DNA evidence, so I won't belabor it. I just want to say, what are the chances that in this exact square foot on the planet Earth, the exact square foot on the planet Earth, a man who's innocent and falsely accused would have the blood of the man who died on May 17th? How could that happen? What is the astronomical, unbelievable bad luck to have that in his van right under where carpet has suddenly been cut away, right, in the same van back as the bleach stains? How could that be? And your daughter, how could you be so unlucky that your daughter is also willing to testify that you were focused on this guy, that you were stealing from him, that you were spying on him in all sorts of different ways, that she was being asked to spy on him, and that every time she saw you, this is what you were obsessed with? Could you be an innocent and falsely accused man who has your daughter say all those things, including, I may just watch him or follow him to his house one time just for the fun of it? So I want to end this sort of idea that you can't be an innocent man falsely accused with this piece. Unchallenged evidence in this case is that two individuals, Mike Campbell and a buddy, go to the defendant's home before law enforcement is ready to come in and arrest and do a search. Mike Campbell, this is unchallenged evidence in the record here, says, I told the defendant, I thought at the time he was his brother, that's what he had told me, but I told the defendant, hey, we're looking for our buddy in Kenosha. He was dating your ex and he is missing. So now the defendant knows, okay? If he's an innocent and falsely accused guy, he knows, okay, people are concerned about a guy in Kenosha who's missing, and he is an ex of, he is dating my ex. And of course, he already has a computer file on this guy, etc. So, there's no way the defendant doesn't put two and two together about who they might be speaking about. So now Kenosha law enforcement are now going to talk to the defendant, okay? He's been visited by people who told him, hey, our buddy from Kenosha is missing. He knows that it's Sadie's new boyfriend. Now police are speaking to him, okay? There's no way the defendant on the 19th of May does not understand what a big moment this is, okay? Here is his opportunity by telling the whole and total truth to clear himself, right? He will be able to clear this up. You just got to tell the truth. You just got to be honest about what the circumstances are so that we can clear this up. Because this is a big deal. This is no one playing around. Someone's missing. What does he choose to do at that moment? And you tell me if an innocent and falsely accused man would behave in this way. Okay? They ask him about what car he operates. You know what he says? The Audi. He goes with the Audi. They keep pressing him. Oh, yeah, okay, well, there's a van, but I hardly drive that. They press him some more. Everybody drives that. Well, from Remsburg that the defendant at this time period is using the minivan. You know from the Walmart video, the defendant is using the minivan. So the defendant, for some reason, deliberately tries to avoid talking about the minivan. 2 days after the homicide, knowing Rosalio Gutierrez is missing, he doesn't want to talk about the minivan. He's trying to steer the detectives to the Audi. Why would you do that if you're an innocent man and falsely accused? They ask him about the different circumstances. They ask him about whether he placed a phone on May 8th. Rather than sharing that, I have monitored the phone on occasion. There might be something on my computer. I've put it in Rosalio Gutierrez's file. He denied that on May 8th that he had done any placement of a phone. The electronics show that that's not true. He chose to lie to law enforcement about that incident relating about what Sadie and he had talked about. He said, I never videotaped on that April 24th incident where I peeked into Sadie's window with my daughter. Never videotaped. Well, why would you say that when we have that video on your devices? When you, the jury, got to see at least snippets or a glimpse of that video, what we have of that video. Again, he chooses to lie about that rather than saying, yes, here's all the things I did, but I never did the piece that I don't have anything to do with this person in any other way. He said, I've never seen this Rosalio other than the one time I saw him through the window. Well, we have the directions to Rosalio on May 13th on the defendant's devices. We have the text. We have the phone that shows he's at that residence at that time. He's asked about, does he know who Sadie is dating? Okay, now this is an easy one. He's got a file in his computer that he has labeled Rosalio Gutierrez. He's looked up Rosalio Gutierrez's background in all sorts of ways, right? This ought to be a softball question. Here's what the defendant does. He says, I think his name starts with last name starts with a G. He's called Junior. He might be a contractor. He acts like he doesn't even know this guy's name, which is completely false and is not what you do if you're an innocent man and falsely accused. And then he is asked, members of this jury, he's asked, where were you 2 nights ago? Not 2 weeks ago, not 2 months ago, 2 nights ago. Okay? And he says, I believe I was with my girlfriend. They press him a little more. Christine Remsburg. I believe I was at her house. Now, he hedges later, but he goes with a false alibi. He goes with a false alibi. And you know what? When they go to talk to Christine Remsburg, she also begins. She's been with him the last 2 days since. You heard her say that. She also goes with a false alibi when the cops first talk to her. And she doesn't change her mind about that until after her sister, who also testified, said, you know what, that did not happen. I remember my sister had been stood up and she was mad. And then when they went back to Christine Remsburg, she said, okay, you're right. I was mistaken about that information. You as a jury are supposed to believe that they both gave a false alibi about something that happened 2 days earlier, and they both gave the identical false alibi by accident? You're supposed to believe that's just another horrible coincidence for an innocent man falsely accused? So I'd suggest to you, if you lie about what car you use, when the car that transported the body is the one you are avoiding, when you lie about whether you are doing any activities regarding Sadie and Rosalio, when your electronics tell us you are, when you lie about where you were 2 days ago, because during the time period we care about, Rosalio was being murdered, those are the type of lies you don't tell. If you know how serious it is and you are an innocent man falsely accused. These things could not all happen. Those 40 plus things I just went through with you could not all happen to some unfortunate, innocent person who's falsely accused. The only reasonable conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, is that those things have occurred to one individual on this planet, the defendant, because he is guilty of the offenses before you. That's the only reasonable conclusion. No way all those things could happen, all in combination to an innocent man. You have 1,039 days of proof that Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered. His blood in that van is proof who murdered him. The electronics of the defendant himself demonstrate his obsession and his more and more concerning pattern, and that he knows no limits. And they tell you that he has a gap off the grid, which is exactly the amount of time that is necessary. And the defendant's lies to law enforcement confirm, because they are on such major matters, they confirm for you that this is not an innocent man falsely accused. And when you put all this evidence together, you will say to yourself, it was quite a plan, but it is not a plan that in the end can succeed, because it is betrayed by that speck of blood of Rosalio Gutierrez, it's betrayed by the electronics, and it's betrayed by the defendant's own lies. And you will find this defendant responsible, and you will hold him responsible despite this plan that he tried everything he could to avoid responsibility. Thank you.
let's take a 10-minute break and please don't talk about the case. Break.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to echo what Mr. Graveley said earlier, because we do share the sentiment that you've given us your time. You've taken time out of your lives. You've gone much further than we thought we were going to take in this case, and you've been incredibly patient. And it's a very important thing when we're talking about how jury trials function in our society and why they are so very important. And I know that all of you take your duty very seriously and have steadfastly taken an oath to do your duty properly. In our country, of course, it's part of our system that we don't leave it up to a prosecutorial agency or any one individual or even just law enforcement collectively to determine whether or not somebody is guilty of a charged offense. We bring in people from the community that have no bias, have no predisposed opinion about what the outcome should be, and we ask you to listen to testimony and examine documents because you are the finders of fact. What the judge did yesterday before we took the break was that he read jury instructions to you. Now, just so you know, you'll get a copy of those jury instructions because I know it's kind of hard to listen for half an hour to all that legal stuff. But that's really basically the structure, the outline, and how the trial is supposed to work, giving you some guidance on what the law says. But there's nothing in those instructions that tells you what facts you are to find. And that's why you're here, is to focus on facts. You'll also notice right before we started, the judge said no taking of notes during closing arguments. That's because what Mr. Graveley says and what I say is not evidence. The evidence part of this case has already happened. There's a theory that what the lawyers say in closing argument shouldn't even matter because we're not presenting facts to you. That's already happened. Now, I obviously take my obligation to represent Mr. Anderson fully, completely, and with the amount of attention that he deserves. So I am going to make some comments here. But I want to focus first on the fact that we are here to discuss what the evidence is. We just heard a 95-minute speech about what Mr. Graveley thinks the evidence shows. It was layer upon layer of conjecture. He used the words, maybe this happened, or I propose to you, or I suggest. And that's what argument is. It's really putting a spin on the facts. But the most important thing, and as you paid attention over the course of the past 3 weeks and a couple days, when you took notes and you paid attention, you are the finders of fact. Now, very soon, extremely soon, you're going to get to go back into that deliberation room and finally start this process of talking about the case. At the end of every day and during every break, the judge has told you, please don't talk about the case. And I know you've been dying to. As the developments have occurred and as the testimonies come in, it gives you an impression. Certain facts will stand out to you. Certain other things will catch your attention, and you wrote those down. Then that is your opportunity when you finally go into deliberations to compare notes and to debate what the facts of this case are. But we are urging you at the outset, let's focus on facts, not guesswork, not theories or anything else. Now, Mr. Graveley's right. He concluded with the fact that the burden of proof remains at this table at all times for each and every element of all the offenses charged. It never shifts to the defense. And some of his comments actually did talk about, why didn't the defendant do this? Why didn't the defendant do that? It's the state's obligation to present all of the evidence, both the burden of production and the burden of persuasion. In fact, it's been said, it was said at the beginning of this case, the defense doesn't need to call any witnesses. The defense doesn't need to say a word. And if the state does not carry its burden of proof, the only correct legal answer is not guilty. right from the beginning, right from the outset of when this case was initially investigated, and then the nearly 3 years that followed, this has been a process whereby the investigators and those prosecuting this case have had horse blinds on and are looking at one man only. And we've seen the process. That's why there was such careful examination, cross-examination, getting into the details of all of these events, including electronic evidence and everything else, all the surrounding circumstances, many, many witnesses in this case, because there was a fashioning of how this investigation was going to go. And I'll get into that a little bit later. Missed opportunities, things that are frankly shocking that they weren't looked into. Let's talk a little bit more about the overall background here. And what we do know from the evidence, this comes as no surprise, there's nothing disputed about this. Zachariah and Sadie were in a very long-term relationship that lasted many years. Together, they share 3 children. This was not a perfect relationship, not one made in heaven. And as you heard, there were ups, there were downs, there were a lot of things that are part of a normal relationship. And every relationship has its own dynamics. Over time, there had been periods of time when they were together, then they weren't, then they were doing other things, but they always remained part of each other's lives because, naturally, they shared children in common. One of the things they talk about often are making plans so that Zach could help Sadie, Sadie could help Zach in these situations where they each had other things to do, and they wanted to see their children and remain part of their lives. Now, over the years, we get to a point where, as Sadie testified, she was starting to develop a relationship with Rosalio. And this, again, as you heard, was they met on a Facebook dating site. They had started kind of talking. They had met. But this was at the very early stages of a relationship. It had only gone for a few weeks by the time all this happened. And as time progressed, we come to what I have to agree appears to be a tragedy here. Nobody knows where Rosalio Gutierrez is. Nobody knows what happened to Rosalio Gutierrez. And when we hear his mother talk about how she misses him and his friends that have not heard from him, I understand that pain. I understand that anguish. There's a big question mark up in the air about what has happened here. But all of this evidence, if you want to even call it that, all the facts that have come in, as we analyze them piece by piece, we're going to see that this is not a case where the facts themselves, the evidence itself, establishes in any way that Mr. Anderson is guilty. I want to start off by talking about stalking, because that's actually more complicated than the other 2 charges, because as we know, there's 2 counts of stalking. One alleging that Mr. Anderson was stalking Rosalio Gutierrez, and another count that he was stalking Sadie Beecham. There's a count of intentional homicide and hiding a corpse. And we all know what intentional homicide means. The instructions are very clear. It means the allegation is that there was an intentional killing of another person with the intent to kill him. And then hiding the corpse is very obvious as well. There has to be a corpse, and then there has to be an effort to remove it, hide it, to avoid prosecution, detection, etc. Fairly straightforward. Stalking is one of these weird laws where there's so many different ways that it can be shown. And you have to consider, as we have said, and we've talked about here, a pattern of conduct, things that connected together form an effort to basically cause somebody to have serious emotional distress, not just annoyance, not just why are you bothering me, or can't you just please go away? It has to be serious emotional distress and or fear of injury or death. That's stalking, okay? It's not just problems in a relationship that we might normally expect to see, especially when there's a dispute going on about who's going to have custody of the kids. I know leading up to this, as Sadie talked about, there had been a discussion, an argument really, about what the status of the custody of the kids was going to be going forward. In fact, it had reached a head sometime shortly before this. And I know that Mr. Graveley would like you to believe that all of these efforts that Mr. Anderson was engaging in was in order to have this masterful, intricately laid out plan of murder. But another way, and a more reasonable way of looking at that, is this is a man who has 3 children with Sadie Beecham. He knows that they are not together at this point, and he knows that she is seeing other people, and they talked about it. And by the way, I heard, I think about 25 times Mr. Graveley say, if somebody's out there saying, I'm not jealous, I don't care, how can you believe that? Well, the testimony was, and you heard some of the recordings, that Mr. Anderson was honest about his feelings for Sadie, and he did admit that he had jealousy. He said that, yes, I admit it. And he was talking about that in the context of sending her flowers, telling her he loves her, and all of the other things that might happen when a long-term relationship is not on its highest level. Discussing where their future is in the context of their kids. So would it be surprising in that context when somebody goes on one of the easiest search sites that you could do, CCAP, the Wisconsin Circuit Court Access Program, when you figure out the mother of my children is going to be spending time with this person, my children eventually are going to end up having contact with this person, let's check him out. What's he all about? Does he have a criminal record? Is there anything going on? Is there anything that would cause concern? And it's an easy, takes 3 minutes to do that. And also just checking this person out because it's somebody who, as we heard, we're going to call her OA. You know her name. But OA is what we call her because she's minor. And because, of course, this is being broadcast everywhere. There had been problems going on with OA, with some problems, with parenting type problems, parenting type issues that they were having. There was some discussion about it. And Mr. Anderson was concerned about who she was hanging out with, what she was doing, what kind of influences were going on in her life. And this is all part of his effort to basically make sure that his daughter wasn't in a dangerous or bad situation by checking it out, by investigating, by looking. Now, probably one of the most important statements that we got from the text messaging that occurred here, when the state is saying that Mr. Anderson, when Zach was supposedly stalking Rosalio Gutierrez, did you hear any evidence that Zach ever had any direct communication with Rosalio ever? No. Did you hear any evidence that Rosalio was actually afraid? Not a shred. Did you hear any evidence that Rosalio was being intimidated, threatened in any way? Not at all. In fact, the statement that Rosalio uses in the context of what Sadie is reporting to him is, quote, I'm not worried. That in and of itself tells you that Zach is not guilty of stalking Rosalio Gutierrez. Likewise with Sadie, although she used the word fear on the stand, she did say that. Look at everything else that happened. This is someone who may very well have been annoyed by the fact that Zach was still trying to convey the fact that he still had feelings with her. He understood and said out loud, I know I have jealousy. I just want you to know I still love you. Again, all in the context of the children. But does it rise to the level of actual harassment, criminal harassment is the question. There was a lot of bickering. There was an argumentative tone, antagonistic talk. They're swearing at each other. We heard that. There's name calling. None of which either of them are proud of, I'm sure, especially to have it played out here in court. But it was, for lack of a better term, a mutual process whereby they were both upset with each other about how the relationship had ended or is ending and issues about the kids. You have to ask yourself, how afraid was Sadie and Rosalio? If Rosalio's giving Sadie advice, you got to build a case, and he's talking about an expected upcoming custody battle with the kids. And by the way, some of the things I tell you, you better delete them from your phone. because they're working together. And a lot of this, it's almost in a joking tone when they're dealing with Zach. Not afraid, but hey, maybe he needs a taste of his own medicine. Maybe give me his address. Let me know where he lives. These types of things. Not the kinds of statements that are made by people that are truly in fear. And that has to be shown, that there's legitimate and genuine fear. Now, we did talk about in the instructions, and I know that Mr. Graveley touched on this point as well, but it's not just you do something, someone says, I'm afraid, or I fear injury or death. We have to look at, in that context, not only would it cause a reasonable person to be in that state of fear, but it has to have actually resulted in that fear. So it's beyond just the hypothetical. There has to be proof beyond a reasonable doubt that that fear was actually caused, and that it's not just based on, I'm afraid of this guy in general. It's got to be specific as it relates to harassment, fear of injury, death, etc.
So, Judge, I'm going to object to the argument. It does not, the stalking statute does not require that you feel fear. There's a set of
You know,
subsections.
Dingleberry
Fear is
can't
one of
shut
them.
his
I'll correct
fat,
that then.
stupid ass mouth.
Mr. Gravely's right. Fear is one of the things. It has a list of things that you can feel.
Right.
Here's one of them. Okay. Now, I just want to comment that we heard it in opening statements, and we heard some development of this concept through the questioning of witnesses. But this whole concept that there was this major step in the relationship between Rosalio and Sadie, this major step where she was meeting his kids, and how that shows how advanced the relationship has gone, how close they had become. And that may have been Sadie's understanding, but we did hear evidence that essentially Rosalio was talking to 3 different women in one day
So,
about various different things and not being forthcoming with any of them. 3 separate things going on. So it makes you wonder, how close was this actual relationship, and what was the design behind all the information that was being shared by both. Now, again, there's no evidence here that Zach Anderson threatened anyone with violence. Never said, I want to hurt that guy, I want to kill that guy, I want to do something bad to that guy. Words that were never spoken, never conveyed, and non-existent here. What we did hear is Rosalio talking about breaking his legs.
yep.
We saw the text between Becky and Sadie where they talk about how something will be taken care of in the context of how to deal with Zach. They're talking about how to deal with this, how to address it head on, how to
With
take action.
violence.
Not the kind of thing that someone does as a result of being stalked. But all of these were efforts that were aimed at him, things to do to him. Sadie felt that she just wanted Zach to stop saying, I love you. She wanted Zach to stop sending her flowers. I'm sure that's happened before, and I'm sure those people haven't been charged with stalking. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about OA, because Mr. Graveley made the argument that this is someone who was very clear. She may have been emotional. She may have been, I forget the word he used, but a little bit imprecise in some of the things that she said. But I think Mr. Graveley's acknowledging the fact that OA did give inconsistent statements. And this is important because at the beginning of the process, what OA talked about was the fact that she was not being honest with her mother or people that were asking her questions that had happened. She said at the outset, I wasn't being upfront. And what we can glean from that is that it's fair to say that OA didn't particularly like her mother dating Rosalio Gutierrez. We talked about the fact that she actually was the one that did the looking up on the computer of the location. And we talked about the fact that she was involved with looking at what's going on. And again, Mr. Graveley said that this is the opposite of someone who could be coached, yet his theory is that Zach coached her. It's an interesting part of that. There was also a stipulation that was read into the record about OA changing her story, giving inconsistent statements. You had your own opportunity to observe her on the stand, and I think it's fair to characterize this that she
Why
went
don't
a
you
bit
refresh
rogue
our memory,
when that happened.
sir? Just for punctuation.
Let's talk about the actual apartment where
See, I
Rosalio
think that was a
was
mistake
living.
too.
Mr. Graveley talks about how unlucky someone would have to be with all of this stuff, all these theories as to what had happened and the things that he suggests to you and the maybes and the what ifs. How unlucky it would be to be a target of that. It's also interesting to note that a killer would have to be the luckiest person on the planet to be
Not
able
get
to
any
do
blood anywhere.
this crime and not leave any DNA behind at the scene. That is impossible.
Or in his getaway van.
We also heard testimony from Detective Ben Wee, which he was talking about the fact that there was the pooling of this blood on the carpet and that it had left this imprint. He used the words, the pooling was there in such a way that it had been there for, quote, a prolonged period of time. The theory that we just heard would involve somebody acting so quickly, so fast, with such precision and down to the second detail to barely squeak it into how this theory may have worked, that it wouldn't be possible for someone to have been lying there for a prolonged period of time bleeding. So that in and of itself is a huge chink in that theory. It doesn't fit the timeline. We also heard testimony, and I know Mr. Graveley commented that it's possible that somebody did hear a scream on the night around the time of May 17th. And it was never clearly established what night that was. In fact, an original statement had it a completely different night. And there was nobody that law enforcement were able to uncover dealing with any actual hearing or seeing anything unusual during the time period that happened. Also, as it relates to the timeline, we can see from the evidence that was gathered, including descriptions of the walkthrough video that happened, that it's logical that Mr. Gutierrez, when he's there, he has time to turn on the television. He has time to turn on his diffuser. He has time to have at least one, maybe another beer, cut up some limes, relax. And that time period isn't really accounted for in this down to the second theory that the state has about how it could have happened. We heard a lot of testimony about evidence that was gathered from a variety of different places. And I want to point out the places they looked and they found nothing that connects Zach to this offense. They looked in the sink traps. You remember that testimony about looking to see if there would be blood or any other kind of material in a variety of different places that would be collected in the sink trap. They looked in dumpsters all around the scene, dumpsters in other areas. They looked in these two fire pits. They looked everywhere inside and out of this apartment with Mr. Gutierrez. They did a full home search. They did a full search of the tree farm. There was the Zion, Illinois landfill. There was drone footage that was used. There were Crime Stopper tips. And none of this produced any evidence that is directly linked to Zach. Now, there are some things that Mr. Graveley gleaned from these, such as some buttons from some jeans, a bleach bottle that was partially burned, things like that. But in spite of looking at all these places where we would expect to find some DNA of somebody who was involved in some way in this, in all of that, it should have been found. Also, look at the relatively short time period we're talking about. If the murder did happen on May 17th, and if we're talking about 2 days later, this investigation really getting going, very limited period of time. Police had the ability to investigate all of Zachariah Anderson's whereabouts. He couldn't have gone too far or done too much during that period of time. But the fact that they're focused on him and him alone and come up with nothing should tell you that they were looking at the wrong person. Very clearly. The evidence, the testimony was that if we look at the overall police investigation here, there were 5 locations that were searched. There were 8 warrants granted for property searches, 15 different law enforcement agencies, 100 officers involved, a couple of thousand man-hours, over 400 items of evidence processed, and 35 warrants for information that were granted. As we heard discussion from Detective Zachariah, this was the largest investigation he's ever been involved in. And I believe he said the largest one he's ever heard of. All of that effort was to find evidence that Zachariah Anderson is responsible for this murder. All of that was also directed towards finding a body, finding body parts, finding Rosalio. With all of that effort focused on one person, and the fact that they didn't find any of that should tell you they've got the wrong guy. They got the wrong person.
Wrong person. That's interesting.
Now,
Wrong
one
guy
thing Mr.
corrects
Graveley said
himself.
that was
Wrong
very
person.
interesting is that, again, when he's saying, I suggest to you, and maybe, and let's get in the mind of whoever this killer is. And it's someone who was meticulous, did a lot of planning, did a lot of research, did a lot of all these other things. And he suggests to you that there was a meticulously done process, including rearranging of things at the crime scene. Things moved around. And what he's not accounting for is where in the timeline that he suggests to you would there have been time to do that. Again, according to him, it really comes down to a matter of seconds where it's even remotely possible. Now, I want to talk about the centerpiece of Mr. Graveley's case, and that is this dot, this minuscule dot that was located in the back area, passenger side of the van in question. And by the way, I just want to comment before I get there, and we'll come back to it later, some of the statements that involved who was driving, when they were driving, where they were driving, and things like that. But this was a work van. It's very clear. This is something that was not a vehicle that you'd take to go out to dinner at a fancy restaurant or pick up a date or do anything like that. This was what you'd throw junk in the back of when you're working on a demolition of a work site, putting stuff in there, building materials, garbage, stuff to haul away. And as was explained, it was common for Zach, as part of his demo jobs that he would do in construction work, he'd take all that stuff and then eventually burn it. And it was an ongoing thing. Burning was something that happened all the time at his house. Now, let's remember that in spite of what Mr. Graveley says, there was not evidence presented that, scientifically speaking, this little teeny tiny dot was in fact blood. What we do know is that there are scientific tests that are available to do that, but they weren't conducted in this case. There was an explanation for that because they didn't want to waste this tiny minuscule sample and have it entirely consumed to determine if it's blood. Now, let's think about science and what we want from scientific tests, things that use actual science, machines, measuring, use chemistry, all these other things that are involved in the process of producing a result that forensically, evidentiary-wise, we can say, yes, indeed, the science shows that that thing is blood. Okay? That would be a scientific test that was not conducted here. That would also result in a report that would say what they did, how they did it, the quality control measures that were used, the fact that machines would have been calibrated and everything else to produce a scientifically reliable result that we can say, yes, that is blood. What Mr. Graveley presented was something that wasn't in a scientific report and was based, if you paid close attention, on the color being this brownish reddish color. That was it. That was the sole basis for them saying that in their opinions that this was blood. Now, maybe it is, but this is a factor where when we rely upon science to do those things, we would like it to be done in such a way where it's not guesswork. there was evidence. One of the analysts said that it could be skin cells. But if we're talking about scenarios here, and remember, outside of Rosalio's patio door, we talked about how there were so many cigarettes out there. And these were cigarettes that weren't tested for DNA, but both sides talked about how this is an area where a person or persons were smoking and leaving their butts right there. And yes, we talked about the fact that this didn't appear to be a smudge of whatever it was. It appeared to be an impact, something that was expelled, something that was traveling through the air. And that was based merely on the shape of it. Now, someone who smokes can end up having phlegm, stuff that they spit out when they're coughing that may not be, clear, could be brown in color. There's other reasons why something could be a reddish brownish color and not be phlegm. We also heard with all those officers that I just talked about and all the processing of this crime scene, so many officers involved with collecting, preserving, transferring, transporting all of this data, all of this evidence. And it's got to be odd and questionable that there is one teeny tiny speck in this van that the state is saying means that there was a murder committed by Zach. Because wouldn't you expect to see much more throughout that van? All the other places that they said this might be blood, and it wasn't. In fact, there was no test that showed anything in that van was blood. There was no test that was done. Now, it's also important to note that the DNA test here actually was based on, we heard testimony about this, familial DNA. What that means is that it wasn't from a known sample that was a direct match of that person, but somebody that shares common genetics, and that's how that process occurs. Now, the significance of this is that we must remember that Rosalio was talking to Sadie about wanting to
Get together with the kids.
break into Zach's van.
Or, yes.
Wanted to know his address. He wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. If Zach had broken into his car, he wanted to break into his.
Objection. That was absolutely never testified.
See, told you.
That's it.
Every single time. The Swiss
Very good.
cheese, whole of a case.
Self allowed to comment on evidence. If the statement is not supported in the evidence, you must disregard it.
Right.
Thank you.
And much like Mr. Graveley took liberties with his spin on things, I'm talking about a logical inference from things that were said. And by the way, let me point out, the evidence in this case, a lot of evidence has been admitted, meaning that it's there for your review. You can wish to examine, read, look at anything that's part of this case. And I know we've just spent over 3 weeks doing this. And that is something that you absolutely have access to. The way we normally do it is we wait for you to ask to see something. But please know that you have the ability to do that. And that if you want to take a closer look or a second look at something that is in evidence, you should feel free to ask for that. Now, I do want to talk about how violent crime scene, blood everywhere, a violent attack. These are all exhibits that were offered and received into evidence. This is Defense Exhibit
those
340.
Look like hands of someone
These
that
are the
just unalived
photographs
someone in a
of
violent
Zachariah
struggle.
Anderson's hands
Said nobody ever.
right after he was arrested. There was a talk about a little tiny scratch.
Oh dear.
Hardly even, not really even visible in these pictures. A guy that does construction work. Here's a close-up, and you can see for yourself. These do not look like the hands of a man that just committed a violent attack on somebody else 2 days before. Someone that would have used a knife and some other blunt force instrument. Defense Exhibit D342. Again, close-ups of Zachariah Anderson's hands. Nothing of note. Defense Exhibit 343. Right here, we can see what appears to be an old healing scratch, much like might have happened when you were doing construction work, but nothing along the magnitude of what Mr. Graveley suggests would have happened here. Number 3, Defense 344. Now a picture of Mr. Anderson's left hand. Again, pictures that don't match with what the state is theorizing here. D345, another picture of the other side of his hands. D346, the other side of his hand.
Even his like fingernails are a little bit long.
D347, again, close-ups. D348. Now, interestingly,
They don't look like
we
they've
didn't
been
hear
freshly
any evidence
clipped, you know,
of
to
any
get rid of
attempts
some
to
evidence.
collect any DNA from underneath Mr. Anderson's fingernails or to process any of that information in any way. And I noticed that Mr. Graveley didn't make too much of a big deal about the whole Walmart scenario, because in his opening statement, he did talk about the fact that, in his view, the evidence would show that Zach parked someplace very far away, and it's unreasonable that someone would be so far away from the entrance when it's raining. Well, we showed the video. The video is actually shown, and he parks right next to another white car, and there's other vehicles in the area. So the theory that he's somehow trying to hide the contents that's in his van is not supported by the evidence. We also hear a lot made of the fact that he buys gloves and Clorox wipes right when COVID is going on, and those are things that everyone was buying then. And by the way, what is the logic behind cleaning up blood, messy blood from yourself and everything else with wipes, with bleach wipes? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now, the fact that Mr. Anderson was looking for a store that was open early, again, this is during COVID. This is when he had to go out to a job site, which he did go to, and needed supplies and things. So he did a search to see who was open. And he went to Walmart, where we know he shops a lot. He shops there often. His clothes are pretty much all Walmart clothes, which, by the way, when he went there, he didn't buy any new clothes or replace any old ones. He's wearing these flip-flops that his daughter said he wears all the time, everywhere, constantly. Now, I know Mr. Graveley said that there's this issue about these grandpa's boots. And there was a picture of boots, same type of boots that were found when they looked at the tree farm. So to suggest that there's a missing pair of boots isn't borne out by the evidence. Also, you'd have to ask that if someone's going to use a bunch of garbage bags to dispose of a body, why on earth would you buy 13-gallon, what typically kitchen-sized bags to accomplish that? That makes no sense. Now, we heard testimony from the work being done at that Cedar Grove home and the woman that owns that place. She talked about how there was lathe removal going on, and guess what? When they go to look at Mr. Anderson's place, there's a bunch of lathe and other building materials that completely matches that description of events, that he was doing a demo project. Significantly, and I know you've all heard this, she testified that she specifically observed that there was no carpet in the back of Zach's van on a date prior to May 17th. She specifically noticed that. So their theory that it was cut out at some later point. Now, I know that they say OA has a version of events about that, where now in retrospect, she has focused in on that point after having met with the DA's office numerous times. And as she said, she's talked to so many people about what happened. When she described on the stand how she was having difficulty remembering what exactly happened, her explanation was that she's talked to so many people, it's hard to keep track. We also heard from a number of different people that Zachariah Anderson has significant back problems. He's been experiencing them for some time. And I'd ask, how is it possible for a man that has a history of back problems to wrap up a large man the size of Rosalio Gutierrez into a carpet soaked with blood, which adds who knows how many more pounds of weight onto that, and somehow lift that person out without dragging it, by the way? Because if it had been dragged, there would have been a trail of blood. This would have to be someone who is strong enough and big enough to hoist a body rolled in carpet up over his shoulder or carry it out without blood being dragged out of this. How does somebody with back problems accomplish that? We also know that Zach was there at the property in Cedar Grove on May 18th doing work. His phone pinged there. And incidentally, later that day, he goes to pick up his taxes. Is this what somebody does when they've just murdered somebody the night before?
It depends on what your love
Just
language
going
is.
about doing normal things, normal business, normal work. Now, one thing about this case that is utterly hard to explain as to why this occurred and why law enforcement and the prosecution chose to not view this as terribly significant was this whole concept of geofencing. And we heard what that is. It's a little bit complicated, but it has to do with utilizing cell phone data from carriers and being able to give locations of people who may have gone to a particular location. So geo as in geographic, fencing as in a designated area. Who came in and out of this area in a given period of time? And we heard testimony that Detective Correa admitted he kind of made a mistake when he was looking at gathering this evidence because it simply came up with too many hits, too much to sift through, too much to really have any meaning. But it did reveal a number of people who were in the vicinity of Rosalio Gutierrez's apartment during the time frame that the state believes he was murdered and the days after. None of which were tracked down, none of which were followed up on, none of which were investigated. And at a minimum, even if this wasn't somebody who would have committed a murder, it could have been, but even if it wasn't, people that would have witnessed, heard, seen something. Why didn't they follow up on that? Because they had their sights on Zachariah Anderson and him alone. By the way, if, as Mr. Graveley says, Zachariah had really traveled to Kenosha to stake out the property, they would have been able to do some geofencing to determine that. In fact, if Zachariah Anderson had been at Rosalio Gutierrez's apartment on May 17th, they could have done geofencing to determine that as well. And that was not done. Frankly, people that we know it would be possible to track down people who were at the scene during the time in question, and it is utterly shocking that that was not followed up on. Now, Mr. Graveley didn't talk a lot about it in his closing, but he was very adamant to point out that there was all of this marijuana activity going on. And you've heard an instruction from the judge that talks about how that was admitted for a very limited purpose. And really the only reason that the state offered that was as it related to the cross-examination, or the direct examination rather, of Zach's girlfriend and how much she knew about all that. But in the process of that coming out, we saw the photograph of the many, many bags that are claimed to be soil left over from some sort of marijuana growing operation. And if you look at the picture, they appear to be the same black bags that were purchased at Walmart. One thing Mr. Graveley is forgetting when talking about somebody going to the bank and taking out cash is that, according to his own evidence, if there's this drug activity going on, which again, that's only for the purpose of impeaching or the credibility of a particular witness, wouldn't it make sense that it was somehow involved in the drug growing that Mr. Gravely wants you all to know about. And if he took the money out to flee, why didn't he? Why is he still doing normal stuff and hanging around, picking up his taxes and working at a job site 2 days later and 3 days later? We heard no evidence that he was trying to purchase plane tickets or packing things up, getting ready to go, saying his goodbyes to people, no evidence of any planning. If that money means that he was on his way out of town, why didn't he go? Makes no sense. We also heard about the GPS tracking items, and I'll point out these things that were looked up on Amazon and these actual GPS trackers, there wasn't any evidence produced that they were actually used at all. He's asking you to guess that they may have been because they weren't found. Now, Mr. Graveley brought out testimony from Marquand, Washington, about how GPS items can be used to track packages. Now, if this is one of the details that he says only someone who would have confessed to Marquand, Washington would know, I'd suggest to you that the expert on transporting drugs in this case is Marquand, Washington. He's an aficionado at being a big-time drug dealer, so that adds nothing to the credence that he has. Now, for the ease of explanation, I'd like to go through a summary of what the electronic evidence shows in this case. This is the timeline for May 17th. We know that at approximately 7:42 p.m., Zach Anderson's phone pings in Mequon. That's a starting point. At 8:24 p.m., Neridia Macias texts Rosalio that she's leaving her house, and we know that the trip takes 37 minutes. At 8:33 p.m., Rosalio texts Sadie saying he's going to Mike's. At 8:49 is when the phone call between Rosalio and Kim Lavora starts, and we hear that that was a rather lengthy phone call. At 9 o'clock p.m., and remember, there was two different versions of this. At one point, Lene Douglas said she heard a scream on a different date, but when she changed it to say that it was this date from apartment 1B, the time frame was approximately 9 p.m. Also, 9 p.m. was the time when Neridia was supposed to meet with Rosalio. At 9:01 p.m. is the logical time when Neridia would have arrived, which is 37 minutes from 8:24 p.m. At 9:06 p.m., the phone call ends, and Verizon records establish that Rosalio's phone is at or near or in his apartment. And at 9:24 p.m., we see that Rosalio's cell phone is unlocked. At 9:43 p.m., Neridia Macias texts Rosalio she was there, and there's no response. At 10:10 p.m., Neridia calls Rosalio for the last time and gets no response. Then we see at 10:10 p.m., there's the landscape change from Rosalio's cell phone. At 10:18 p.m., Neridia Macias leaves. Between 10 and 11 p.m., Marissa Swanigan hears a loud thump. It's closer to 10 p.m. At 11:19 p.m., we know that Zach Anderson's phone pings in Mequon. So a couple things about this initial timeline. First of all, we heard the testimony from Neridia about how when she went to the scene, went to go meet up with Rosalio, she went there, she waited, she tried to call him, she tried to text him, she wasn't getting a response, and she waited there for quite some time. And in her initial statement that she made to police, she talked about the fact that that was how she remembered things going on. Many, many, many months later, Mr. Graveley went out to the scene with her. And after that meeting, after they had a discussion about what happened, Ms. Macias then came to the conclusion that she must have been at the wrong address. And we showed you information about the fact that on an Apple phone, one place, but on an Android phone, it has the capacity because of Google Maps to take you to a different location. But remember, Maria at the time took a photo, a snap of an Apple Maps direction that took her right to Rosalio's house. So, incidentally, the fact that Mr. Graveley thinks that because somebody is not doing anything on their phone between 7:42 and 11:19 makes somebody guilty. God forbid you turn your phone off, you're recharging it, you put it on silent, or you take a nap. Don't do those things because you'll look guilty. Let's look at what happened on May 18th. At 12 a.m., we know that Zach has a phone call with his girlfriend at Pings in Mequon. At 4:18 a.m., Zach does a web search, looks for Lowe's, Menards, different hours. 4:19, another search, Home Depot hours. 4:58, Walmart hours. Again, remember, this is when some stores weren't even open. Stores that were normally open 24 hours weren't open because COVID had changed things. 8:17 a.m., Zach arrives in the parking lot of Saukville Walmart. 8:30 a.m., Zach leaves the Walmart parking lot. Then we see it pinging in Belgium at 8:45, 11:28, 11:41, and then by 11:48, it's pinging in Port Washington and Grafton. Again, it's pinging at 12:23 p.m. in Port Washington and Grafton. He does a search of the Milwaukee weather at 12:39 p.m. And then, depending on which version of statements that Lene Douglas made, her first statement was that she heard an argument coming from apartment 1B on the night of the 18th, not the 17th. At 1:30 to 4:15, Zach's phone pings in Mequon. And at 4:16 p.m., there's a Crime Stopper report. Somebody saw a white female with dark hair on Rosalio's patio. At 4:52 p.m., again, Zach Anderson phone pings in Menominee Falls. That's when he was up his tax. Talk about some other things that are admitted into evidence. This is Defense Exhibit 280. This is texts that were between Sadie and Junior, who we know to be Rosalio Gutierrez. Sadie says, "Poppy, no snitch." Junior is saying to Sadie that he knows the address. 6813 Highland Road, Mequon. That's Zachariah Anderson's address. Further down, they're talking about from Rosalio to Sadie, "I don't want to make things worse for you. I just wanted to make sure if it's still the same price." Sadie says, "Thank you for that." Junior says, "For the record, only if you say it's okay." Further down, Sadie says to Junior, "What texts?"
Oh,
Junior
did she
says
make
to
a
Sadie,
penny?
"Then delete those texts from your phone." Further down, Junior says to Sadie, "That's what I'm going to do. I've already reached out to old friends. I could be hands-free from this situation." Defense Exhibit 281. Junior's talking to Sadie. "No, he can't be shitty to you either." Sadie says to Junior, "Like he can be shitty to me, but he has no reason to go after you." From
She's just
Sadie to
egging him
Junior,
on.
"If some chick did that to me, I'd go check that shit too, honestly." kind of saying it's not any big deal. Sadie says to Junior, that crosses your boundaries. Sadie says, I'm out of it now. Junior says to Sadie, there needs to be consequences for his actions.
Sounds like a threat.
Junior says to Sadie, I care about you and don't want to cause more problems, but I think I'm going to pay him a visit. Rosalia says to Sadie, I want him to know exactly who beat his ass up. Rosalia says to Sadie, he can have all my info. From Rosalia to Sadie, I'm not worried about it. So Sadie says to Rosalio, I'm effing pissed he removed your personal information from your car. Rosalio says to Sadie, really, I'm not worried or questioning. Rosalio says to Sadie, Ava found it the other day when she was riding in the back seat.
Who found it?
Junior says to Sadie, LOL, I have no clue and don't really care, LOL. Let's go down to Junior. He has a letter from the last owner of the car, exclamation point. From Sadie to Rosalio, including this letter, so he definitely was here. Oh, and he says to her, LOL, that's funny. So that note was in the passenger side backseat pocket. Sadie says, and still has them. Or Junior says, and still has them. Then Sadie says, I wasn't sure what he was saying and why, but then Liv just told me he took something from your car. Then
How do we know she didn't take it from his car?
Sadie says, he took your vehicle registration and a note from DJ. When he left today, he said, you know, that effer doesn't care about you. He really loves DJ. Then Junior says, did you record more? And here we go. On Defense Exhibit 279. Sadie tells Junior, Zachariah Anderson lives in Mexico. It's on Defense Exhibit 272. This is where Rosalio says, well, I guess if he has your information, you should I guess if he has your info, you should have his. That is a text sent to Rosalio from Sadie. All right, so that gives us a flavor, and that's where we're talking about the interactions and who is being harassed, who's being afraid, and all those other things. Now, again, when we're talking about these burn pits, remember there were two that were looked at. There was no evidence tied to the crime in either location. There was some clothing items. There were no bones, no body parts, nothing, just some stuff that was perhaps from some clothing items. We know that from the testimony that more than one person would throw stuff into the burn pit, especially the one at Zach's house. And by the way, if you're going to burn evidence of a murder, why would you do it in your own yard of your own property? That makes absolutely no sense. And it also explains why they only found some remnants of some random clothing. Now, interestingly, when Mr. Graveley's talking about how odd it is, all these funny coincidences and all this lack of luck that somebody would have, he didn't point out the fact that when these two individuals came to Zach's house, they figured out where he was, and they said they were looking for Rosalio, that was the day when Zach called the police. If this happened after the murder, why would he do that? And that's something that a normal person would do when there's people coming on his property and asking questions and things. Let's talk about a little bit more about Marquand Washington. This is a guy that by coming in, he's got absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain. I know that Mr. Graveley told you that if it turns out he's lying, then he could get into trouble for that and there will be no deal. But let's use some logic here and let's figure out what he's doing here. He's testifying for the prosecution. He's testifying about something that he supposedly overheard. He is in a big bunch of trouble. And if he goes down on the charges that he has without doing something desperate to get out of it, he's going to have to do at least 10 years and maybe more. So who decides in that context whether he's telling the truth or not? People from the government, both the state and the federal government, have to get together in order to make this motion that we heard about. It can only come from a prosecutor in order to reduce the possibility of that 10-year sentence. So if Mr. Graveley thinks that Zachariah Anderson is such a conniving, plotting, careful, meticulous, well thought out genius of a murderer, why on earth would he be blabbing his lips in a jail cell to Marquand Washington when it just so happens it's a Christmas present for Marquand Washington? Just so happens that is his get out of jail free card. Now that's some incredible luck for Mr. Washington. Did you also hear the way that Mr. Washington described this when he said, die, 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 MFer? Sounds like something out of a movie or a TV show. Sounds silly, frankly, that someone would be in their sleep and they jump up and say, die, die, die. Sounds like a fantasy. He knows he's here hoping to reduce his sentence. Now, when we were selecting the jury and we talked about who's heard things about this case, most of you, or at least some of you, knew that there's been media coverage of this case. There's been details about the investigation. There's been details about what's been going on in all forms of media, print, news, etc. And there have been details in there that anyone looking at them could easily have gleaned enough information to be able to pretend that they had a private conversation with Mr. Anderson. We also heard evidence of the fact that there was this issue with the Discovery USB drives that were used at the jail, and that people would go and review the Discovery. And at one point, Mr. Anderson had reported it missing, and it later turned up under mysterious circumstances. It's easily the kind of thing that Mr. Washington could have looked at and could have incorporated into the, frankly, the minor amount of detail that he put into it. You know, interestingly, if this is such a strong case for the state, why did they have to bring in a jailhouse snitch that is, frankly, incredible, unbelievable, and adds nothing to their case? It shows the desperation on the part of the state to make this fit. Mr. Graveley talked about how these trackers, this whole theory that, hey, they didn't find it. They didn't find any trackers, so it must have been used to track. An absence of evidence, the lack of people finding anything. Well, there was no data or registration of any of those devices or any evidence of that uncovered in this very detailed investigation. He talks about, again, Mr. Anderson being off the grid and how unusual that is. He's making the absence of evidence seem like something significant. So if you're not doing anything on your phone, that's apparently evidence of guilt. He talked about this cell phone that, again, as he's revealing to you what he thinks the murderer would have been thinking, putting the cell phone into the freezer as part of this very elaborate scheme to cover one's tracks. Remember, there was evidence that there was a trace allele of DNA on that cell phone that we know does not match Zachariah Anderson. Mr. Graveley talked about how for OA that it would be impossible for her to say the same thing as she did in 2020. Basically explaining away why there were these inconsistencies and why there were these changes in what she said. And I'd agree that there is something impossible about that. If you go through your testimony over and over again, meet with the DA's office repeatedly, it probably would be impossible to remember what you said back then, and your story probably would change. And another thing that I heard Mr. Graveley argue that Mr. McAtee's lawyer was standing in the courtroom, and when he asked if there was a deal, the answer was no, and that's correct. But what was being talked about was whether there was a completed deal, whether there was something that had been signed and put into place. What Mr. McAtee was talking about was that there was an attempt to see if he would be willing to cooperate. And what he did is he came in here and said he's not. Now, Mr. Graveley also portrayed this process whereby Zach would have had to go down to Kenosha, commit this murder, do a bunch of things, wrap a bunch of stuff up, get it out of there, and hightail it back to Mequon just in time to immediately talk to his girlfriend and say, sorry, I was having a nap. If it was done that quickly, and if there was an expediency involved, where he had to get back to make sure that his so-called alibi, as Mr. Graveley likes to call it, he certainly would have passed by places where there would have been video surveillance. If he's trying to go the quickest way, not take back roads, whatever he's trying to do, there's been, in spite of a massive search of any evidence that Zachariah Anderson went to Kenosha on May 17th, looking at all possible sources of evidence, there is none. And the only explanation for that is that he went off the grid. Now, another thing that's interesting about this case is that we heard Mr. Graveley talk about stuff that Zach said during the course of law enforcement people talking to him, and they were saying, what car do you normally drive? Which one is, how many cars do you have? And he's saying, oh, he was saying all these things that were misleading. Well, was it misleading to say that there are two cars that are driven and that one is an Audi and one is a work van? And we didn't hear a recording played of how that actually happened. We didn't hear a body camera. We didn't hear anything specific about how it was worded, how the question was asked, how it was answered, or what they were specifically talking about. But to make it fit so that it appears that he's trying to be disingenuous, it's just sort of repeated that way. Folks, this is not a case where we should be relying upon possibilities or conjecture or guesswork. We have the highest burden of proof that exists in the world applicable to this case. That is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And this is exactly the kind of case where that burden is so very important. We heard about the massive amount of effort and resources that were put into investigating and prosecuting this case. All of those resources are at the disposal of the government. We did hear some issues about how, well, it got to be burdensome or a bit time-consuming or hard. They put limits on how many items we could process, so that's why we didn't do everything. I guess that's understandable, but in a case of this significance, you'd wonder why. But the burden of proof being so high is important because in our society, in our country, in these United States, before anybody's freedom is impacted by a criminal conviction, it must be when the government produces evidence that rises to that very high level. And in the process, must eliminate all reasonable hypothetical possibilities. All. This entire case is built on possibilities and a series of what-if questions. And it's an assembly of guesswork. The tragedy is that the real killer has not been caught. If in fact Rosalio is dead. Now, again, the way that this works is that if after hearing everything and after you go through your deliberations and you have discussed your view of the facts and what the state has or has not proven, if you come to the internal conclusion that it's possible that Zachariah Anderson may have committed these crimes, that means not guilty. Possible means not guilty. If in the process you come to the conclusion that it's very likely.
Objection. This is not proper argument about what the different scenarios are. You can talk about the instruction, but not conclusory words and what they would mean, and if they're not in the instruction.
Common sense.
Is with the scope of the word possible. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis, which is consistent with the defendant's innocence, then you must do so and find him not guilty. Go ahead.
And that pretty much summarizes where I was ending up with this. And thank you, Judge. And that's precisely what the law is. So if it's looking a certain way or if it feels a certain way, that's not how this works. And there's another instruction that deals with you are not to base your verdict on sympathy, emotions, or other things that stray you from an objective look at this evidence. And when you do that, there is only one logical conclusion as to all of this evidence that has been presented after this long process of presenting everything to you. Zachariah Anderson is not guilty.
Thank you, Robert. You have a maximum of 10 minutes, Mr. Graveley. Ms. Krizarek.
10?
I told you before we started how long was available, and I'm not singling you out. I told everybody.
Okay.
And I said the division doesn't work out if you talk more than 75 minutes, and Mr. Graveley talked for 95.
Talk for a little less than 90, but Judge, I will get it done.
Thank you.
Growing up in Wisconsin, my mom used to always tell me, if you hear hooves, think horses and not zebras. And that's what this case is. For parts of the defense's closing, it appeared we had watched and listened to 3 weeks of a different trial. Because what you were essentially told is that DNA is not DNA, and you should disregard it for a reason I'm still not sure of. Let's be very clear. We heard from 3 separate people from the crime lab. I got a little fatigued with the number of crime lab people who came to testify, and they all said the same thing. I am a professional. This is what I do for a living. My specialty is either in DNA testing, or it's in crime scene collection, or it's in peer reviewing other people's DNA testing. And they all gave you the same opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. What was found in that van was blood. We zoomed in on it. To a layperson, it also looks like blood, but to 3 professionals, it's blood. Doesn't look like any other form of DNA. And that DNA belonged to Mr. Gutierrez Jr. They could not have been clearer. There was no hesitation. There was no buts and X, Y, and Z. It was, this is DNA, this is blood, this is the victim's blood. So let's clear that up right now. There was absolutely no other way to hear that testimony from 3 witnesses with over 70 years of experience. The next thing I want to talk about is this whole theory potential of Mr. Gutierrez was going to go mess with the defendant's stuff in some way. Number 1, there is no message regarding doing anything to a van, a truck, a car, anywhere. So when Mr. Aubert cites that, it doesn't exist. Look through all the messages. Doesn't exist.
Oh, okay.
But number
I've
2,
got one
and
that
more
says
importantly,
breaking
the state
legs.
proved to you through GPS that the victim was never, Mr. Gutierrez was never at the defendant's residence.
Bullshit.
He did Google or put into the Waze.
I just clipped it. I'll find it again. I just clipped it 3 minutes ago. Okay, I lied. Maybe 4.
App, the residence, and look up where it was. But when he was doing that, his GPS has him at his home for a 12-hour period.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
was
Maybe
never
he
there,
left his cell phone
which
home
means
like
his DNA
Zachariah
was never
supposedly
there,
did.
which means no one messed with any vehicle of the defendants. So that
Or he
explanation
took
for
his
this
burner
DNA
phone.
also
Did
doesn't
you look
hold
for
water.
that?
They talked briefly about Olivia Anderson and why she, the
Oh,
daughter,
A.
why she can't be believed or why she shouldn't be believed. But what you saw her do up there was, I think, the toughest thing she will probably ever be asked to do,
Okay, that can't
which
be
is
argued.
to come into a court in front of a bunch of strangers, but more importantly, in front of both of her parents, and tell some of the worst things she's ever been asked to do. Say words like, I was my father's spy.
Oh.
He would have me record my mother. And he wanted it when she was angry or there was an argument going on.
Mm.
And she tells you those things not knowing about all of the digital evidence we've reviewed. And that's what's important here is she gives a statement May 19th and she talks about these different things. Being his spy, looking through the windows, dad is recording, all of these pieces. And then the digital evidence backs her up every single time. Are there recordings on the defendant's devices? Yes. MSI laptop, 36 at least. 36 recordings, and they're a collection of, according to evidence, collection of the defendant and Sadie Beecham arguing, Olivia recording some arguments that are going on, and the defendant and Olivia talking regarding different things going on. So she tells you something, she declares it, evidence backs her up. She talks about work boots. She talks about all of these pieces that are then confirmed in the actual evidence that was presented to you. And the same with Sadie Beecham. Sadie Beecham tells you on the 19th, in her first interview, he's tracking me. I found a phone on May 8th, and he was tracking it. She doesn't know that we're going to go into the MSI laptop and find snapshots tracking her from Oak Creek all the way to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. She has no way of knowing that. What she knows is what happened to her, what she found, she reports it, she's confirmed. Same with May 13th. She tells you, convincingly, that he was tracking because he literally repeated to me what Mr. Gutierrez had just said. So on May 19th, when she says that, she has no way to know that what we're going to be able to do is verify with phone records, verify with cell tower data, verify with his GPS directional things we find on the G6, that he did indeed track her down from Mequon, arrived in Kenosha, and was sitting outside of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment when she makes that claim. So when we look at believability and credibility, we have to look at what is backed up by the evidence. And every single time, the daughter, Sadie Beecham, and all of the digital evidence on Mr. Gutierrez's phone is backed up by what the complaint is here. There was some talk, briefly, about how Miss Beecham wasn't harassed in some way by what the defendant was doing. I don't know how she could have been clearer in the different recordings you heard, in her testimony, in essentially all of her text messages. But the recording that spoke to this the most was the one from April 25th. So it's later on in the afternoon after she finds out the defendant has violated her home in the way he had, videotaping her through curtains. The recording that I played for you said, Sadie Beecham, I told you, and this is in regards to breaking up, I told you, I was honest about it. You don't want to hear it. You want to hear it a different way. That's what this case is. This whole, God, were they, won't they, will they get back together? Very clear. They were never getting back together. Sadie Beecham was done, and the defendant wasn't. And he was losing control and jealous, which was, I think, also reflected by almost every piece of evidence presented via the text messages. She wasn't texting him the emotional ones about, oh, I love you, oh, I miss you, oh, all of these things. That was all
Really?
him.
I just saw another
That's
one.
his jealousy, his loss of control, which manifested into an obsession with both Miss Beecham, but in this case, more importantly, Mr. Gutierrez Jr., because in his mind, that's who was breaking up their family. The defense talked about how, well, no, they were open and honest with each other. The defendant and Sadie, no, open and honest. She was in a new relationship. They talked about it. No, they didn't. She didn't want to talk about it at all. She told you. The only thing she ever told the defendant about this relationship was essentially that she had a friend. That was it. Other than that, the name, what they would do, when they'd be getting together, literally everything else was stolen from her by following her, by using the daughter as a spy. She didn't tell him any of that voluntarily. And you heard her say
I don't buy that.
It's backed up by the messages. So this whole, gosh, we were...
There's one I just snipped that says she's complaining to Becky about how much OA lies. Frankly, I don't buy any of that.
both moving on, and it was so great, not borne out by any of the proof. There's also talk of how it's normal that when someone in your life is seeing someone new to do these little things. And I think to a certain extent that could be. If you wanted to CCAP, your ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend, sure. I guess that could happen. You want to look him up on Facebook, also could happen. I think you might even get away with, I just wanted to confirm that maybe she was really moving on, so I drove by the house and saw someone else's truck. Sounds like a bad country song to me, but I think you probably get away with it.
Minnie
What you don't
Dingleberry
get
made
away
it
with
funny.
is taking it those steps further. Bringing your daughter with you in the middle of the night to her mother's house. Getting out of the vehicle when you see another vehicle there and approaching the house. Recording the activity. None of those things are anything other than stalking behavior. And we have it here many different times in many different ways. And the only definition for this is stalking. Sadie Beecham was more than harassed by what the defendant was doing because he wasn't just watching her, he was taunting her. He would watch something, he would then contact her about it. Every moment she had from April 1st on with Mr. Gutierrez was always clouded in, is he also watching this? Is he listening right now? No moment between the two of them was ever their own because the defendant was always there. And that was the point. He was interfering with her relationship even if he wasn't there. That is stalking. The question was then asked, was Mr. Gutierrez really being stalked because he had some anger towards him? But I submit to you, on the night of May 17th, when this defendant showed up at his house and blitz attacked him and struck him with a blunt object at least 6 times, that Mr. Gutierrez, without a doubt, felt harassed, felt tortured, felt fear for his life. And it's something he ultimately paid for with his entire life. So to say that he didn't have these experiences, these emotions is disingenuous, but also not based in reality. He was murdered by this guy.
You know what's not based in reality? Anything that you're saying,
of being the
lady.
first guy that his ex-girlfriend moved on with. The timeline here becomes really important because it fits.
No, it doesn't.
We know it takes just about an hour to get from here to Mequon. And we know that the last time anything has been done with this phone, when it's set on its side, is 10:10. It gets him back to Mequon. It gets him back in touch with the world in every way that matters. If that was the only piece of evidence we had, I think we would be in trouble. But when you add that to the stalking behavior, the jealousy issues,
I don't know.
the verified time that he had previously been to the victim's home, and everything else,
Yeah.
it's one more checkbox that fits. It's one more thing that corroborates every witness that testified regarding who is the perpetrator in this case. There was talk about the defendant not having injuries. Well, it was a blitz attack. It's pretty clear that attack started in the
Let's
hallway.
just throw that out
I don't
there
know
with
what
the blood
anyone
and the
expects
burner and
Mr.
the
Gutierrez to have
bleach.
been able to do when he's hit immediately upon his door opening and at least twice out in the hallway. And then at least 4 more times in his residence. It's a blitz attack. This wasn't a fair fight. This wasn't, let's meet at the corner and fight this out. That's not what this was. This was, I will lie in wait, I will knock on your door, and as soon as you open it, I will carry out my plan, which is to murder you. Mr. Gutierrez didn't have a chance. So the fact that he didn't land a blow or didn't somehow scratch the defendant, especially if he's wearing gloves, matters not. He did not have a chance. You saw a Walmart video. It was pretty obvious that it's pouring rain, as it was kind of hard to see at times with it coming into the camera lens.
I bet
But
that
the defendant
rain.
did park incredibly far away from the door, in the pouring rain, in the way that's been implied. And I think that does matter, because what does he have to hide? It's what's in the van. What is left in that van that hasn't been cleaned up yet? There was talk of what he purchased and how it was COVID. he didn't care about COVID. He was, first of all, walking around Walmart without a mask, so clearly step one. But further than that, you saw his house. I mean,
Just
it
watch
was
social
it wasn't
distancing.
exactly well kept, we'll say. This wasn't a place that was routinely being Clorox wiped or cleaned or organized in some meaningful way. These
she's
were
just as bad as
specific tools he
Dingleberry.
needed at that time to take care of a specific problem that was still in that van. Just one more check mark of the fact that you know the defendant is responsible for this. There was a little bit of talk, and I'll briefly cover Susan Brown Williamson. When she mentioned carpet on the stand, I think you saw the surprise from a certain table in this courtroom, because that was such a focus of our case and in terms of talking to her. And that's something obviously she had never offered before, given the surprise. But here's what's more crucial. Not that it was a new piece of information, but that what she said was not that that piece in the back was gone. She said all of the carpeting was gone, which once again, you know, is categorically not true based on pictures. So it's yet another witness who offers up something that they've never said before, but that one's not backed up by anything because you've seen the van. You know exactly that suspicious piece of carpet that's missing. So her now inventing a new reality about the carpet being gone makes no difference because how she represented it was all the carpet was gone, and we know that's not the case. Miss Macias testifying. I don't think she could have been clearer. She went to the wrong building. She pointed it out to you, I think, probably 4 or 5 different times she was asked to get up. She showed you which building she went to. She talked about how she pulled in. She talked about where she parked. She came voluntarily to the police station. She gave them all of the messages she had. She did everything you would ask a citizen to do. And then she testified exactly what she did. And for me, the most telling thing, and I ask you to consider this, is
Do you notice you're
when
past your
asked
10
at the
minutes?
end of all of her testimony, now knowing that that's not his building, can you even pick out which one belonged to Mr. Gutierrez? She said no, because she never made it to his actual building. So is that someone who's lying, or is that where her GPS took her for the first time she had ever come to Kenosha to meet with Mr. Gutierrez? I submit to you it's pretty obvious that she was telling the truth, and all she ever tried to do here was answer the questions posed to her. That's not suspicious. That's just someone being a good citizen. Lastly, we're going to talk about burn pits just briefly, and then I will wrap it up, Judge.
Cut
Burn
off her
pits by themselves are
microphone.
not suspicious. I agree with that. You know, people burn things. I grew up in the country, or you guys here call it the county, the country. We burned things, you know, we burned wood, we burned different things at our house in terms of, you know, fireworks, things like that. But it's in conjunction
Do
to
you
what is
burn
going on in this
clothes?
case that makes
Shoes?
it suspicious. 7
Let's
inches
go
of
inspect
rain
yours.
all over a 3-day period. And in this fire pit that's still smoldering to the point that the fire chief has to come and help put it out, or the deputy chief
and
talked
the
about
thugs that
the
showed up
remedial
couldn't
measures they
smell
had
it.
to take, was everything that you would need to get rid of to try to cover up a crime in these circumstances. Bleach. Well, we know bleach was used in the car. You saw the stains. You have clothing, specifically jeans, at least 1 pair, potentially more than 1 pair, which, as
I
Mr.
don't know,
Graveley
those button
indicated, makes
plies.
sense
What
here
did they
because
have,
you
like
both
5, 6
murdered
buttons?
someone, but then also had to clean up that scene. Socks, underwear that match yours, steel-toed boots, which that's not something that I've ever heard of being burned before, but apparently it can be done given what's in the fire pit. And that's why it's suspicious.
You could use
Having
a
fire
steel
pit's
toe
not
right up your
suspicious.
ass,
What you're
lady.
burning in the middle of a rainstorm is. You're getting rid of evidence you never expect to be found. So in totality, what we have here is a defendant with the means, the motive, and the opportunity to commit this murder. He's the only person that was even talked about in this case that had any sort of motive against Mr. Gutierrez. And Marquand Washington was actually the one that gave it to you the cleanest way.
Oh, yeah, Marquand. Boy,
Sadie Beecham was happy.
He was honorable, man. He was
Mr.
probably
Anderson
the
was
most
pissed because
honorable
Sadie
of this
Beecham-
whole
Don't use that
thing.
language in the court.
I apologize. Because Sadie Beecham was happy. You saw Becky cry, her friend, Becky Jekyll, cry about how happy she was for her friend to have moved on. And that was what made her emotional when she was talking about Sadie Beecham finally finding something that was positive and it was making her happy. And that's what the defendant couldn't stand. So what I'm asking you to do is consider all of the evidence here, focus in on both the physical evidence, the DNA specifically, because There is no explanation for that that should have any doubt in your mind that this defendant murdered
How does the
Rosalía
fire get to
Gutierrez,
1500 degrees?
and he needs to be held accountable for that. I ask that you return guilty on all verdicts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
I ask that you
Pazerick.
pull your
Members of the
head
jury,
out of
the
your
time has now
ass,
come.
jurors.
When the great burden of reaching a just, fair, and conscientious decision in this case
Lynn, I
will
know
be
the
placed
bleach really
wholly
gets
with
under
you
my
jurors
skin.
selected for this most important duty. You will not be swayed by sympathy, passion, or prejudice. You will be very careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence. I charge you to keep your duty steadfastly in mind and as upright citizens to return just and true verdicts. You are to decide only whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offenses charged. Any consequences of your verdicts are matters for me alone to decide and must not affect your deliberations. It is for you to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of each of the offenses charged. You must make a finding as to each count of the information.
I don't know
Each
how they
count
can look
charges a separate
at
crime, and you
themselves
must
in the
consider
mirror
each
after those
separately. Your verdict for the crime
blatant
charged in one
lies.
count must not affect your verdict on any other count. This is a criminal and not a civil case, and therefore, before you may reach a verdict which can lawfully be received, it must be reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a verdict. When you retire to the jury room, select one of your members to preside over your deliberations. That presiding juror's vote is not entitled to any greater vote than that of any other juror. If you need to communicate with me while you are deliberating, you must send a note through the bailiff which has been signed by the presiding juror.
Did they have any jury
You must
questions?
communicate only by a written note. If you have questions, I will speak with the attorneys before answering, so that may take some time. In that event, you should continue your deliberations while you await an answer. I will answer any
Just needs
questions in
hydrating
writing,
80s cut.
orally here in the open court, or by the speakerphone up in the jury room. When you have agreed upon your verdict, it should be signed and dated by the presiding juror. Would you bring the tumbler and put it before Mr. Anderson, please? He needs to draw one of the names out. Yeah. Take one out and show it to your lawyers, and then give it to the bailiff, please. And this juror will be excused.
Mimsy also has a good comment. Out of all this, I can't stand the judge the most. I blame him for allowing unethical behavior by the prosecution, and down the line, he makes me sick. Isn't there some sort of oversight board on these, on the judicial branch?
Can you go up and get it, please?
I mean, that alone should throw this right out. We're still on 1.525.
Those are for the jury, yes.
I had to slow Dingleberry down to regular speed because his lies were spinning. His web of lies was spinning so fast, my screen was starting to smoke.
Right. The statute says to dismiss you at this time. There have been some rare cases, but very famous cases, in which jurors who have been excused have been returned to the jury. That's, I don't want to create a sense that it's a likelihood, but it is a possibility. And for that reason, if you'll continue with the injunction that you not discuss the case with anyone, or read what your list to any account of the trial, we'll keep you on call if you can leave a number with the bailiff, and we'll continue your princely rate of pay as long as you're available. And we'll notify you
Bad
if and when a verdict is
jokes.
reached, or otherwise ask you to come back. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. And I apologize that you put in a lot more time than expected, and then. All right.
Don't you have to swear the bailiffs?
Thank you.
See, he can't even
where's the-
remember.
Want us to be seated?
You may be seated. You and each of you solemnly swear that you will keep all persons sworn on this jury together in some private and convenient place, subject to the court's direction, and that you will not speak to them or permit anyone else to speak to them concerning the state of their deliberations or the verdicts upon which they have agreed. So help you God. Thank you. All right. Discuss the exhibits, and if you can reach an agreement, just put it into the record. And it's unlikely I would disapprove of it, but if there's any dispute, then you can. The clerk has my number and can call me.
All right, this is the
This
part
story I
I'm
have to get out of
dreading.
here.
There you go.
Pause. So I'm assuming the verdict is next, and then the sentencing. Is that correct? I would assume. I have a migraine. All right, so this is the point in our juncture where we reflect on this man. This is like the worst nightmare story ever in the whole story of stories. Here, we need a screaming goat. And an orange. I'm not even in the mood for the orange. That no longer brings me joy. So let's take a moment. I'm not much of a pastor. So in your mind, if you could bow your head and say a prayer, that these two brothers are reunited in the year 2024. In the free world, let's just say. The sooner the better. Also, that he sues for millions of dollars and wins. Also, Dingleberry gets disbarred or goes to jail. Well, preferably disbarred and goes to jail. It's horrible. All right, well, moving on. This is like the worst nightmare. This is worse than pulling off a Band-Aid. Get your tissues. I have mine handy. Yeah. Sky Daddy listens. Especially when there's many prayers going at once. He goes on Sky Daddy prayer overload. Overload. All right, take a shot of whiskey or whatever you have handy. I don't want to see this.
You've done a great job. Everybody's been here with a couple of
And I haven't
minor
looked at the
incidents.
transcript because I just
Have
want to
been
vomit.
wonderful participants in terms of maintaining silence and dignity and not disrupting the proceedings at all. This, of course, is among the most critical moments of the trial and may create the greatest feelings of one way or another, where you feel a need to react
That
in some
bitch.
way. You may not do so.
Look Look at her stupid ass friend.
And as you can see, there's plenty of force here.
The two of them are like,
And
almost there. We're
if
almost
there's
free.
any kind of behavior that is in the least bit disruptive, without even needing to hear anything from me, the sheriff is here in person, and you will be removed from the court, and you would be subject to arrest if the incident were serious enough. I don't think we'll have anything like that, but just so you're aware. In addition, if you do not feel that you can remain in here regardless of the outcome, then you need to leave now. Because I'm not going to permit a massive outflow of people at any point during the proceedings. So unless you're totally confident that you can react
she just can't wait.
or
She
not
can't wait
react
to be
in
free.
any
They
way,
probably went cocktailing.
I would suggest you leave right now. Otherwise, you're perfectly welcome to stay. And is there any reason why we can't take the verdict at this time?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Wait, that's what's reported to me, is that their verdict. So
He doesn't even know what's coming. He's probably thinking like all of us, or all of you that were watching this live. The cameraman cut off his face.
would you come down, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
For sure acquittal. And then look, some freaking nightmare befalls this man. He's probably thinking, oh, let's see, what's the time for like acquittal and then like paperwork and get my shit and I can see my kids tonight. I'm telling you, the Project Veritas thing is really rolling in my head. I could maybe clear my calendar. I am moving in 6 months. Maybe I make a pit stop over in Kenosha. I can talk to strangers. This is like that scene in Bambi I can never watch. I don't want to watch it. It's a nightmare. How do I shut off the bot? I don't need the bot right now. Oh, Chrissy says
You may
the
be seated.
pictures are on Facebook.
All right,
apparently
members
he
of
doesn't mind
the
sharing.
jury, have you elected a presiding juror? Yes. Would you state your name? No, well, we don't need to
Oh,
do
he
that.
couldn't take his freaking
Has the
fisherman's
jury
friends out
reached
of
a
his
verdict
mouth.
as to each count? Would you hand all of the papers to the bailiff, please?
Well, don't make me cry even worse than I'm probably gonna. Wait, I think I can make my camera into black and white so it doesn't look so bad, so my nose doesn't turn red like Rudolph. Black and white. Apply. Okay. There, black and white.
The defendant will rise, face the jury, and hearken to its verdicts.
This is a dark day. This is probably the worst time of my Crime Spies life. I don't even want to look at it. Now I can't find my mouse. I'm trying to distract myself.
Jury of the matter, State of Wisconsin versus Zachariah Joseph Anderson. As to the first count of the information, we, the jury, find the defendant, Zachariah Anderson, guilty of stalking Sadie Beacom as charged.
It's like, okay,
As to
well,
the second count of the information, we, the jury, find the defendant, Zachariah Anderson, guilty of stalking Rosalio Gutierrez as charged. As to the third count of the information, we, the jury, find the defendant, Zachariah Anderson, guilty of intentional homicide.
you could see it in his
as
eyes.
charged.
That was probably Sadie hooping it up in the
As to
back.
the fourth count of the information, we, the jury, find the defendant, Zachariah Anderson, guilty of hiding in court as charged.
Okay, took a breath there.
Oh, I put it in the wrong state. Yeah, you may be seated. Members of the jury, are these your unanimous verdicts? You
Who
have
paid you?
heard the clerk reading
I
verdicts
bet
finding the defendant
Dingleberry was
guilty
involved.
as to each
Look
count
at
of
her.
the
Her and her
information.
friend are like, yes, we got away with that.
I'm going to pull you by seat number 1 through 6 across
We're geniuses.
the top, 7 through 12 across the front. If you agree with each and every one of
She's
these
so
verdicts,
relieved she's fake
finding
crying.
the defendant guilty is charged,
Fucking bitch.
please respond by
Yes.
saying yes.
That's what she is.
If there is any of the verdicts with which you do not agree, even one, please respond by saying no.
Such bullshit.
Were these and are these now your verdicts? Number 1, 2, 3,
Who are the
4,
jurors and how they're connected
5,
to Dingleberry?
6?
Yes.
No. 5?
Yes.
Okay. 6? No, 7. 7.
Yeah.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. Any further requests with respect to the jury?
Not from the state.
No, Judge.
All right. Folks, I want to thank you for your service in this case.
I don't.
I could not have asked for a more cooperative, pleasant jury to work with.
Why,
And
'cause they have no
in
brain
no way am I
cells.
commenting whatsoever on the
They've all had
outcome of the case.
lobotomies.
In terms of the length of the case and what the
Jamie, you
original
live in Michigan. You want to
expectations
meet me
were,
over in Kenosha? We'll do a
some of
little
the
Project
interruptions
Veritas.
and long breaks, and I could go on. You have been, I've never worked with a more patient and cooperative jury, and it's been a true pleasure for me to do that.
Look at her.
And
She's
this
half
is,
smiling.
far more important than most people realize. I mean, our entire freedom in this country is dependent upon people like you who take time off at great sacrifice to perform this service
All right, so if this isn't an
to,
indication that you smart people out
their
there
fellow citizens
shouldn't try
and,
to
it's a
skip out on
guarantee of
jury duty,
freedom.
this is it.
Against oppressive government that other countries don't have. And it's because of people like you that it's kept strong and handed down to our children and the generations which follow us. So there's no way I could adequately express the gratitude we have for you folks. And I want to advise you that you're never under any obligation to discuss your service on the case with anyone. You're welcome to. You,
Like I
there are
said
no
before, if Helen
restraints in
Keller was
terms
on the
of
jury, she would have hung the jury.
how much or how little you want to discuss it. Sometimes people will contact you. Very rarely the Some of the lawyers sometimes will contact people
And now
just
he's
ask
got to sit and listen
for
to this
pointers or whatever.
judge go on and on.
Sometimes the
I
media
can't
will.
listen to this.
I haven't seen a lot of that lately, but keep in mind that you're welcome to talk.
More
Or
stories.
welcome to say, I don't care to do that. And you're right either way, whichever way you decide. There is only one possibility that you would ever be required to answer any questions
Look at
about
her.
your
She's
service
like, I
here.
can't wait.
That's
I
very
have
remote.
some
I've been in
Dom
the criminal courts over
Perignon
50
sitting at
years.
home.
I've only had one case where that occurred, and it was a very minor matter. So I would not expect that you would
Can't believe they didn't find him.
be asked to do that. If that did happen,
He
that
did such a
request
good
would come
job
directly
cleaning up.
from the court.
Boy,
and
it
would
was
be a
close,
court proceeding
Sadie.
here in the open.
That
But
lady
other than
almost
that,
got you.
you don't have to
with
answer
that
anybody's question if you don't
crime,
want.
Crime Stoppers phone call.
You're ineligible
Dodged a
for jury
bullet there,
service
didn't
for
ya?
4 years. You've already done.
They want to know if they can have a life.
A lifetime exemption. That I can't do, but you certainly have earned one.
Yeah,
if
well,
that's what
nobody
you want.
wants
But,
you anymore.
I'm
So
hoping
yes,
that
I'd
maybe
say
one
yes.
of you may have enjoyed
All
it
12
enough
of you
to
are brain
want to
dead.
participate again. But in any event, for 4 years, you shouldn't be contacted about jury service. And go with our greatest gratitude and have a wonderful day. Thank you. If you need papers for work or anything, just see the bailiffs.
What a miscarriage of justice. I was listening to Mark Levin the other day. Don't judge. I got kind of mad at him for a while because he was on the opposite side of a certain two countries fighting, let's just say, issue. But I listened to his Friday
Mr.
thing.
Judge, I'd move to revoke bond and ask the court to set
Of
a
course.
sentencing date.
Pence?
Judge, we would be asking the court to enter judgment notwithstanding the verdict.
All right, the state's motion will be granted. The defense motion is denied. And set a date for sentence. Pre-sentence investigation is ordered. The defendant's bond is revoked.
This is the most disgusting thing I've ever
The
seen.
defense is going to want to prepare our own sort of memorandum.
So anyway, so the beginning of his latest book, he was reading the beginning of it, and I have it.
So the week of, for instance, the May 29th,
I was going to
more
pull the
weeks
part
from
out
there.
about our judicial system and how fooked up it is.
maybe late that week.
No, I have a trial in Oconto County.
I have a trial also.
How about the week before, May 22nd?
My iPad
I have a trial
doesn't
then
work.
too.
Needs to be charged.
Maybe late in the week? Very, very late in the week,
Oh,
maybe?
shut up, Dingleberry.
How about June 12th?
Up to an 8.
Are we just waffling
Trial.
with the date here?
How about the 15th in the morning? June 15th is a Thursday.
Could you do the 16th?
I could do the 16th as well.
Well, this is going out a little bit far. If we could go back to May, was that May 16th available?
It is for us.
That morning?
We can,
So
well, we can adjust
May-
that trial. Let me look at the date.
May
Well, it must be. Go ahead. No, what's the date?
Okay, this is just
Uh,
bullshit
yeah,
here.
but,
More
1:30.
bullshit.
should be all right.
1 or 1:30.
That's fine, either. Either works for the defense.
I want to find that for you. Let me see if I can find it quick. Cannot. I will look for it. Just look how they talk about scheduling and their life goes on. He's just sitting there. Well, we're in for the long haul. It's only 8:30. It's early. I'll tell you what. The defense team, in my opinion, it's kind of like that with death. I remember the first time one of my my grandpa died when Sam was little. I got pulled over by the coppers on a back road going around Lake Minnetonka. I was crying. He let me go with warning. But I remember same thing. Like we all show up. Everybody's in tears. It was like the first, grandparent that died. And we're sitting in the living room trying to figure out, who's going to the funeral home, who can watch grandma. And all of a sudden the mailman comes. Reet, mail. Reet, off he goes. And I'm thinking, he just died. Doesn't that, like everything should stop for a while. So stupid. Sigh. Since I cheated and listened to part 2 of episode 5, it's my understanding that his family doesn't get a chance to have anything to say either. He still's got kind of a smile on his face. Okay, so I maybe shouldn't say this because...
And appearances, please.
Jessica Krzarik and Mike Graveley from the District Attorney's Office.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Nicole Muller appearing for and with the defendant, Mr. Zachariah Anderson.
Yeah, you might be a nice
All right,
person, but you didn't do a very
and,
good job, lady.
Let me just take a moment.
Oh, he smiled at his family.
there's
I'm going
quite
to
a few
pause for a moment
spectators here.
during my rage. Oh, and I got to fix this window because his head's cut off. Oh, Irish Litahana. You just missed the verdict. Now we're starting sentencing. Grab your tissues or naranja and throw it at something that's not going to break. I am glad to see you, though. Your face, your name. I don't get faces on here. I get YouTube buttons. What was I going to say? Oh. Okay, so the whole honeypot idea. Project Veritas, if you will. Who's to say that, I don't know, maybe I'm looking for a house and, do a little Amazon shopping, make a little, travel east. Become besties with Sadie. Nauseously. Not besties, but I don't know. Make some small talk. Get her drunk.
And
that was a joke.
I understand why
Mostly.
people have strong feelings about this case, and that ordinarily doesn't present any problem. Occasionally, people
We have a
feel the
different
need
camera.
to express some of their sentiments here in court.
And another
That
thing I was
is
going to
not-
say, I am glad that the, multicolored hair guy did the closing. I think he did a way better job, in my opinion. Both Nicole and Dingleberry 2.0, they're kind of hard to follow, and they talk like this with no inflection or whatever that's called in your voice. That makes it interesting.
Not acceptable. That's why
I'm changing
we
all of
don't
my pictures to
permit,
black and white, I think,
badges and
until
insignia and
he gets out of jail.
special clothing and that
There's
type
no
of
color
thing.
in my life anymore.
And also why there'll be limitations on the people who will be permitted to speak. Some of them have a statutory entitlement to speak. And
Wasn't
there
Solomon's
are
baby born
few
during this
instances
trial?
Others will be permitted to speak, but not everyone who wishes to speak will be allowed to do so. I also was just handed within the last 10 minutes 4 or 5 letters that I scanned. I did not read them carefully. And they were provided by the defense. I've never utilized these types of letters extensively. Some letters come in as victim statements, which have a legal classification, and are received and presented to the court according to law. Some of them are remarks which were gathered by the writer of the pre-sentence, and I do pay attention to those, although the decision is mine and not what people encourage me to do. But as a general statement, the character reference type letters written by acquaintances of the defendant have generally, in my experience, not been helpful. And I've discussed this with colleagues of mine at the judges' conferences, and I'm not alone in my views. And some of the problems are, number one, they're censored. That is to say, they're not going to be generally negative towards the defendant, or they wouldn't be handed up to me by the defense. And number two, much of them are many of them are recount incidents that really are not significant, certainly not significant in the context of the enormity of this case. But I did take a look at them briefly. There can be no usage of telephones or iPads or anything like that during the hearing except the media who have been approved. So if you're using your phone, if your phone is out of your pocket, the deputies will collect it from you, and you will not get it back instantly if you get it back at all. So please keep that in mind. No phones, no calls. Phones must be silenced. I understand it's very difficult not to react, but you must enforce. You were wonderful at the trial, you who were here. So please continue with that, and no
Poppy,
reactions
come here. I need
in
a
any
kitten
way.
snuggle.
Those who are allowed to speak, keep in mind that you're allowed to speak. The reason you're allowed to speak under the law
Poppy, come here. I need
is
a snuggle.
to attempt to influence my decision. The decision in this case that the jury made turned the case over to me to make the legal decision as to what
she's sad too.
the ultimate outcome of the case will
Here.
be.
Grandma's
And you're allowed
sad.
to give me
Oh,
your
don't
thoughts
strangle yourself. I
on
don't need
what
another
ought
death.
to be done. I do not permit,
need
and
more
you see this on
sadness
TV
today.
by judges who either haven't had a lot of experience or who consider it acceptable. This is not a therapeutic purpose where people can vent at Mr. Anderson. He has to pay the price for what he's done. And that is
Okay, fine.
my function here.
What if he hasn't
I
done
will
what
certainly
has been asserted
consider,
here? Because the
what those who are permitted to
jurors
speak will
are
say. But
dumb.
this is not an opportunity
I
to
thought
speak
people in
directly
Wisconsin were a
to
little
him
smarter.
or to condemn him.
They're giving the
or
Midwest a
ridicule
bad.
him
Oh
or
my
anything
goodness.
like that.
Yep, they
It's
were.
limited to
Twiddly pip.
making remarks to me as to what you think
Remember
should
her dad
happen.
came in?
And there are no restraints in terms of what in
Look at
the
him.
legal limit.
Yeah, he looks like a danger
what the
to society,
statutes
doesn't
provide
he?
is what can happen as a result of the case. So obviously,
Sadie's probably still hung over from
I'm not
drinking ever since he was sentenced.
Well, I'll cut you off if you are recommending the death penalty or something like that, because I couldn't do that if I wanted to.
Shut up. Freaking
So
Dingleberry.
just keep that in mind, please, and no direct assaults on either him or his attorneys and or any of
see?
the witnesses.
No.
And does anyone have any questions?
I'm even worse out of sorts than normal.
His attorneys and
I'm trying to get him in the
or any
middle
of the
of the
witnesses. And
It's not working.
does anyone have any questions?
I do.
And you will not be permitted to go in and out. If you're expecting a phone call
When
or
is Dingleberry
something,
going to get disbarred?
I'm not going to say
When our
it won't
use
be
are going to
permitted, but
ruin any
if
small
it becomes any kind of a
bit
problem,
of your reputation.
I'll simply instruct the officers that no one will be permitted to go in or out. So keep that in mind if you're awaiting a phone call right now. That
Don't they get
if
like
you
sanctions
leave,
if they do
you
things
may not be
wrong in the
permitted to return.
judicial system?
Judge, we believe one of our speakers may wish to leave after they finish. That certainly is permitted, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions, anybody?
I bet Dingleberry goes to the.
All right. The information charges not only that the
I better not
defendant
say. I
committed
don't want to get thrown in jail.
the crimes of stalking as to the first and second counts
Let's just say.
of the information.
I better not say.
Intentional homicide of the
I will
first
text
degree in the
message
third
you.
count of the information and hiding a corpse in the fourth count of the information. The jury found him guilty as to each of those charges. It alleged also that he was a repeater because he had been convicted previously of a felony crime.
What does that mean?
And is that in dispute?
No, Judge.
Mr. Anderson, it is, well, why don't you identify the felony so I'm.
It's possession of marijuana more than 10 pounds out of South Dakota, was convicted April 16th, 2020, which
Judge
was
is
about a month
retired?
before this homicide.
Can't he still
All
get
right.
thrown in jail if he's retired?
Is that a correct statement, Mr.
I
Anderson?
wonder if Project Veritas could
Yes.
pay him a ring as well.
I have to actually obtain it from him directly. If he's not, then the district attorney will have to present the certified judgment of conviction.
Actually, Judge.
I don't.
Actually,
by case law,
Dingleberry,
we're
shut the hell
permitted
up.
to use the basis.
You can. You're right. That is an acceptable secondary source. You don't have a judgment?
I do.
I
but it's
encourage
back
you
in my
all to turn
office
your
in the
pictures
boxes of
black.
Materials, and because I was
In the meantime, I think
Until
he did
this
concede
injustice
the
is
fact of the former
Turned
conviction.
around.
I don't specifically remember
Frankly,
what
when
dates.
you get past a
but
certain age, the
yes,
black and
I
white
believe
doesn't
that's
look so
accurate.
bad.
All right.
Well, for those of you who watch 2000 Mules, we all know how
The
legit
state,
the Wisconsin elections are.
alleges
Said
that
no
you
one
are an
ever.
habitual offender because you had been convicted of the felony offense of possession of over 10 pounds of marijuana at Butte
Why
County,
are we going over
South
this
Dakota
now?
on the 16th of April of 2020, with sentence to be imposed on the 27th of May of 2020, which I don't think has yet occurred. Is that an accurate statement?
No, he was sentenced in December of 2021 in the South Dakota matter.
I did read that in the pre-sentence. So is that accurate?
Yeah, Judge, it is.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anything further before the state makes its presentation?
No, thank you.
All right. Now, do you want to speak before or after any?
So you're telling me Dingleberry
persons who would
actually
qualify-
sits mostly
I will
mute
speak
during
after
this?
the victim's family speaks.
All
That's a
right.
shocker.
Judge, before the state presents its position and the family speaks, there were several corrections to the PSI that the defense wanted to note. I don't know if the court would like to do that now or
Yes,
later.
and I'm glad you brought it up. Thank you.
To that point, Judge, there had been a filing by the defense to adjourn this hearing due to the fact that we did not have time to be able to go over the PSI as required by law with Mr. Anderson. We were able to do that before this hearing started this afternoon. In reviewing the PSI, there were sections that I reviewed for the description of the offense, the factual section. I reviewed that on my own and found that there were several errors as far as what was actual evidence in this case. There were two. On page 3 of the PSI, I think that there was descriptions of how the altercation occurred between Mr. Anderson and Mr. Gutierrez. Basically,
What is
that
this?
the struggle began at the doorway to the apartment. I did not think that that was supported by the evidence in the case. Additionally, that there was on page 3, there was also descriptions of how the blood pool in the living room got there. And I also think that was inconsistent with the evidence in the case and the testimony
The
in
judge
the case.
isn't going to be able
But
to
as far
comprehend
as
any of
an
this.
actual, so that's more of just an evidentiary versus what came in, did not come in. But there was a complete error of fact on page 9.
Shouldn't you have addressed this in the closing arguments
Which says
part?
that in the car, when it was searched, there were 2 opened but uneaten cans of sardines.
Oh,
Those sardine cans
please.
were not opened.
This
They're
is
bizarre.
ridiculous.
It's a clear top sardine, so that it looks opened, but it's not. That was confirmed by reviewing the actual sardine cans that were recovered. Seems like a small detail, but if it's going in a PSI, I want to make sure it's accurate, Judge.
Okay, that just looks
So
foolish.
that was on page 9.
In my
Additionally,
opinion.
on page 8, previously, there were things that were not in evidence, were not established to any degree of certainty. That being the burned remnant. This is in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paragraph down. The sentence, the burned remnant of fabric located there matched the color and pattern of a shirt that was frequently worn by the defendant. The defense would challenge that as fact. And then also the information regarding
Look at his
Agent
face. He's just
Hemmerle
like,
of
what?
the DCI. He did not provide testimony, and we would refute that as being factual at this time. Those were the corrections from the description of the offense, Judge, that the defense wanted to note on the record. As far as the things relating to what Mr. Anderson told the PSI writer, there were several corrections. I'm going to go in numeric order so that the state can follow along. On page 9 of the PSI, where it starts the defendant's version, the defendant's informed myself that he did not say that the criminal complaint was completely wrong, that there are portions in there that are accurate, so that reliance is not what Mr. Anderson had told the PSI writer. Additionally, there's a sentence that Mr. Anderson said he was not jealous of any relationship Miss Beecham might have been in. That's also inaccurate. Mr. Anderson said he told the PSI writer that, that he did have some jealousy, and that was also admitted to when police had received a statement from Mr. Anderson on May 19th, 2020. Next page would be page 16. I do just want to note on page 16 that there is a juvenile record for the one that says the date of offense 6/20, the disorderly conduct. Obviously, the court knows this, but counseled and closed means that there was not a finding of delinquency in that case, so it's not technically a conviction to be considered for a juvenile record. So I just wanted to reiterate that we wouldn't be considering that to be part of the record. Page 17, the first paragraph, when asked about the 1994 disorderly conduct, which was that juvenile record that was counseled and closed, that there was not that delinquency finding, that this reliance where it says the defendant remembers this differently, that is not relating to the 1994 situation. The defendant had explained to the PSI writer that all he could remember was an incident on his 18th birthday. So this was, the defendant remembers this differently. That whole paragraph where what he's describing is something that occurred on his 18th birthday, which would have been in 1998, not 1994. And then also on page 17, it talks about how the next paragraph, that Mr. Anderson had entered a garage and helped a person steal a stereo equipment. That's not what he informed the PSI writer. What he informed the PSI writer was that he knew the individual who had entered into his neighbor's garage. He knew that that person had taken that equipment. That is what he told the PSI writer, and that's what he had said back in 1994. Also down to, I guess the second to last paragraph, even though the last paragraph on page 17 is only one line, but it talks about a sexual assault of a child where there was sexual intercourse which was non-consensual. Mr. Anderson said he had never reviewed that PSI from the 1995 incident, that it was consensual. From looking at the records, it appears also that it was an incident where he was 15 and she was 15. They were dating, so it was 2 children. But basically the objection is to the non-consensual language, that the defense maintains that it was consensual. Moving to page 24, the PSI writer noted that Mr. Anderson had been bullied in school. That's not what he remembers saying to the PSI writer. He maintains he was not, the defense maintains that he was not bullied, but rather he was just new to the school. On page 26, there's a line that says, the defendant feels that the present event is the most traumatic experience in his life. The defense maintains that was not stated by the defendant. And then there's on page 28, when talking about use of controlled substance, specifically mushrooms, the second sentence says, for him, this is a ritualistic use. It should read, for him, this is not a ritualistic use. And then also that second statement was taken out of context, and we'd ask that that was not what Mr. Anderson stated to the PSI writer. Judge, sorry, that was a little lengthy, but I wanted to make sure I was doing my diligent work in ensuring that we made a record of the corrections that we felt necessary of the PSI, but that is all we had. I don't know if the state had any corrections to add.
First off, do you want to dispute any of what has been claimed by the defense?
Judge, I think a lot of that is just argument in and of itself, so I don't think we need to respond to it in this way. I think it's something we can clear up during our comments.
Well, I half agree with you. I ordinarily say if it's not going to have any effect on the outcome of the case, then I'm not going to have any finding. So we don't need to go through the ritualistic presentation of the state on each point. Certainly whether or not the sexual incident from age 15 was non-consensual would be a significant issue in a large number of cases. But in this particular case, I don't think that I would attach a great deal of significance to it, given the enormity of the crimes involved here. And so I'm not, unless you have that information readily at hand as to whether that was clearly part of the finding by the juvenile court, I'm not going to make any finding on that one.
My understanding on that is that the complaining witness or victim back in 1994 indicated it was not consensual, so that's how it was charged out. Whether he viewed it as consensual, I obviously do not know, but the complaint to law enforcement was for a non-consensual sexual encounter.
That was what I understood, but I did not conclude that what the outcome of the case was a determination that there had in fact been a non-consensual event. So I'm not going to make any finding that would have any significance with respect to the outcome of the case. Anything you have with respect to content of the pre-sentence?
No, there are generally some typos, but nothing that is worth bringing to the court's attention.
Thank you. All right, and let me invite you to proceed with your...
Speaking first will be Miss Petty as well as her daughter.
All right, would you state your name, please, ma'am?
Kayla Petty,
And your daughter's name is?
Ava Gutierrez.
Okay. And you can go ahead.
3 years ago, you took Zachariah Anderson, took a life, Rosalio Gutierrez Jr., or as I and many others would prefer to him as Junior. And by doing so, you affected and ruined the lives of everyone who knew and loved him.
And I'm sorry to do this, but I'm going to interrupt you right off the bat because what you're talking to the defendant. And I understand that's how you prepared. I probably ordinarily I would let it go, except there are going to be more speakers and they'll pick up on it. So, okay, thank you.
It's been 3 years of questions, 3 years of confusion, and 3 years of pain. 3 years ago, exactly 1 week after my daughter's birthday, myself and her stepfather had to tell our 8-year-old daughter that her daddy wasn't coming back, that he wasn't just hurt or just missing, that he was dead. I can still see the look in her eyes and hear her cries. Even with that heartbreaking moment, how do you make an 8-year-old little girl comprehend the meaning of those words? There would be no more daily and frequent phone calls between the two of them. No more weekends together, no more laughter, no more celebrations. He wouldn't be there for her good, bad, or sad days to come. Just like that, he was gone and taken forever. He took away a father of 2 because of reasons we still can't seem to comprehend. An 8-year-old should not know the cruelty of this world, that there is evil, and that there are monsters out there that do unimaginable things. Zachariah took away an innocence that we can never restore in her. One day, my daughter will be at an age where she knows all the details of the awful things that Zachariah Anderson's done. She will have questions that will go unanswered. Why does she deserve to feel that pain over and over again for the rest of her life? Zachariah has shaped my little girl into a person that he had no right in doing so. He has taken so much from her. Judge, I have watched Zachariah sit there with no emotion and with no remorse. He has not only completely changed my daughter's life and traumatized the people who love Junior, but he has also changed and traumatized his own children's lives. And I hope he takes the time to think about that every moment of every day, how his selfishness and insecurities have impacted the lives of many. I feel this man is a coward and he is a monster. I wish Zachariah a lifetime in prison to sit there and to think about the evil things he has done and the lives he has ruined. I truly hope it haunts him in the way it haunts us. My daughter didn't ask for this life, but he gave it to her. And I pray one day he will own up to what he has done and that he can find it in him to give us and my little girl the answers that we deserve. My daughter, her brother, Junior's mother, father, family, and friends didn't deserve this. And Junior definitely did not deserve this.
Thank you, ma'am. And did your daughter wish to speak? Okay, thank you.
Judge, next will be Christy Raditz Ortiz and her child, Julian.
Right. Ms. Raditz Ortiz?
Almost 3 years ago to the date, my life changed forever. I lost a friend as well as the person who I was raising my son with, his father. Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. took so much pride in that title. He enjoyed nothing more than watching his son grow. They shared so many special moments and memories. Sadly, all that was cut short at the hands of an evil person whose jealousy got the best of him. Because of that, Junior will only live on in our memories and our hearts. This by far was and continues to be one of the hardest things to go through as a mother. My heart aches for my son. Julian will forever feel a piece of him died with his father that day. He contemplated quitting. He contemplated quitting playing baseball because he didn't want to go on without his dad. That was their passion. It's something that they really enjoyed and bonded over. I'm happy to say that Julian decided not to give up, and he's come so far in the last 3 years in all aspects of his lives, and we find comfort in knowing that his dad is watching over us. It's just so sad that he can't be there to see it for himself. As much as I'd like Zachariah to suffer the same way that Junior did, I feel a maximum life sentence without parole will suffice. Just knowing that he'll never be able to freely walk outside of the prison walls will bring some peace of mind.
Thank you. Did you wish to speak?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. I want to start with acknowledging that not only me, but every person I love and people that love me were affected by the murder of my dad. Not only me, but my entire family had to go to sleep not knowing where my dad was. Not knowing if he was okay, not knowing what to do, just sitting there feeling anxious, hopeless, and helpless. I didn't want to be happy or even smile knowing that my dad was gone. Just the thought of never getting a hug from my dad again, never saying another word to him, made me sick. Wondering, was he proud of me? Did I say I love you? Did he know that I meant it? I never in a million years thought that when he dropped me off on that evening and we said our goodbyes on Sunday, May 17th, it would be my last time. After thinking about it, I started to find ways to blame myself. What if I spent the night there that night? Would it have changed that monster's mind? I began to feel hatred towards this disgusting, jealous man. And I want nothing more than to have the name Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. to be stuck in his mind and for my dad to haunt him forever. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't think of my dad, about all the good memories we shared on and off the baseball field, all the laughter and all the serious stuff, the life lessons he taught me, the good work ethic he had, and showed me that every day anything was possible. He'd always tell me and my sister that all he was trying to do was make a better life for us and leave us something when he died. After he said that, my sister would say, "No, Dad, I don't want you to die." And he would respond with, "We all have to someday." We just never thought that someday would come so soon. There's a song that I really like, and it says, "It's a shame when people ain't around to see the smiles that they nurture and the laughter that they breathe." The fact that my dad won't ever be able to see us grow old and meet his grandchildren, and to have that taken away by one jealous man, is nothing short of a shame. With that said, I believe Zachariah Anderson should be sentenced to the maximum penalty that you can give him. It would make me feel better to know that such a monster can never be free. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Speaking next will be Sadie Beecham.
Ms. Beecham?
Life will never be the same for any of us, and I never would have imagined this would have been my life. I've endured some tough losses, deaths of both my parents and a beloved Grams, but no one could have prepared me for this kind of loss. Loss of dignity and self-esteem in a relationship that was manipulative and emotionally abusive, then coming to terms with having to grieve the loss of that relationship, losing the trust and respect of my one and only daughter, my baby girl, the one who made me a mom, due to the irresponsible, inconsiderate, and irreversible actions of her father to exploit her mother and create a narrative of shame to an impressionable 12-year-old girl. Loss of feeling safe and the safety of our children, and the feelings of helplessness and fear with you around. Loss of a budding relationship and a friend who innocently and ultimately suffered the greatest loss, his life.
Look, even the internet gods cut off the live stream. It's still going down here in the time.
Loss of words
There.
when my boys ask,
Yeah, internet gods hate her face
loss
too.
of words when my boys ask if they will be when those evils are known as well as I do, that sit behind those blue eyes, slick smile and big words,
That's not my
and yet I
sin.
continue to allow them the freedom to have a relationship with our kids that they choose not to pursue. A loss is greater than I could ever imagine, but we will continue to survive these losses, and I will continue to choose love and kindness to move forward and to nurture and mother my children with. I will teach them all the good things about you, and I cannot fix the damage you've done, but I can minimize the long-term effects, and I intend to do that with love in my heart every day.
Good, she doesn't have.
You should have just
waterproof
waited for
mascara
colder
on.
weather.
She probably did that on purpose too, to aid in her manipulation of this court. Oops. What
This
woman
is
doesn't have
meant for
waterproof
Dad.
mascara when you know you're going to cry? She did that on
So-
purpose because she's a manipulative
I think
freaking biatch.
13 letters was the beginning. Not realizing that the next 3 years of my life would be taken from me and consumed with learning how to be my own person.
I wonder who helped her write this.
Watching myself go into a really dark place was hard. Getting out and regaining my confidence was a whole new level of difficult. I never thought 7 years ago this was the way me, my mom, and my dad's story ended. It breaks my heart to this day knowing things will never be the same. The joy, the sadness, and the anger were all things I once had. And then the numbing happened. And that scared me because it gave me the loss of respect, even for myself. I started thinking and waking up to the fact that now I need to make a change in my life and not let the same abusive patterns continue. Little did I know, I was already trapped. Trapped in a mindset I couldn't free myself from. To this day, I wonder, did he ever love me? Or was I just a pawn, a toy, or his little golden retriever? You took me for granted, and you will never get the same respect back. If you don't believe me, ask Mom. She doesn't have that respect either anymore. After this whole situation, I had to relearn how to not let what other people said get to me so much, and retrain my mind to not have a mindset like my parents. I think you'd like to know it's beautiful outside. It's for sure frisbee weather, and a bit windy. So turbulence would catch it, but we'd have fun. Forever and always, I miss you and I love you. But a quote from the 13 letters. Do not come back and expect me to welcome you back in with open arms. You need to work on yourself first. I've worked on myself for the past 3 years. It's your turn now, if you want your baby girl back.
Next will be Eugene Patterson.
me first thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to express the impact of the loss of my son by the hands of Zachariah Anderson. I looked up the word impact, an object colliding with another object, but also influence with the added meaning to push to do or be different. My stepson, Rosalio Gutierrez Jr., Pocho, lived with my wife and I for a time so we could help him get back on his feet as parents will do for their children from time to time. Pocho and I would talk, and the one thing Pocho had a burning need to do was to return to Kenosha, Wisconsin to care and help raise both his daughter and son. I told him that he is doing well in Colorado and should try and make a home for himself in Colorado. Visit his children as much as possible and have them visit him as much as possible. Pocho states, "You are the only father I have had, and if I have learned anything from you, is that you have always been there for your children. My birth father was never there for me. You were. And I want to do the same thing for my children. I want my children to grow up with me in their lives. I want to coach my son as he pursues baseball. Impact. Pocho can no longer coach his son. I want to be there as my daughter pursues dance. And if she is in the future getting married, I want to be there to walk her down the aisle. Impact. Pocho will not be there to cheer his daughter on as she leads cheers on dances. Impact. Pocho will not be able to walk his daughter down the aisle as she continues her life with a person that will become one with her. Zachariah Anderson's life has changed, but he's alive. He will be able to write letters to his family and friends.
Really?
If his parents and siblings choose to visit him, they can, and they are able to talk to one another. If his children choose to visit him, or his child chooses to visit him, she can. Even though some controls are in place, he and his family will be able to exchange gifts during the holidays if they choose to.
If they're from a preferred
Impact.
vendor.
My son Pocho has no choices. Impact. My wife and I can't even visit Pocho's grave, let alone visit him in person. During the holidays, with family and friends, there will be no exchanges of gifts, no exchanges of laughter, no exchanges of hugs, and no exchanges of love with Pocho. What does justice look like for Rosalio Gutierrez Jr., Pocho? His life was taken from him. The person who took Pocho's life should have their life taken with no possibility of parole. Thank you, Your Honor.
Now it'll be Rosalio's mother.
Your Honor, first and foremost, thank you for allowing me the time to address you this afternoon. In my life, I've had many moments which have changed a chosen path in one way or another, but none so life-changing as the day my son was born and the day I learned of his disappearance and death. My first life-changing moment was on Thursday, April 10, 1980, the day of my son's birth. It was such a joyous moment and forever life-changing, for my life was no longer my own. I had a baby boy to take care of and nurture. Each decision and path I took was always geared towards providing him, yes, a humble life, but one full with love, compassion, and a safe home. Many sacrifices were made, including leaving his birth father when he was only 2 years old, to ensure that my son would not be raised he would not be raised with exposure to violence and turmoil in the home. Rather, to be surrounded with love, compassion, understanding, and learning how to treat others with respect. I taught my son these life values early on, which he carried throughout his adult life. Much later, when my son was about 10 or 11 years of age, I introduced him to Eugene, whom I would later marry, much later. Eugene was the father that my son had longed to have, a wonderful husband and stepdad. Both my son and I were blessed when he came into our lives. Over the years, my son felt his dad's love for us both, and as he grew older and wiser, he would share with me, "Mom, if I can be half the man Dad is, I'm going to be okay." Your Honor, my son learned throughout his life from myself and his dad what was expected of a growing man and a father. My son was hardworking, at times holding multiple jobs to provide for his children's needs and expenses. His only goal in life was to be as supportive and present to his young children, showing an interest in their education, their activities, and the plan was to be present for them well into their adulthood, to leave his children some security and a legacy. Pocho had good co-parenting relationships with his children's mothers and their significant others as well. They all worked together, always focused on what was best for the children. Life's second changing moment was on Tuesday, May 19th, 2020, now marked as the worst day of my life and one I will never, ever forget. It was during COVID, and I was working remotely from my home in Colorado, and I received a phone call from my granddaughter's mother that she had just been contacted by law enforcement. She told me that law enforcement had responded to Pocho's apartment for a wellness check and that they were looking for him. Shocked to hear the news, I told her that I would call Pocho and check to see what was going on. I called my son immediately, but the call went straight to voicemail,
It's still so
which in
weird how
itself
she went
was
to the
strange.
refrigerator first.
I left a voicemail telling him that I was very worried and to please call me as soon as he heard this message. I then texted him and received no response. My son would always respond to my calls and/or texts, especially if I sounded very concerned. He would always call me or text me to notify me that he'd call later. I then immediately proceeded to call his dad and told him that something was very wrong in Kenosha, sharing what I had just been communicated. I still had not received a lot of information, but I knew that we needed to get to Kenosha immediately. I recall receiving many calls and texts as we traveled to Kenosha. It was then that I suspected that something horrible, something so unthinkable had happened to my son. It was a dreadful drive to Kenosha, an anticipation and a sickening feeling of thinking of my boy and what had happened to him. First thing we did when we arrived in Kenosha was to go to our son's apartment. His apartment was taped off with crime scene tape, and a Kenosha police officer was securing the scene. I got out, identified myself, and requested permission from the officer. If I could just walk into the hallway, being granted permission, I did so. My world was shattered. My heart started to race, and I felt this overwhelming feeling of despair and helplessness as I approached my son's front door. I saw bloodstains on his apartment front door and walls. The scene etched in my brain, never to forget. I knew then, right then, that my son was gone, dead. I can't explain it. I just knew. All these thoughts started racing through my head. Oh my God, why? Why? My son is dead. I just started to cry and I was overwhelmed with guilt. I felt and I feel to this moment guilt that I had moved away to Colorado and not been there to protect my son. I thought of our last text exchange on Saturday when he texted me a photo of him and the children at the park. I responded with another text, not knowing that it would be my last. To this day, I regret not calling him back and speaking with him and visiting with him on FaceTime. I live with these regrets and so many more. Many days went by when I received a call from Detective Correa that my son's apartment was released. I dreaded it, but I am his mother, and it was my task and responsibility to clean his apartment and pack his belongings. I prayed and found the courage the next day to go to his apartment and begin that heart-wrenching task. I unlocked his front door, blood-stained door, and entered into my hell. I sat on his couch, taking it in, crying uncontrollable and alone. Alone with my thoughts of despair, imagining the pain my son endured as I witnessed the aftermath of his brutal attack. I gathered myself and started a walkthrough, videotaping and photographing my son's apartment. It would take me days to complete the task of cleaning and packing his personal belongings and his children's too, his furniture. I have it all still, unable to throw away any piece of clothing he wore or item he owned. I will never forget having to scrub off and wipe clean the blood off the entry door, the walls, the ceilings, the blinds, the furniture. My son's blood was all over the front living space, with his blood spatter on his children's drawings and family photographs. While cleaning the kitchen refrigerator, I discovered my son's cell phone, driver's license, and credit cards in the refrigerator freezer. Yet another horror to witness, and the need to call and
Where's the
notify
videotape
Detective
and
Correa.
photography?
My only son, taken so savagely, with so much rage and hatred. Mr. Anderson did not know my son. My son had children who loved him, who had been with their dad on the days leading to his final days. Mr. Anderson did not care. He did not even care for what would happen to his own children for his monstrous actions and the pain he would cause them and his own family. A few months after my son's murder, our family suffered another loss, my mother. During the ceremony, my grandson asked me if I would be doing anything for his dad. My heart was overwhelmed with sadness and grief for my son and my mother. I had no words for my grandson and barely able to respond that we would. After some planning, we did just that. One day before my son's 41st birthday on Friday, April the 3rd. Mr. Anderson did not know my son. My son had children who loved him, who had been with their dad on the days leading to his final days. Mr. Anderson did not care. He did not even care for what would happen to his own children for his monstrous actions and the pain he would cause them and his own family. A few months after my son's murder, our family suffered another loss, my mother. During the ceremony, my grandson asked me if I would be doing anything for his dad. My heart was overwhelmed with sadness and grief for my son and my mother. I had no words for my grandson and barely able to respond that we would. After some planning, we did just that. One day before my son's 41st birthday on Friday, April the 9th, 2021, We got together at the church my son attended. Family, friends, members of the community joined to celebrate the life of my son, Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. We had no body to grieve over, nor to say our goodbyes. We only had memories, photographs, and a beloved framed Chicago Cubs baseball jersey he owned. Imagine
Oh, and Sadie was wearing a Cubs
celebrating the life
jersey.
of
Did
your
you
only
see
child
that
and not
at the
having his body to
at the
grieve over.
verdict? A man she
Imagine
knew for what, 6 weeks?
unable to put closure to his personal affairs because there is no body to obtain a death certificate.
Mm.
Or his children 3 years later with no death benefits for the same reason. No body, no death certificate.
No body, no crime. Isn't that what they say, ma'am?
We waited a long
Her
time.
anger needs to be
3
directed at the
years
sloppy law
to be exact,
enforcement
for justice for my
investigation.
son. But it would not have been possible without the countless hours of numerous law enforcement agencies. I thank them all.
Dingleberry's
Especially the
freaking story
Kenosha
he
Police
tried to sell.
Department, Detectives Correa and Anschultz. Countless other detectives and officers for their diligent investigations in my son's case.
That
To
came up
Judge
with basically
Gabriel,
nothing.
formerly DDA Gabriel, for initially charging Mr. Anderson, and to District Attorney Mike Graveley and DDA Chris Jarek for their presentations of the facts of the case to this court and jurors, for their zealousness for justice and their compassion to our family. Finally, Ms. Heather Beasley, for her advocacy and keeping me well informed. We are
I want to know
forever
what this
grateful
A&E
to
thing
each one of
is.
you.
I've heard about that.
Your Honor, the selfish and monstrous actions Mr. Anderson took Sunday, May 17, 2020, forever altered countless lives. I no longer have the hugs and kisses of my son, his smile, our conversations and visits, watching him grow old and care for his aging parents. His children no longer have the support of their father's presence for their educational needs, life events, birthdays, graduations, weddings, and for their guidance and encouragement in their lives as they grow older. Extended family, friends, and countless others no longer have my son to call on or to share memories with. Mr. Anderson deprived my son of his life, his unfinished dreams and goals he had set for himself. Mr. Anderson deprived my son's life from his children, his family, and his friends. In closing, Your Honor, the emptiness, helpless despair I felt then, I feel today. That's 24/7, 365. It will never cease. For this mother, incapable of moving on from losing her only child. What did he do with my son's body? Will Mr. Anderson ever tell me or tell this court? I beseech this court to consider all the lives forever altered from the actions of one man, Zachariah Joseph Anderson. Mr. Anderson made a conscious, calculated, and planned decisions, which led to the evening hours of Sunday, May 17, 2020. He chose to cowardly stalk my son, consumed with jealousy and hatred towards a man he did not even know, waiting for the right time, and savagely attacked and murdered him. Then hid his heinous actions
Maybe
by
she needs to be
removing
put
and
on the
disposing
honeypot
my son's
list.
corpse, not allowing my son a Christian burial, now allowing me a son to grieve over, nor a grave to visit.
Well, they're right
For
there.
all these reasons,
If you're not even sure where he
and
is,
so many more,
how in the world can
I
this...
humbly request, Your Honor, to sentence Mr. Anderson to the maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thank you, sir.
She needs justice, but she didn't get it here. She should be the most mad out of everybody, in my opinion. This is disgusting.
Thank you, Judge. I don't have to rehash all of the facts of this case. I think all the parties
Well,
here
good,
sat
because
through
you don't have them
roughly
straight,
17
ma'am.
days worth of
Dingleberry,
testimony,
too.
different motion hearings, and everything that went into the prosecution of this case. But I think I'd be remiss in talking about this case without talking about who Mr. Gutierrez Jr. was. And his family and children and mother just did admirable job of being able to tell you what they've lost, what this has cost them, and who he was. As a prosecutor, I don't get to know who.
This. I wish I could figure out how to put it up on the screen. Lesko Brandon. Like I said, I don't even care if he did do it. This isn't justice. You can't just pick someone out and say, you go to jail. Actually, if you think about like the laundry list of resources that were used, time, money, etc., and they came up with jack shit, and not pardon my French because I'm mad, but these people should be mad. The parent, the stepdad, the son, the daughter, the two baby mamas. Although they didn't really have a whole lot of emotion in their voice, but that's neither here nor there. I'm sure they felt it. Sadie had no business speaking. She knew the man 6 weeks. All those resources, they never freaking found him, and they never found any evidence. None.
Who my victims or the victims of the crimes I'm prosecuting are ahead of time. Instead, in cases like this where there's a homicide.
And for those of you who live in Kenosha, Wisconsin, if you do happen to get arrested for a crime and this lady is anywhere near you, pick a bench trial. Judge what's-his-face with the orange, he's retired. You'll have way better luck than with this Dingleberry 2.0.
We get snapshots. We get the chance to know the victim through the family that's left behind, through the friends that mourn them, and through essentially the evidence that they were able to leave behind. In this case, the phones, the conversations. And what I can say to sum that up is exactly what his family just shared with this court, which was this was someone who was a beloved.
The audio and the video are out of sync. At least they are for me.
Friend. In talking to different people and prepping this case, they had only great things to say about him. The phrase would give you the shirt off his back was mentioned numerous times. The would do anything for anyone, compassionate, loved his children, so involved. An absolute girl dad for his daughter, would brag about her dance. Obviously a baseball coach for his son. And so through these people, I got to know a man that went by so many different names, from Junior to Pocho to Rosalio
what was
Gutierrez
the name on
Jr.
his child support
And that has
checks,
been
ma'am?
a very powerful experience because he meant so much to so many people. And I'm glad that the court got a little snapshot of that today from the people who knew him and loved him most. When we talk about sentencing, the first thing that we look at is the seriousness of the offense. Here we have 4 different offenses, but obviously the most serious one is the death of Mr. Gutierrez Jr. And the legislature has made it very clear that this is the most serious crime that the state of Wisconsin has and mandates life in prison. Really, the only question is...
For those of you who haven't seen 2000 Mules, watch it just for the sheer fact of how geofencing works. I have it on my Rumble channel. I think it's cloaked under Carrie Lake Verdict Watch. I suggest you watch it. Sometimes it's kind of hard to find. And Wisconsin is one state that they had in there for multiple reasons. That's not a political statement. It's just something of interest you might want to peruse through. If you wonder why Dingleberry can get elected year after year after year after year after year, and you know, I thought Wisconsin was half on the up and up, but no. Take a look at 2000 Mules. I'll try to find the link if you want me to. I had something else to say. Dirty Republican, can I still watch it? Well, I mean, it is under the Carrie Lake verdict, so, you know, I would assume that's where you park yourself. In my opinion, everybody should watch it. As long as you're not a Mittens Republican, you're good with me. If you're a Mittens / Lindsey Graham / No Name McCain, we're not going to get along. What's her face? Cheney, Liz Cheney. The Rhino side, no Gucci. Although one of my friends is really good friends with, what's his face? He has like box seats to the Clemson games, and Lindsey Graham shows up. I'm like, Lindsey Graham is no good.
Is should Mr. Anderson ever
Stay
get the
far away from
opportunity
him.
to leave prison. And I think it's pretty clear when we look at the seriousness,
Hi, half
the
Irish. She
calculated
took the words right
nature,
out of my mouth.
the
I'm
protection
not
of the public
Republican, I'm
aspect,
conservative.
and Mr. Anderson's only
Exactly.
character, that the answer in this case is a resounding no. Mr. Anderson does not deserve to ever live outside of a prison wall. And I say that because this murder was cold, it was calculated, it was planned,
Planned
and it
where?
was carried out on someone who Mr. Anderson didn't even know. He had no reason to hate Mr.
You know,
Gutierrez
the
Jr.
fact that the
except for
audio
the fact that
and
Miss Beecham had allowed
the fact that the audio and video are out of sync, and I'm gonna jack her speed up because I can't take it anymore, is God's interference. He cut off Sadie midway. That's not a coincidence, people. He's trying to intervene. This is such a
elected to
disgusting
move on,
disgrace.
and this was her first new relationship. That's what Mr. Gutierrez ended up paying his life for, was for a jealousy for a man that he had no relationship with, would never meet, and never interacted with. When we talk about the facts of this case, and the court heard for a number of different weeks, we have stalking behavior, we have following behavior, we have eavesdropping behavior, we have a lead up of
Don't walk
this
your
defendant
dog by your
essentially prepping,
neighbor's
planning,
front
and carrying
window.
out this homicide. And the evidence could not have been more clear. Mr. Gutierrez was attacked in his doorway and was hit at least 6 times with a blunt object, at least. And once that was done and Mr. Gutierrez was deceased, his body then was taken from the scene. It wasn't left behind. It was taken from the scene and disposed of in a way that will never give his family closure, because the only person who actually has firsthand knowledge of where Mr. Gutierrez currently is Mr.
See, if I was a juror, instead of getting stuck on that one little tiny dot of freaking brownish red, unidentifiable freaking shit, I would have said, how the heck did that body get out of there? It was like, you know, dripping blood. It was dripping blood so badly, you know, the carpet had to have been soaked because it spilled onto the carpet. See, look over here. How the hell did it get out of that house with one little tiny drop of brownish red something? Earwax, for all we know.
Anderson, and obviously he's not talking. So the seriousness of this crime, the cold and calculated nature of carrying it out, and the absolute lack of remorse leads us only to the one conclusion, that life in prison without parole is the only appropriate outcome in this case. Another thing the court has to consider is the character of the defendant, and this pre-sentence is incredibly thorough regarding his prior interactions with law enforcement over the last several decades, almost 30 years. And it wasn't the number of convictions or the number of felony convictions that stuck out to me the most, it was his explanation for them. Because everything that this court saw in Mr. Anderson during this trial, in his statements to police, in how he presented this, even in some of the corrections that were made for the pre-sentence investigation.
She just goes on and on and on with the bullshit. Let's talk about Rosalio and his affiliations, let's just say. You're telling me that a man that never met him unalived him over that hag bag, Sadie? Are you kidding? Look a little closer to his affiliations, perhaps. Whatever happened to those bats he was, you know, he bought that night? What a friggin' frackin' joke. We were talking the other day. Well, maybe he went out the slider. Maybe 2 people drug him out. If there's one even hint, even whiff of a maybe, it's acquittal. Not 2, 3, 4 maybes. 1, even a hint, even a sort of hint, maybe. This is such bullshit.
Nothing is ever really his fault. What the facts are not really what the police say they were, or what he
you
pled
with
to.
your-
Ultimately,
with your
he's essentially always the victim of circumstance,
honest
just like this case.
freaking snitch.
And I say that because we talk about
Munch.
even the disorderly conduct, which I know is not an adjudication, but he even took onus with the fact that they charged him with use of a dangerous weapon, indicating there wasn't one. Well, as this court is aware, in order to make some sort of complaint, they obviously have to substantiate it with something. So there's one time where, nope, that's simply wrong. Then we talk about burglary convictions where, oh no, I didn't actually burglarize anything. I simply pled to an offense or was adjudicated delinquent of an offense because my friend took something out of someone's garage and I knew about it. As this court is aware, that is not a way to be adjudicated of a burglary, simply knowing that something has occurred. Then there's another burglary offense where he takes onus with who was apparently with him at the time that it happened, saying that once again, law enforcement got it wrong, and his brother, I think was specifically
Sounds
his
to
brother,
me
wasn't
like the
present.
law enforcement out there
And
in
then we have the sexual assault
Kenosha,
adjudication.
or
And this one mattered because once again, it's his
what's
own
the
version
other
of events.
city?
The victim clearly made the
Mequon
complaint
is horse
that,
shit.
well, yes, they were dating, and there was some consensual kissing. When he wanted more, she said no, and he forced himself on her. His version is obviously incredibly different. It includes that it was consensual, but also the reason that he was accused of this and ultimately adjudicated for it was because he was so irresistible that he was
That's
also
why
trying
boys
to take her friend
growing
in
up
some way, and
nowadays
so this was
after
a
the
jealousy
whole
thing.
Me
Not
Too
his
thing,
jealousy,
they don't dare
the 15-year-old
blow
female
on a
victim's jealousy,
girl, let
which led her
alone
to
lean
make
in and
this
give her a
allegation and ultimately something
smooch.
that he was adjudicated on. And so we see time and time again in the
Such
90s
bullshit.
the same type of behavior that we see all the way in 2023. He talks about how he had been a law-abiding citizen for a number of different years.
Hi,
And I think that that's
Josie.
a hard sell for a number of reasons, but one
Sorry you
being,
have to listen to
in
this
2019
again.
when he's pulled over with 26 pounds of
We have her
marijuana
on
in South
1.2
Dakota,
times
transporting it from the
speed.
West Coast
Can't
back to
take it
Wisconsin,
anymore.
I think it would be naive for anyone in this courtroom to believe that was the first time he ever did anything like that. People don't start with 26 pounds of marijuana transportation. That is
I don't
something
know,
you
how
build up
much
to.
did
That's
that
something
Munch
that is
character
essentially
guy
bad luck
have?
that he got caught on this time. But
200?
then the telling thing is after that, after being
600? What
arrested
was
for that,
it?
after being prosecuted for that, during the pendency of that, we then had his daughter come in and talk about 72 pot plants that he was growing in his own home. So
Oh,
when we're talking
the-
about character, it's
the
someone
daughter
who's
that-
already facing penalties for marijuana, 26 pounds of it, and then is, according to his daughter, cultivating more. And that was backed up by what was found at the house, the seeds, some money,
Iris,
some different
that's
things.
so funny.
But it shows a pattern of behavior and the character of the defendant behind that. But Judge, to be honest here, the real clincher in this case in terms of what should be done here is a protection of the public punishment aspect to this crime. Mr. Anderson brutally murdered Mr. Gutierrez Jr. He stalked his ex-girlfriend. He hid Mr. Gutierrez's body. And those are things that need to be punished. They need to be answered for. And I think the public needs to see
You'd
the
think
swift
you'd be able
response
to find
of
it with
what
all your
is the deterrent effect
technology and
when
all your
people get jealousy in their mind.
resources.
Jealousy is a normal emotion that many people go through, but it's who we are as humans and our
You
character
know who
that
was
stops us from
jealous?
crossing a line.
OA
And
was
what Mr. Anderson
jealous.
proved during
OA
this
had
case is that
conflicting
he did not have
feelings.
the
She was
ability
also
to stop
like
his
12.
jealousy from costing Mr. Gutierrez Jr. his life. So what I'm asking the court to do is on count 3, sentence him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. But then I'm also asking for a symbolic sentence, as obviously that would take him to the end of his life. But I do believe that Miss Beecham deserves her own sentence because what she was put through, the following, the gaslighting,
Yeah, she
the
does
terror,
deserve a sentence.
everything
How
that she
about
had to
throw
suffer
her in for about
because of her
30
stalking, I
years
think deserves its own distinct sentence.
for
So I'm asking that you make a prison
colluding
sentence consecutive
to
to that
unalive
life sentence
her former
in
baby
honoring the fact that
daddy.
she also was a victim of this, and she also paid dearly in a number of different ways that she indicated to the court. I would also ask that you make the hiding a corpse count also consecutive, because that is a separate and distinct crime. That is a cruelty that
How can you
almost
prove a crime that you can't
goes beyond even
prove?
what the murder was, because a family is left to grieve, but to never really know where their loved one is,
Yeah, because
where
you
his
couldn't
final resting
freaking
place
find it
is,
because you people
and
are
that's something that
dingleberries.
they likely will never know because the one person
It's
who
like
has any
Oprah.
idea
You're a
obviously isn't going to share
dingleberry.
it.
You're a
So
dingleberry.
for all
You're
of those
all
reasons, I do believe
dingleberries.
life in prison without the possibility of parole is the only sentence to render here, and I would ask for those consecutive prison sentences in recognition for what those counts are separate and distinct from the homicide of Mr. Gutierrez Jr. For sentencing purposes, I believe there's 1,092 days worth of credit, not counting today. I would also ask for a restitution hearing to be set, as I know that some documentation is
I
still
think it was
pending
OA
regarding
that
some
was
of those
talking
requests,
Sadie too.
and I
I
believe that
said
would be
that
appropriate so that parties can have all of the documentation before making a formal request. Thank you.
during closing arguments. It
Thank
dawned
you,
on
Judge.
me. I was
We
doing
have
some
people on behalf of
reading.
the defense that would like to speak as well. I'd like them to go first before. Right now, I want to
It's my
confirm, but I know
understanding
for sure that it will
he's
be
not
Mr. Solomon
allowed.
Anderson. It's the brother of Mr. Anderson. I'm not sure if there's anyone else who'd like to speak. I obviously have been sitting here at council table, have not been able to confer with them, but if my paralegal
Hi,
may so do so
David.
shortly, just ask briefly and ask that the court give leave for
Am I
us to
going to
be
get
able
in
to do
trouble if
that.
I'm announcing that I might peruse over to Kenosha for a little Project Veritas honey potting? Wait, where's my disguise? I need my disguise in my mustache.
Permitted to speak by law or so.
And also, I am going to be in black and
impacted by the
white
case
until he gets out of jail.
That
This trial has drained all the color
special
out of my
attention should be
crime spy's life.
paid to their thoughts. For example, a good connection would be a firefighter or police officer whose life is lost and some of that individual's comrades would be permitted. But as a general statement, I don't permit statements by other than the attorney and the defendant.
Judge, the defense would maintain the position that Mr. Anderson's family members have been affected as well by this case, will be affected by the sentencing. If the court would permit, just to allow Mr. Soloman Anderson to provide a brief statement, I think it's important for this court to hear from people who have known Mr. Anderson for the majority of his life about his character, because naturally that's not evidence that can come in during a trial. And I think it's important for the court to consider the character from the perspective of the defendant. And the defense believes that there's no one better to do that than Mr. Anderson's own family members. So I'd ask the court to allow the defendant to present one individual to speak on his behalf.
I don't see a letter from him, so he could have offered one of these letters and had it come in more timely. Had there been one, I would have reviewed his thoughts, but I'm not seeing. There's one from someone who identifies.
There's one from Zenith Anderson, who is Mr. Anderson's sister. Judge, respectfully, the defense was not notified that we would not be able to have people speak.
I don't know why you would think that. I can't remember when I ever did.
Oh, well, somebody earlier in the chat
That's fine.
It's 40 years.
said even in Taylor Shabusiness's
so I'm gonna say no.
Wisconsin trial,
Okay. Well,
her dad spoke.
then I will speak at length of Mr. Anderson's character as I know it.
This is
As
bullshit.
over the last 3 years, I've gotten to know a very different side of Mr. Anderson than which was presented during the trial in this case. It's very easy to point out the negative characteristics of someone and to address the negative characteristics of an individual when that's all that's been presented. As the court's well aware, there are numerous rules of evidence that prevent certain types of things from coming in at a trial. Things that show the good side of Mr. Anderson, the good memories that people have, and the positive things in his life.
You know, I don't want to unnecessarily.
She can't even get,
elongate this, but
10 sentences out of her mouth before he steps in?
I have made exceptions. When someone offers me something.
Oh, now a story.
2 years ago, he was walking down the street and there was a building that was on fire. And
Nobody cares about your stupid story, jackass.
Rescued a whole family. That's something I would certainly want to hear about. And that would be different. But here, the first letter he gave me, she's telling me her passions in life are music and animals.
Oh, this is the scanned letters
dogs.
that he didn't read
I have a
beforehand?
wonderful cat, a gorgeous buckskin quarter horse. The things I love most in this
The hell
world
is
are my
this?
son, my family, friends, and chocolate cake. That isn't going to help me.
Sure, Judge,
If you've got something of the type I mentioned that is especially commendable in the defendant's character, I
How in the
certainly
world
would
didn't
would
some
welcome
type
that.
of oversight
But
of the
just a
judicial
general,
system that I would hope we have in place
character,
saw this?
endorsement by his brother would not generally have.
I mean, isn't that a thing? Is there no oversight of these
significance
courts?
in the decision I have to make.
And I
Sorry, I
understand
mean
that, Judge. I
pistachios.
wasn't
It's the only angry
speaking
thing I have
about
to eat.
Mr. Solomon Anderson. I wasn't trying to offer what Mr.
And here she
Solomon
says she's
Anderson
sorry
would
again.
say.
I'm not
I
a
was simply
feminist,
just
but where are you
presenting
feminist people
the
saying
defense's
he's
position on
treating her
sentencing.
terribly?
She's making her argument at this
Well, that I understand, but the way it began was
Nobody cared.
following up
Nobody
on
cared
the
about this
discussion we
man.
had before. So I certainly don't mean to cut you off.
Except for his family.
I think it's important and just to premise because I do
You know,
felt
it's very
cut off, and I
fitting
do
that the
feel like
audio and
the
the
court does not want to
video
hear
of
about
this
Mr. Anderson's character as
are
as
out of
we
sync
see it
because
and as
this
I'm allowed
whole
to
shit
present
is out
it.
of sync.
But I would like to continue on talking about Mr. Anderson. This is the sentencing for Mr. Anderson as the Supreme Court in this state has made it very clear that pursuant to Gallion and McCleary, that a
What's their
sentence,
Supreme Court made out
regardless
of?
of what the crime is,
With
has to
respect
be
to
individualized.
constitutionalists or
The
not?
man who is sitting to the left of me. And if I can't speak to who that man is, I don't think this court can sentence him pursuant to that.
If any
So
of
if I
my-
can continue, I would really
Okay, that wasn't me. Okay, that was not
I would
me.
really appreciate that, Judge.
If any of my remarks suggested I did not want to hear what you have to say, I apologize for that. I don't think they did. I think I was finishing the discussion out authoring statements of others, and but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Judge. As I was saying, it's quite easy to focus on the negative aspect of someone when that's all that's been introduced. Mr. Anderson is a father, is a brother, is a son, and his entire life he has maintained those roles and has executed them. He has many good memories, and some of those memories were shared by others on the other side and in the letters that were provided to this court that I know the court had to review.
The ones that were
Memories such
scanned
as
that he
not
said he
cutting his
didn't
hair,
review?
Until his daughter could cut his hair, teaching his daughter how to skateboard, being a supportive figure in not only his family's lives, but his friends as well. That was reflected in there.
Yeah, and the podcast
The
said
state went at length to talk about how Mr. Anderson's prior record is indicative of his character and his denial and way to push off responsibility, and I don't think that's accurate. The latest offense that seemed to have gone unnoticed as far as accepting responsibility is the South Dakota case. There was never any thwart to responsibility. There was never any denial in that case. Mr. Anderson took a plea, and that was that. As far as the state's assertions as it relates to the 1994 disorderly conduct use of dangerous weapon, the defense would maintain that the court should not consider that. One, there's really not any information on what that was. The PSI writer even said, I can't gather any information on what happened here because no record exists. So I don't think it's appropriate for the state to assert, oh, he's had a dangerous weapon and denied it, when there's no proof of what actually occurred in the 1994 case. Not to mention, there was no finding of delinquency in that matter. In fact, when we look at Mr. Anderson's record, there's really nothing there comparable to why Mr. Anderson sits in front of you today. There's no history, no convictions of violence. That's not shown because that wasn't and isn't Mr. Anderson's character, despite the verdict in this case. The defense sits before you in an extremely uncomfortable position. We have a situation here, Judge, where the defendant maintains his innocence.
Welcome.
Yet we have a verdict.
I'm Carl Frederick.
We have facts. The defendant at no point wants to discredit how individuals, family members of Mr. Gutierrez feels. I don't think there's any dispute that no one's heard from him, no one's seen him. And we would sit here in front of you and say that for those who, relating to Mr. Gutierrez, sit there and feel that they have some sort of guilt. Julian, his son, had noted that he felt guilty because he should have stayed, that none of them should feel that way. We have the verdict. But we also have laws that are in place. Specifically, Wisconsin Statute 973-014, which allows this court to determine a date in the future where Mr. Anderson could be eligible for extended supervision. Naturally, the state in this case is asking that the court deny that opportunity. Several individuals who spoke on behalf of Mr. Gutierrez and those who were directly part of Mr. Gutierrez's life asked for the same. But I think we also need to look at the fact that even though the legislature enacted the mandatory minimum in this case, that being life, they also enacted this statute. And they did that because they recognize that there are things that can happen where an individual should be able to return back to society. And we have that because as a country, as a collective people, our inherent nature is not to be barbaric, is not to put people away for the rest of their lives.
When you can't find the friggin' body or figure out what happened.
We want people to be able to return and contribute in a positive way to society. That's why we have the correctional system. So the defense would be asking that the court consider setting a release eligibility date in this case. And it can obviously be as far out as the court would want. The defense would be asking that it be set for after a 25-year period.
Too long.
Thank you.
Thank you, Min.
And sorry, Judge.
What was
sorry
the
to interrupt.
sentence on just like the stalking,
I believe the state had
hypothetically?
said 1,092 days for sentence credit. That is the calculation that the defense has as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, like I said, say a prayer.
All right, Mr. Anderson, is there anything you wish to say before sentence is pronounced?
Oh, man.
How much time do I got?
Well, I'm going to talk about that a little bit. Oh, you mean how much? Oh, I misunderstood. I've had people give us
Yeah, we're not
different version
not
of
that version.
Okay, I'm already starting to cry. I'm shutting my
Yeah,
camera
how much
off.
time do you have to talk?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you a reasonable period. I mean, this is one of the major events of your life, so you're certainly welcome to speak. I'm not going to say it's unlimited, but you're welcome to tell me what you think. Speak from your heart.
I don't want to go into all the details of the case. I had a lot of dispute about what was said, what was portrayed. I think the facts, with a little more scrutiny, tell a much different story than what the jury decided. And I don't think that things played out fairly. I think that there's some things that are not just from our side, questions outstanding for both sides. And I don't think the court accomplished what it set out to do in any means if both sides are left with so many questions. And I don't think, without going into the case, I don't think we really got to the heart of the matter. What I can tell you is I didn't kill anybody. What I can tell you is I didn't stalk anybody. And what I can tell you is I didn't dispose of any corpse. It's really weird to be sentenced for or convicted for it and soon to be sentenced for it, but I didn't, Judge. Kind of feels like there's no turning around on that now. I don't really know how to make a better statement of my opposition. But I disagree. I'm innocent. I don't know what you're going to decide. I don't know what you're all going to weigh. I don't even know how to represent my own character without having my family be able to testify on my behalf. But they do have some things that are relevant. I mean, even during the trial, there was a gentleman who tried to come up and talk to me. I think there was a comment about how now everything has happened during the trial. When he made that attempt, nobody really knew who he was. And I do know who he is. He's a man who I saved from assault in jail. He's actually related to one of the jailers. And my heart went out to him because I know He appeared inebriated, and I know he struggles. And I know he was coming up here to talk to me because we got along so good. But those tiny little moments throughout somebody's life, nobody accounts for those. But what they do a really good job of is making up all of these things that they want you to believe when they can label you as a monster. I still didn't. It's still weird. I want to be remorseful, and I am for the things that I did wrong. And you're welcome to sentence me for everything that I did wrong, just like the judge in South Dakota. The only thing that I disputed in that instance was whether or not I was coming back to Wisconsin with that, which the prosecution has now repeatedly made false statements about on their own assumptions, hoping that everybody in this courtroom, everybody that's watching this, would buy, oh yeah, he was bringing something back to Wisconsin. Not true. Was I caught with marijuana in my car? Yeah. Yeah, I was. Should I have? No. I'd bend the rules there, broke them. Broke the rules. And when they said, hey, this is a problem, I said, well, I did knowingly, and I'll be held accountable for it. That's it. And if I killed somebody, whatever that situation was, I can tell you in my own heart it wouldn't be intentional. But if I didn't at all, the guy I never met, I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. Not guilty. I'm innocent. So.
Thank you. When I came out of law school and took my first job right here in Kenosha as an assistant district attorney, the statutory penalty for what the equivalent of this crime, murder of the first degree, was life imprisonment, as it is today. And before an individual was eligible for parole, 13 years plus, I think, 3 months, something like that, had to be served. And only at that time could the individual apply for a parole. And not a lot of people got paroled at that time. Over the next period of years, maybe within 10 years, the legislature had, as I recollect, and I think at the behest of the Department of Corrections, had reduced that minimum parole period to around 11 years. And they had it down to around 9 when the law started to change, and the legislature passed a law under the sponsorship of Senator Joseph Andrea from Kenosha that became known as the Life Means Life law, and it didn't provide exactly what it does now for absolute denial of eligibility for parole, but it did allow the judge to fix the minimum period to be served before a person convicted could be eligible for a parole. And then ultimately the legislature made further modifications to the point that the court now has the authority to deny eligibility for release altogether. It's interesting, the statutory penalty has never changed. Life imprisonment. But the eligibility for release has changed very dramatically. And of course, that means not that you get paroled, but you could apply for a release to extended supervision. The price for intentional homicide in this degree remains the same, life imprisonment. And every life is the same. These people have come here and expressed their very touching, moving sentiments about this person whom they loved. And that all is permitted for them to do because they're the victims and they've suffered a loss without any contribution on their part or that of Mr. Gutierrez. They've suffered a loss, which the jury has found, as was their power, to have been caused by you. So they're entitled not only to express their mourning condition, but also to focus on what the text of the law actually says and ask that you be sentenced to life imprisonment. But the legislature, although it could do so, has never provided that life means life in those explicit terms, except in some cases where the judge cuts it off. And in a very high percentage of the cases, I do deny eligibility for extended supervision. But it's not every case, and every case has to be looked at separately, as your lawyer has pointed out. But like physicians at the hospital, when they have people brought in from a shooting incident, are not permitted to discriminate on the basis of age or sex or religion, or even maybe a police officer who's shot, and the guy who shot him. The physicians are trained and are ethically bound to treat people in order so as to preserve life. They're not allowed to treat the less seriously injured and let the they're not allowed to treat the less seriously injured police officer before they treat the person who shot him. It's at the core of our beliefs about the value of human life. And it is expected, and it should be the same for judges. Every life is to be given the same degree of respect by the law. And when it is ended criminally, as has occurred in this case, every life that's lost should be valued the same. So when you read about these frightening statistics about the killing rate in some of our major cities, and unfortunately even here, the legislature still has not given us the command that every case is life means life. They've provided that a number of factors have to be considered. And those are what your lawyer referred to as the Galleon factors. One of them is not that you're a bad person. I'm not commenting at all on the type of person you are, because it's not part of the equation. What you did was frightening, horrible, and you can wag your head all you want. The jury found beyond a reasonable doubt that you did it. And so the loss of these people is beyond measure. But it is important that they realize that I have this litany of factors that I must consider, and that what ultimately is the sentence that you receive is not the measure of the value of Mr. Gutierrez's life. That's if the law is what it is, then, and the judge considers those factors and doesn't impose a life without parole sentence, the family, while I certainly don't expect them to agree with the outcome, should not take that as a comment by the law or by me or by the legislature or by the jury that Mr. Gutierrez's life wasn't as sacred as they believe it was. The Department of Corrections has a policy of the reduction of sentences. They've got, well, the best, clearest example I can think of is people who are convicted of 7th offense, driving under the influence, and who are required, I think, the law is minimum 3 years. I think that's still current. The judge was required by law to impose that sentence, minimum 3 years. The Department of Corrections was releasing people in big numbers after 7 months because they had come up with some treatment program that they thought was effective enough that 7 months would be an adequate period to serve. So they broke the law repeatedly and released people at 7 months until the Court of Appeal, a couple of judges from Milwaukee caught them on it, and the Court of Appeals put a stop to it. The current administration is committed to reducing the prison population by 50%. And there are more and more programs being pushed into the courts all the time to facilitate the reduction of our sentences. I just heard about another one today that we're going to be a pilot project for, where the drug courts, which have been originally, we were told were going to be very selective about who got in and who got much more modest outcomes. Now Kenosha is going to be part of a pilot project. And as I understand it, every single offense is going to be reviewed for the drug court. So it's, without commenting further, I'll just say there is a very large effort being made to let people out of prison, or not let them in the first place. And why am I bringing this up now? It's because any sentence that I give you, well, not any sentence, but just about any sentence, is going to last long enough that you will be an old man before you would be considered, even if I do make you eligible for extended supervision. And the last thing the Department of Corrections seems to want is old people in prison, because they're expensive to care for them. There was a reference to the sentence that you deserve. And I understand why people would say that. And I can't say, I don't say it myself when I see about some of these crimes that are portrayed on television. But I don't like to get involved with what people deserve. That's a kind of a frightening concept to base a sentence system on. Actually, the reason we have the criminal justice system in the form we have it, where the sentence is imposed by someone who is neutral, is to reduce violence. Because if we didn't have this system, people would take it upon themselves to give people what they deserve. And I'm afraid in the era in which we live, with the way things are being handled in the criminal courts, we're going to see more and more incidents that will be branded as vigilantism, which are merely reflective of what people will turn to when they don't feel justice is done through the courts. So that's a factor that has to be considered, is the sentence has to address the enormity of the crime. I was very, very moved by the testimony or the remarks today by the lives that were touched by your vicious criminal act. And I wondered, to what extent did this man even think about these things? Was he so wrapped up in himself that it didn't even matter to him the effect it would have on the people who loved him? So if I got into the issue of deserve, that would certainly be at the forefront. I will say that you have been cooperative throughout these proceedings. You did not contaminate this courtroom by giving perjured testimony, which a very large share of our offenders do. The degree of planning of the crime and the concealment is very concerning and speak to a long-term determination of lawless behavior. On the first count of the information, it is the sentence of the court that your custody be committed to the Department of Corrections for a period of 2 years, followed by a 2-year period of extended supervision. On the second count, for an identical sentence to be served consecutively. On the fourth count of the information, hiding a corpse, for a period of 6 years of initial confinement, followed by 5 years of extended supervision, to be served consecutively to counts 1 and 2. And on the third count of the information, it is the sentence of the court that your custody be committed to the Department of Corrections for confinement in the Wisconsin state prisons for the remainder of your life. This sentence is consecutive to and not concurrent with the sentences on the other 3 counts. The period of eligibility for extended supervision will not occur until 40 years following the date upon which you start the sentence on count 3. You have rights to appeal with respect to the disposition of this case, and your attorney will review them with you. If you understand your rights, tell Ms. Muller. She'll have you sign a document acknowledging that. If you don't understand, tell her she'll bring you back in here for further instruction. There's a copy for you as well. Persons convicted of felony, as you have been, are ineligible to have firearms in their possession. That is a lifetime prohibition, and unless you have a permit from the Secretary of the Treasury, you may not have a firearm in your possession at any time for the duration of your life. It is a serious state and federal crime for you to do so. There is credit to be allowed for 1,092 days in custody to be applied to the sentence in the sequence 1, 2, 4, and 3. All sentences, as I think I indicated, are to be served consecutively to one another. The conditions of its extended supervision, I think I'm actually going to withhold any action on that on the supposition that there will be no extended supervision until he's 95 or thereabouts. And they can best be addressed. Well, you know what? I think you're right. Although I did do one and it didn't, and it hasn't come back yet. You'll abide by all rules and regulations established for you by your supervising agent, pay the costs and disbursements of this action, repay to the, well, that one, no. The matter of restitution is to be referred for examination by court commissioner and return to the court with recommendation within 60 days. You're not to have a firearm. I did that already. No contact with any member of the those who are statutory victims, in this case, except as is allowed by your supervising agent. Any other conditions requested? Anything else?
Judge, as far as the, I just want clarification on the no contact with those considered to be victims. I know that OA has been categorized in that way in this case, and naturally, I guess the clarification that I want is that was the no contact that was just discussed had to deal with if the individual was released, that'd be a condition of the release. But while in custody, is there going to be a no contact order issued?
I'm not aware that I have the authority to issue any order on that.
And I would agree, Judge. I just wanted that to be clear on the record.
I'm not imposing any order on that. I think that's a determination to be made by the Department of Corrections. Do you disagree?
But I think you have the ability to make an order because there's a crime of contact after conviction. But my understanding is OA is not requesting for no contact.
Okay. Okay. I'll leave it as is. Anything else?
Yes, there's one last thing. A proposed order was submitted to the court on behalf of Mrs. Patterson regarding this court giving the verdict by the jury, ordering the medical examiner's office in Cook County to that certificate.
I got a letter. I don't recall seeing a proposed order.
It accompanied the letter. So the letter came through, the order came through directly after it. I think end of April.
Right.
Judge, I would ask that that be taken up at the restitution hearing. I think that's a more appropriate time to address that.
Well, I don't know why, because the commissioner is making a referral only to examine the circumstances regarding restitution. I had the trial here, and the fact of the death of Mr. Gutierrez was an essential ingredient of the conviction, and so nothing the commissioner can report can change that fact. But I actually was on vacation last week, so I got that just before I left, and I did not see the proposed order. And I did when I got the letter, and he refers to no, I don't even know if he does. I did not see a proposed order. And I did do a little bit of checking. And I will tell you, is there a statutory process for this? And I, frankly, my intention was to start by calling the registrar and ask if they have a procedure that they would like followed on this. And if statutorily compliant, follow that procedure. If they don't, then
I guess, Judge, where the defense thought that it would be more appropriate for a different venue to hear that is it is a civil determination. I too was trying to do some research on it. Granted, my young age, and in the homicide cases that I've worked with Attorney Birdsall and Attorney Aubert, and on my own, I've never seen that determination for that purpose be done by the criminal court. It's always been a separate civil proceeding. So I wasn't able to complete or find definitive answers in my legal research, but my position, just based on the type of finding and why it's going to be used for, is a civil finding that I don't think should come from the criminal court proceeding over the criminal case. I think it should be a different court and make an own separate finding based on the finding in this court of the declaration of death.
Well, I don't know. I do know that the conviction on the third count requires a proof of the death of Mr. Gutierrez and at the highest burden of proof. So I don't think I don't have any conceptual disagreement with this court making such an order, but I'm going to ask that you confer with Mr. Cafferty, Ms. Krasaric, and also with the registrar to see if they have a form order that they would like to have, because as Mr. Graveley has so aptly pointed out, talking about the restitution or the extended supervision, it'll come back. So let's see if we can get it right the first time. So I'm not going to do anything at this point, but if you can report to me what you find out, and to Ms. Muller.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that.
Okay.
I do have CR 233, the Notice of Right to Seek Post-Conviction Relief Form. Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Each consecutive to the other.
Can our people be excused?
I think you're going to be with him for a bit. Yeah, yes. I'm going to ask folks if you'd be kind enough. No. Let me ask that those on this my left side here that I'm pointing at, if you'd step out and leave the building.
Yeah, shut up, you friggin'
I'm not
jackass.
demanding that you leave the building, but I'm encouraging you to do so to avoid any problems. Okay? And thank you. And then when they have gone, then I'll ask that you.
Thank you very little.
And thank you all.
Pause. The universe doesn't give you what you ask for with your thoughts. It gives you what you demand with your actions. Amen there, Vielhammer. I like that quote. I don't like what's just happened. That's the saddest friggin' thing I've ever seen in my whole entire friggin' frackin' life. I don't even want to do the judge with the orange. That's how much joy has been taken out of my life with this bullshit. There, now you've really seen me angry. I thought John Gary was going to send me over the edge the other day about this is way worse. Now, where's the stupid display capture off? Well, thank you for this journey of injustice and bullshit. Here, I know what I can do. That's not nearly loud enough. People are like, it's too loud. Still not loud enough. This is... Okay, so... For those of you who watch Dan Bongino, some of you do, some of you don't. Some of you should. He is on Rumble. Well, now actually exclusively on Rumble is Tucker Carlson, Dan Bongino, Russell Brand, and Steven Crowder. But he says all the time, is it bad enough yet? Is it bad enough yet? Because until it gets bad enough, people are not going to change their voting habits. And I know you all don't want politics, and that's just fine and dandy, but you're going to get a friggin' earful. This is not what our Constitution was designed to do, to put this man unjustly in jail for basically the rest of his life on charges that never should have been filed. Ever. They couldn't find him. They used all their resources, and all they found was a brownish red spot of something in the back of his van. Could be earwax from when, who knows, Rosalía was, the payback. What a disgusting display of what is supposed to be our judicial system. This is not justice. This is injustice. This is bullshit. Flat out bullshit. That's what it is. So, is it bad enough yet? Things are not going to change until it gets to the point, to the precipice, some would say. And then people will start to change the way that they vote. I've said for the last couple weeks, I used to just vote top of the ticket. What difference do all these judges in the back here mean to me? What difference does this make? I don't know who this Michelle McDonald running for Judicial Branch number 14 is. Well, you know what? The last probably 6, 8 years, I know who every single one is. And I would know which one I'm going to vote in each category. That ballot does not go in the thing until every category has been voted on. And you know what else? I make sure to tell my Minnesota friends and my city friends. And so on, and so on, and so on. But that's what Dan Bongino has said probably now for about 6 months to a year. Is it bad enough yet? Gas gets expensive. Is that bad enough yet? Your house is about to crash in 2020. The housing market is on the precipice of going back down to shit. Is it bad enough yet? Cars? Is it bad enough yet? Eating fucking bugs? Is it bad enough yet? You're not going to change your habits until it gets bad enough. It's awful. Before I cry again. I'm going to cry again. So I encourage you to listen to Dan Bongino. Also, Mark Levin has a new book. Again, if politics isn't your gig, you might want to at least entertain it, if you will. I have several audiobooks on my Rumble channel. His latest Mark Levin book. I have the first couple chapters done, but then I took like a little vacation, and then I did the Bryce Rhodes trial, and then I did this. This is probably the best thing I've ever done, outside of like doing things for my kids and whatnot. But I encourage you to go over there and listen to some of those books. Glenn Beck's got Dark Future is a new one that just came out in September. Kash Patel's Government Gangsters is on there. Glenn Beck's preceding book, The Great Reset, is in there. Where's that Let's Go Brandon? He was talking about he doesn't want to eat bugs. Read those or listen to those 2 Glenn Beck audiobooks on my Rumble channel. I get paid 10 cents per 1,000 views, so have at it. And Glenn Beck does voices. He does a really great spooky dude, which is George Soros. Mark Levin does not narrate his book. His American Marxism book, that was put up, was one of the first books I put up. And I have that in hardcover. We should do a book club on that one. I'm going to pull out little clips from the judicial part of it. Anyway, as you look at these 2 guys here, is it bad enough yet? I would say it is. You have to make your voices heard. And Dan Bongino also says the Republican Party won't solve your problems, but they're a sure better option than the Democrats who are destroying our whole entire country. There's 3 branches of our, what we call a constitutional republic, and they're ripping to shreds every single one. Is it bad enough yet? I'd say it is. And I'm black and white because, number 1, I'm old and actually it looks better. Number 2, watching this shit show has taken all the color out of my life. From now on, it's black and white crime spies until he gets out of jail. And Dingleberry is behind bars or loses his bar license. My guess is Dingleberry's probably wearing lace polka dot underwear underneath that stupid ass suit of his. That would be my guess. Who else lives in Kenosha? Anybody entertain? Maybe, I don't know, road trip? Maybe instead of having a true crime / politics / I don't know what I'm doing / gotta move in 6 months, girls graduate. Maybe what I should do is pack up and head east I don't know. I can make a few stops along the way. I hear Amazon's got some pretty good spyware going on. Who knows what I might run into? A few cocktails, perhaps? Loose lips sink ships, is that what they say? I'm mostly joking. I am joking. And my fingers may or may not be crossed behind my back right now. It's terrible. I guess the good thing is, like I said, I don't know if it was the first live stream or the second live stream. Look at this man, and no matter what your religious affiliation is, I would suggest you take a few moments and say a prayer. The Sky Daddy listens. And when the Sky Daddy starts receiving the same messages over and over and over again, he really listens. I do think that he is intercepting in some way. I don't know, I'm not psychic. I am afraid of clowns. But it's weird because there's just been a few things. We were talking about the 8s the other day, before New Year's or before Christmas or around Christmas. One of our first live streams, we ended at 11:11 p.m. I know to most of you that seems really stupid, but to me, they're little teeny tiny sprinkles of a sign that we're on the right track. I am too. And like if there's too many holes together, publicly buzzed, Steve, you know how much I love Steve. Steve had murder church this morning. He's doing, oh God. He had murder church this morning. He's doing Dr. Kevorkian's trial. And when I turned it on, the witness that was on the stand had this tie. It's making my head start to tingle. He had this tie that had like these holes. They look kind of like amoebas or something. They were like oval shaped like holes with like little tiny legs. And my daughter, probably one of the triplets, said, Mom, do you know what? And it's like tryptophobia or something weird. And I'm like, what's that? She's like, it's like if holes are too close together. And the way she's describing it, I'm like, no, God. It's a thing. I just thought it was something weird I had. Oh my God, I can't stand it. And like, is anybody else getting like weird tingling scalp looking at the witness's tie? And you should see the people are like, oh yeah, that's tryptophobia or whatever it was. Publicly buzzed Stevie looked it up. It is a thing. I'm like, don't read the description. Then people are like, I'm not as sensitive. Some people are really sensitive to it. Like, who knew? And another commonality, we've talked about clowns before too. There's so many people that are like, I hate clowns. The only one that's never bothered me is the guy Pennywise from the original It. He's never bothered me. I don't know why. When my kids are running track and cross country, I said, at the very end, those, they'd always run the distance ones on track and cross country. Let's just face it. It's brutal. Do you know those kids, some of the older girls, they'll bring, because they go in the woods, they'll actually kick them with their cleats behind in the, once they get in there to get ahead. It's like friggin' wrestling back there. Anyway, so I tell them, that very last stretch around, before you get to, you got this finish line and goal, you've been going for, a couple of miles or whatever it is. And I said, just to eke the last few, meters out, pretend right behind you here, like squeaky shoes, like clown shoes clomping after you. Worked like a charm. Think of the clown, Sam. Think of the clown. Okay, so anyway. Who's Joe in the East? The Witch of the East? Oh, C-Swep said to me recently, although this was the most awful situation ever, it brought some pretty terrific people together to fight. There's a Sun Tzu saying, I forget what it is. Is it divided we are weak, together we are strong? They want you divided? Well, in my opinion, the last several years on many different spectrums, There's strength in numbers. There's strength in prayer. I'm not super religious, but I do have a Bible, and I have Bible highlighters, and I try to wear crosses on occasion, and I got some around here. And I talk to the Sky Daddy probably more than I have in the past. I don't know. And look at these two guys. What was this, yesterday or Friday? Friday, I think it was. Smiling after all this misery. It's not good. Is it bad enough yet? I think it is. Small, yeah, feisty army. Put on the armor of God, as they say. That's a good poem. Pennywise is what triggered your fear. I don't know why. He never bothered me. I think it's because the actor that played him, what's his face? Wasn't the guy that played him the same guy that played in the Rocky Horror Picture Show? The drag queen? Look at, is he so upset? My ex was a clown. Oh my God. I hope you found out. Did you see like his big clown shoes in the closet when you went over sometime? Or like a big giant tie or some like, I mean, why would you dress up as a clown? Actually, it's weird. I first got afraid of clowns because the city that I grew up, north-ish suburb of Minneapolis, we'd have these guys on fire. Tim Curry, yeah. He actually played a really good Dale the Whale. There was like 3 Dale the Whales in the TV show Monk. And he by far was the best one. The big giant fat guy that couldn't get out of the bed, Dale the Whale. Oh my God. Do you remember when Austin Powers had the guy, the delivery driver? I forget what his name was. He was as offensive, Tim Curry, as Dale the Whale, as the guy from Austin Powers. You know, the Scottish delivery guy? That guy. Well, anyway, we had these Vulcans, and they were like dressed in, I don't know, like red onesies kind of, and they had like this black grease on their face, and they'd pick you up off of this, you know, you're sitting there waving to everybody. They'd hop off their fire truck or whatever it was, and they'd come and they'd pick you up by the shoulders and rub that grease on your face with the whiskers. Ew. I went to a funeral probably 10 years ago for one of my friends, and the, like, I don't know, it was like a V8, not a V8, like a, you know, like a vets thing, VFW, or like, I forget what they're called. You know, the VFW, like, you know, and there's like bingo and poker and like food. It was in one of those things. Anyway, lo and behold, I'm outside. It's a beautiful day. We're sitting outside with our cocktails, talking about our friend that died. Who pulls up but a big giant fire truck with friggin' Vulcans on it? And I'm like, oh my God, I'm petrified of them. And my friend David's like, hey, y'all, come on over here. I ended up having to take a picture with them. It's on my Facebook somewhere. I look very uncomfortable. They're all sitting around trying to get me over my fear. Ew. All right. Well, thank you for hanging in there with me, for all your wisdom. I'm not really sure what we do from here, but I can tell you my first instinct is to go over friggin' Dingleberry's closing argument because he's full of shit. Second of all, my advice would be anything Dingleberry objected to over the course of this trial is where you should look first. Third, I got to figure out a way to put these PDFs of all these transcripts somewhere. I'm not sure. The closing was awful. So, and Soloman, if you are hopefully reading your Discord message I sent you, I should have maybe asked you first, but I didn't. But then my sister from another Mr. Chrissy said, oh yeah, he posted it on Facebook. I have Facebook. I refuse to use it because I don't know, but I might have to get a little clever, especially if I'm going to, do some research on, something to do with maybe honey potting. Project a la Project Veritas. What is his new company called? OMG. No. Yeah, I think it's OMG, like O'Keefe Media Group. James O'Keefe. Donate if you can. Oh, actually, that's one thing I wanted to look. Now I got boogage coming out of my nose. At least I have a Kleenex to wipe it. I bet Zachariah has to probably pay $45 for a box of Kleenex. So ask yourself, as you look at the face, is it bad enough yet? I'd say it is. I'm just looking for the amount. Where is it? It's still 48,010. I know the $10 at the end of the 010 is from Pixie. She did that in lieu of as an in-kind in lieu during yesterday's non-trial related things. Here, I'm going to post a link again. Hopefully David is watching the China versus. Like I said, I know the economy is shitty, but even if you share on your social media and there's a prayer link too, I'm half tempted tomorrow to maybe walk up and down my, how many kids have I bought cookies from since I've lived here? And freaking, cookies and shit that the kids sell to raise money for, cheerleading costumes and, football gear, etc. Pixie, only do what you can. Send a prayer to the Sky Daddy. He listens. I think it's about time I do a little payback, maybe. Walk up and down the street. Hey, Paul, remember when I bought all that shit from your son? Gift wrapping paper? And it wrapped 2 presents and it was $15? Pony up, sir. Yeah, do that. Or I stand outside. They do have those corners with the vagrants and the signs. Do that. What people throw garbage at me and call me a loser. Well, think of something. What else was I going to say? Oh, and if you haven't already, listen to the show Wrongful. I don't know why Joe Giacolone is not responding to me on Twitter. He normally does. He said hi to me the other day, and now he's gone dark. Why? Who else can I pester? Steve, I'm publicly buzzed. You said hi to me today. Did you respond to my X post? Nope. Okay. I asked him to mention it during Murder Church. Not gonna lie, I didn't listen to all of Murder Church. That tie freaked me out. Now, if those of you who are closely involved with this Wrongful podcast, okay, so now I've listened to Lawkong Expresses with all my notes that I still didn't share. Although, did you notice the second live stream went off without a hitch? The only hitch we had was in that video, which had nothing to do with me. Perhaps I fixed it. That would be nice, just watching auto crash. But my next thing is to do exactly the same thing with the Wrongful podcast. I've listened to the first 4 episodes twice, the 5th one only once. but I'd like to listen to those also again and make my list. Like weird things that Lawkong would say. And I'd go, oh, what about this? What about this? And then like reading through some of those transcripts, there's a couple things on there where it's like, all right, there's one text message on August 20 or April 28th. What the hell happened to them? Where are they? You're telling me there was no activity? I'd like to see what's there. Because if you're letting Dingleberry there be the gatekeeper of the information, that's most of your problem. What's in there? And it's plainly clear in looking at the text message exchanges that Sadie is playing both sides of the fence, let's just say. She's talking to the one while trying to egg the other one on. The part where she's talking to, what's her face? Betsy, Kathy, the other lady with the hair that was, consoling her during the verdict. Her drinking buddy, and likely perhaps more, in my opinion. Which there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying. It's very clear that they were talking about something, and the one lady said to Sadie, what about Rosalio? And then there's nothing, and then the next message is her asking Sadie, and what about Zach? Really? Where's the message in between? Who's the keeper of that message? And what did it say? Question mark. The other one was when Sadie was, I just picked up on this one today. Sadie was saying, oh, the kids have been so challenging since they came home. And then she, I think she was talking to that same lady again. Something to the effect, I took screenshots of all kinds of things. And she said something to the effect of, oh, she's lying again. Really? Because I really got the impression that Zach was trying to, divorce is difficult. That was another thing I was going to say. Who on the jury was asked, have you been through a difficult divorce? Were there children involved? Because I can guarantee you, whether it was a man or a woman, they probably would understand. Things are horrible. My ex-husband told me like a year and a half ago when the girls were like at the, precipice, if you will, of their shittiness. And he goes, if we live through this, I'd like to go to Hawaii again when they graduate. And I can't think of a better person to go with than you. Would you go? And I said, sure, I'd go. But you know what? At the beginning, it was ugly. It was really bad. Our kids were a lot younger, though. Like they, I think the girls were like 3 and Sam was like 5. So, it was a long-ass time ago. You have a broken relationship with a teenage girl or preteen girl. Good luck keeping that head on straight. It doesn't come out of their fanny until they're like late 16, 17. All the girls are 17 now, and most of the problems are gone. I actually love them again. I love them always, but sometimes not so much. My point is, I wouldn't put it past an 11-year-old girl. I'm not saying. I wouldn't put it past her to be the one that's like, sneaking the cell phone, doing a little surveillance. Those kids are smart with computers. I don't know about Zach here. He looks like he's just a dad trying to, make a living, flip some houses, give some people affordable housing that maybe need to catch a break. He doesn't really impress me as someone that's a stalker or jealous. And then, if you look at the messages between her and Rosalía, and then she goes and sends a message to Zach 1 minute later, goating him and then going back to Rosalía. Although I did take some sick pleasure when she's like, yeah, I really think that, I'm excited for our kids to meet. And he's like, really? Are we supposed to get rain tomorrow? Totally changed the subject. That was delicious, in my opinion. Also motive. Yeah. Like I said before, C-SWAP, the whole point is The 5911 reasonable doubts. Are the way our laws are, if there's a hint, if there's a little tiny half of a pistachio shell of just a whisper in the air of reasonable doubt, it's an acquittal. It's not preponderance of the evidence like in a civil case. It's reasonable doubt. The cat could have voted not guilty. And actually, that documentary we watched the other day said it was the judge for Casey Anthony. That woman still, to this day, is hated by pretty much everyone. And the judge for that presided over that said, jurors think of guilty, not guilty. They don't think of the third option. We just don't know. And that was the category in the jury's minds with that situation. They just didn't know. They had a body though. This one didn't. How in the world does that even pass the test? This is just awful. So, I don't know where I'm really supposed to sprinkle stuff. I don't like littering on people's social media pages. I like to kind of stick to my own. So I guess you know where to find me. I'll be around. If you want to get in touch with me, you know where to find me. I'm the one with the mustache and the disguise glasses. So, don't you remember, Mike? Oh, let's see. Lawkong Express was talking in one of his episodes about his friend that he had an exchange with. Is that you? I've been doing that forever. Hi, I'm new here. And I laugh. Did you ever listen to Eddie Murphy during Delirious? And he's like, I laugh my effing ass off. No, giggle. I giggle my effing ass off. Get in. Hi, I'm new here. Mustache disguise guy. And I laugh. It's midnight. Oh, it's 11. All right. This will be interesting. Hi, Kayla. We've already cried. All of our tears are gone. All of our tears are gone. I'm now black and white. This trial has taken all of my color away. It's now gone. I'm going to work on changing all of my profile pictures to black and white until this man is freed as a symbol of my total disgust in the judicial branch, specifically in Wisconsin. Sad thing is it's this bad all over. And if you want to watch another thing that'll make you want to throw things, watch The Fall of Minneapolis about Derek Chauvin's trial. Here's a hint. You were fed a bunch of baloney. Almost to the level of this. It's very neck and neck. And I'll try to get Liz Cullen in touch with the wonderful ladies over at Wrongful. I think you two would collaborate well and swap stories. Yeah. So please say a prayer that these two men are reunited in 2024. If any of you talk to Zach or Soloman, tell him I'm sorry I didn't ask first before these, but it sounds like he's put them out there. Put them out there on the social media, so hopefully you won't worry about Little Crime Spice channel. Yeah. Alrighty, people. I don't even have an ending. I don't even have the orange guy. What do I have? Alright, so at the very beginning of this, I better lower the volume. I think it might be a little loud. It says Crime Spice Presents. Just say Crime Spice. We'll see you soon. Alright, thank you very much for the journey. I look forward to collaborating with you. And perhaps Doing a little investigative work a la Project Veritas. I don't know. You never know what a mustache and a pair of glasses and a spy cam in your Kate Spade handbag or whatever. Good night. All right, good night. Oh, it's still me. Good night, everybody. I'm typing. Pray to your sky daddy.